Chapter 945. The situation had become delicate. The Ouyang clan was no longer as confident as before. With the current situation, apart from the three saints of the martial spirit court, the Feng clan and the Dongfang clan would definitely stand by the Laughing Palace's side. As for the Ouyang clan, only the Gu clan, the Black Demon sect, and the Sha Tian organization would be able to help them. The Ghost sect might not be able to help. Therefore, they had to consider whether or not they should fight to the death. Don't squabble here. We, the Black Demon sect, will not leave without a fight. Meisha suddenly spoke while the Ouyang clan was hesitating. Not many people knew of her existence. Even among the people present, not many had seen her before. However, the fact that she could speak on behalf of the Black Demon sect showed that her position in the sect was not low. Then let's see who's stronger. Granny Dongfang looked at Mei Sha and sneered. How about this? We each take a step back. Ouyang Xiao hesitated for a moment before speaking. That's right. Brother Xiao is a reasonable man. Name a compensation. If possible, there is no need to hurt the relationship between the two clans. Qian Tong said like a peacemaker. Hua Xiaogui, who was not far away, muttered in dissatisfaction. What is Elder Qian Tong doing? Do you want the Laughing Palace to compensate them? Tang Guoguo replied. The situation is stronger than the people, and the boss isn't here. Let's see what they have to say first. Ouyang Xiao said, as long as you hand over that little bastard Ling Xiao and his family, hand over all the wealth of the Laughing Palace, and announce to the world that the Laughing Palace is disbanded, we will not hold anyone responsible. Of course, you can take away the Dongfang clan and the Feng clan. As long as they do not offend us in the future, we will forget about it. Ouyang Zhao's words were indeed clever. He was willing to let go of the Dongfang clan and the Feng clan, which meant that Dongfang Jing and Ji Beixin could leave with their clans and would not harm them. This was equivalent to giving face to the two clans and not meddling in the affairs of the Laughing Palace. That's impossible. Feng Qingyuan immediately refused. Ling Xiao was the only disciple of the demonic emperor, so as his mistress, she would definitely protect her no matter what. Qintong also thought that Ouyang Zhao's proposal was too much. Although the martial spirit pavilion didn't want to get involved, Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guoguo would definitely stand on Ling Zhao's side. At that time, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Qintong had to persuade Ouyang Xiao again. Brother Xiao, you're really making things difficult for us. It's better to let them compensate us with some Xin crystals or spirit treasures. There's no need to say anything more. If you don't agree to this condition, our Ouyang family swears to fight to the end. Ouyang Zheng regained his composure. As long as the five saints of the Black Demon sect did not shrink back, they would have the confidence to fight. That's right, we must take Ling Zhao's life. Ouyang Xiao said in a deep voice. When the Palace of Arrogant Laughter's people were about to say something, several other auras rushed over from afar. The saints of both sides were nervous. They were guessing if it was the other side's people. If it was the other side's people, then the battle would change dramatically. You think you can take Ling Zhao's life just like that? Have you asked for my permission? A very arrogant voice responded. At the same time, a golden rod that looked like a 1,000-meter-tall pillar smashed down from the sky toward Ouyang Xiao. The aura of the golden cudgel was extremely powerful, and it was incomparably huge. It was as if several mountains had smashed down. How dare you? Ouyang Xiao was already a high-level saint, one of the most powerful beings in the central region. No ordinary person would dare to use force on him. It was a great disrespect to him. Moreover, although this move was extremely powerful, it was child's play for a high-level saint like him. He didn't move. He flicked his finger, and a little wind shot toward the golden rod. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the huge golden rod was instantly repelled and flew back. Your Highness, let me catch it. Another sound rang out from the direction where the golden rod had been bounced back. Then, a skinny hand caught the golden rod that had been bounced back at high speed. At this moment, the crowd finally saw who exactly the person who had arrived was. The leader was a strong young man. He looked similar to a human, but he had golden fur all over his body. He wore a crown of feathers on his head, and wore a golden holy robe. He looked like an ape, and a domineering aura surrounded him. His eyes were filled with disdain for the world. He was Xianxia, whom they had not seen for a long time, and the one who caught the golden cudgel for him was an old monkey. He looked like a skinny old man and always had a cheeky smile on his face, which made him look very funny. Don't be fooled by his weak appearance. In fact, he was a monkey king who had reached the 8th level. Beside Xianxia were the 4 ape kings. Each of them had the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger. Their eyes were ferocious, and their golden fur stood on end. They were all powerful low-level 8th rank spirit beasts. Xianxia had already used his actions to prove that he was on their side. Where did this barbarian come from? How dare he meddle in our Ouyang clan's business? Ouyang looked at Xianxia with an ashen face. He could clearly feel that Xianxia was only a mid-level mystic emperor, but he dared to challenge the Ouyang clan. It must be because of the old monkey and the 4 ape kings beside him. However, he did not understand why such a team was helping the proud, smiling palace. He was so angry that he wanted to drink blood. Xianxia took the golden rod from the old monkey and shrunk it in his hand. He pointed at the Ouyang clan and shouted, "Scram now, and I can spare your lives. Ling Xiao is my mortal enemy. He can only be defeated by me, not by you." The moment he said this, everyone from the Ouyang clan and the proud, smiling palace knew who he was. So, it's Xianxia. Back then, he fought with you in the War Chaos Abyss and lost to you by a single move. Who would have thought that he would actually bring people to help our proud, smiling palace? Dongfang Jing looked at Xianxia and sighed. She had seen the battle between Ling Xiao and Xianxia with her own eyes. A just cause attracts help. It seems that the palace lord is really popular. The proud, smiling palace will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Xianxia laughed heartily. With the current situation, they might not have a 100% chance of winning, but at least they did not have to worry about being wiped out by the other party. No matter what, when the palace lord returns, we must get justice from the Ouyang clan. Cruel Leopard said unhappily. That's right, we must get revenge. Feng Xianyan agreed. So many people from the proud, smiling palace had died today. If they did not get justice from the Ouyang clan, it would be the same as being bullied by them. They could not let this matter rest. Feng Xianyan knew Ling Xiao's character and knew that he would agree with them. Good. In that case, there's no need to say more. No matter how many people come today, the Ouyang clan will fight to the end. Ouyang was about to go crazy. He thought that would be easy to take down the proud, smiling palace after stirring up a few forces to help. But now he found that it was a stone that was difficult to chew. However, there was no turning back now. They could only fight to the end. After he shouted, he held a holy sword in his hand and rushed towards Xianxia with Golden Leopard. Old bastard, your opponent is me. Mad Tooth and Four-Horned Demon Bull rushed towards Ouyang, vowing to fight to the death with Ouyang. Guys, let's do it. It's pointless to retreat now. As long as the proud, smiling palace is still alive, we will always be targeted. Why don't we kill them now? Ouyang shouted. At the same time, he attacked Han Kai again. What a big hat. If you want to destroy the proud, smiling palace, then we will destroy the Ouyang clan first. Han Kai responded in a deep voice. Then, he and Hui Yunpeng fought again. At the same time, Gu Lei shouted at the Ghost Sect, "Brother Fu, what are you waiting for?" The Ghost Sect was the most hesitant. Although they had a marriage alliance with the Gu clan, they did not want to do anything that did not benefit them. If they did not attack, they would offend both the Ouyang clan and the Gu clan at the same time. However, if they attacked, they would also offend others. This made them very conflicted. Let's attack. We just need to restrain the Feng clan. The leading old man of the Ghost Sect said after a moment of hesitation. He was very cunning. He actually chose the weakest Feng clan to attack. This way, he could reduce their losses and help the Ouyang clan and the Gu clan. Sha Tian's 3 saints also attacked. One of them was a mid-level saint, while the other 2 were low-level saints. It was obvious that Sha Tian's palace master was not among the 3 of them. The 3 of them intercepted the 4 Ape King protectors of Yuan Zhantian. The 5 saints of the Black Demon sect faced the 4 saints of the Dongfang clan. In addition, Luo Meiying also sent the dragon turtle to help the Dongfang clan. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage. The 3 from the martial spirit court also joined the battle. However, they would not fight to the death. Like the 4 from the Go sect, they only wanted to restrain the saints of the other side. In a battle between saints, 8th grade spirit beasts were killing each other. This part of the world began to tremble, and the mountains began to shake. The 2 sides could only stay as far away as possible to avoid being involved. At this time, the Black Demon sect disciples who had been hiding suddenly came out. There were 10,000 of them, and they attacked the people of the Laughing Palace. They were originally waiting for the Ouyang clan and the Laughing Palace to be mutually wounded before coming out to clean up the mess. Now that the situation was different, they could only help the Ouyang clan to kill the people of the Laughing Palace. Of course, the Ouyang clan would not let go of this opportunity when the people of the Black Demon sect suddenly appeared. They immediately sent all their people to cooperate with the Black Demon sect to kill the people of the Laughing Palace. I should have known that the army of the Black Demon sect was lying in ambush here. Xianxia frowned and sighed. Even though he had expected it, he had no way to resolve it. After all, the people of the Laughing Palace were all here. There would not be any more reinforcements. Fortunately, a golden staff fell from the sky and smashed dozens of people of the Black Demon sect. Yuan Zhantian roared. Brandishing his golden rod, he began to kill in all directions, lending the proud, smiling palace a hand. Chapter 946. Yuan Zhantian was like a god of war. Although he was only a middle-stage Xianarch, his combat power was no less than a high-stage Xianarch. His golden staff was a top-notch sacred weapon. His staff techniques were superb. Every strike of his staff would send more than 10 people flying, seriously injuring or killing them. His world power was even more frightening. He turned into thousands of figures, each holding a golden staff and killing in all directions. The Black Demon sect disciples fled as far as they could from the plague. Don't be so arrogant. I will fight you. A high-stage Xian, the arch from the Black Demon sect, shouted. He held a black staff and charged at Yuan Zhantian. His world force turned into a swamp, as if it could swallow everything in its path. It was especially strange and indescribable. Although his world power was extraordinary and it could swallow many of Yuan Zhantian's illusions, it could not withstand Yuan Zhantian's crazy and terrifying attacks. The swamp world became a world of mud in the end. The high-stage Xian Thearcha's world power could not withstand Yuan Zhantian's thousands of illusions. He gave up on resisting and used his black staff to attack Yuan Zhantian's real body. You dare to compete with me in staff techniques? You are courting death. Yuan Zhantian exuded a strong golden light. He shouted, and the golden staff in his hand turned into countless staff shadows that met the high-stage Xian Thearcha's black staff. Clang! The weapons clashed, creating intense sparks. Although the high-stage Xian Arch was at a high cultivation level, Yuan Zhantian's combat power was not any lower than his. The golden staff in his hand was of a much higher grade than the black staff. In a head-on collision, the black staff was broken. While the high-stage Xian Arch was still in shock, the golden staff had already smashed into his face. Bang! That high-tiered mystic Thearcha's head was smashed into mush, and fresh blood and brains were mixed together. It looked abnormally disgusting. Yuan Zhantian did not stop. He once again charged into the Black Demon sect and killed everyone. However, the Black Demon sect had many people. A small number of experts were sent to deal with Yuan Zhantian. They were able to delay him and even injure him. Fortunately, he had Old Monkey watching over him. He would not be in any danger. Old Monkey did not participate in the battle. He just watched the show from the side with a smile. Most of the people of the Black Demon sect and the people of the Ouyang clan had joined hands to kill the people of the proud, smiling palace. The situation had become one-sided. Kill. Even if we die in battle today, we won't retreat. Once again, Feng Xianyan displayed her heroic spirit. With a loud shout, she waved both of her swords, and the sword beams kept flashing as she killed her enemies. The savage leopard also displayed his usual bloodthirsty nature. Like a demon, he constantly killed his enemies. His whole body was covered in blood, and there were many wounds on his body. Ji Beixin played her zither, hypnotizing the enemies while the innate wind, baleful qi corroded the enemy's life force. The people of the proud, smiling palace were fighting with their lives on the line. They had no way out. They could only wait for the battle of the holy saints to come and help them. Luckily, the smiling palace was still alive. Hundreds of elite soldiers from the Dongfang family and the Feng family arrived. Among these people, there were dozens of mystic thearchs, while the rest were heavenly venerates. They were the elites of the two clans. Although there were only about 1,000 of them, it was enough to influence the outcome of the battle. Sister Jing, Big Brother is here to help you. Dongfang Xiong raised his mace and charged towards the people of the Ouyang family. At the same time, he shouted in the direction of Dongfang Jing. Dongfang Jing revealed a happy smile and replied, "Thank you, Big Brother. Be careful, there are too many enemies." "Don't worry, Big Brother will help you escape," Dongfang Xiong shouted. At the same time, Ji Beixin was slashed onto the zither by a middle-stage Xian emperor. The zither was cut into two, and the saber energy was still slashing towards her forehead. Ji Beixin's heart turned cold. She knew that it would be difficult for her to dodge. She thought to herself, "Farewell, husband." Just as the saber energy was about to land on Ji Beixin's forehead, a gust of wind blew over and sent the saber flying to the side. An old man landed beside Ji Beixin and said, "Girl, cheer up. With us here, you'll be fine." This old man was the eldest of the 3 elders of the Feng clan. The other 2 elders were killing enemies elsewhere, sharing the pressure for the proud, smiling palace. Ji Beixin nodded happily and said, "Thank you, great elder." At this time, she also saw Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin fighting bravely and felt incomparably gratified. She hadn't been in the Feng clan for long, but now she could clearly feel the Feng clan's care for her. It was absolutely sincere. People always see the truth in times of trouble. This battle also affected the alliance between the proud, smiling palace, the Dongfang clan, and the Feng clan. The relationship between them would be consolidated for the next 10,000 years, watching over each other and taking care of each other. With the help of the Dongfang clan and the Feng clan, the pressure on the proud, smiling palace and the others was relieved. However, it was still impossible for them to turn defeat into victory. After all, the Black Demon sect had 10,000 more people, and there was no lack of semi-sage experts among them. They were not easy to deal with. Now that Hua Xiaogui and Tang Luo were in the middle of the battlefield, they also wanted to use their own strength to kill the enemy. However, they were suddenly pulled out of the battlefield by Qian Tong of the Spirit Martial Pavilion. "Elder Qian Tong, what are you doing? Master sent you here to help us. How can you do this? Hurry up and help us kill the enemy." Hua Xiaogui shouted in dissatisfaction. Qian Tong restrained the 2 of them and explained, "The current situation does not allow us to do anything. I can only protect you 2. As Qian Tong spoke, there was already a mid-level saint from the Ghost Darkness sect glaring at him. However, the mid-level saint saw that Qian Tong did not make a move, so he did not move either. In any case, the 2 of them were here to help, so there was no need to fight with their lives on the line. "Faster, let us go. I will help the proud, smiling palace, even if I die." Hua Xiaowei shouted as she struggled. Tang Luo also said, "Yes, if we can't help the boss in this battle, how can we face the boss in the future?" Unfortunately, no matter what they said, Qian Tong remained indifferent. His purpose in coming here was to stand on the side of the proud, smiling palace, but he would never kill the Ouyang family for the proud, smiling palace. After all, the Spirit Martial Pavilion was not an ally of the proud, smiling palace, and their friendship was not close enough to help them. At best, they could only satisfy the request of 2 junior disciples to resolve this conflict. However, now that things had deviated from the trajectory of their imagination, Qian Tong naturally did not want to get involved. High up in the sky, Han Kai's fire control skill had reached a high level of perfection. The fire cloud rock he was controlling was like a real entity, constantly attacking Xianxia. The rock's wings flapped for tens of thousands of kilometers, sending out raging flames that seemed to burn the sky and evaporate the sea. Xianxia was a man with half a foot in the coffin. His cultivation was also unfathomable. Countless waves surged forward and formed a vast ocean around him. The wind was strong and the waves were strong. Countless waves struck the flaming cloud rock. Space Force continued to collapse as they fought. Xianxia, today this old master will send you to hell one step earlier. Han Kai shouted as he formed a series of seals with his hands, condensing and increasing his strength. He then flipped his palms and condensed a huge fiery palm print that seemed to absorb all the power in this world and smashed towards Xianxia. Xiao's face became solemn. He could feel the terrifying power of this move, and he knew that Han Kai was going all out. "You are not qualified," Xiao roared. Holding the holy sword in his hand, he poured all his strength into the sword, and a water dragon roared out from the sword, its momentum shaking the surroundings. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two energies continuously entangled and bombarded each other, causing the surrounding air to be compressed and the space to become chaotic. The power of the giant palm print was not completely consumed, and the power of the water dragon also broke through the power of the giant palm print. The two remaining forces blasted towards Han Kai and Xiao. Puff puff. Han Kai and Xiao both used all their strength. It was difficult for them to dodge each other's attacks. They were both sent flying far away, coughing up blood, and were seriously injured. On the other side, Mad Tooth and Ouyang were also engaged in a life-and-death battle. Mad Tooth waved his 10 millennia cold steel, which was like the tentacles of a cockroach, try to strangle Ouyang. Ouyang, on the other hand, used all kinds of high-level sword skills to knock away Mad Tooth's 10 millennia cold steel. At the same time, he released countless sword chi to attack Mad Tooth's vital parts. Mad Tooth's entire body was lacerated by the sword aura, and blood was trickling out of his wounds. Ouyang wasn't any better off. His aged face had been whipped by the 10 millennia cold steel, and a ghastly scar was left on his face. "You mad dog, I will chop off your head today." Ouyang's strength was stronger than Mad Tooth's, but he was not as desperate as Mad Tooth. He was furious. After he shouted, the long sword in his hand spun rapidly, and his body also spun along with it. His whole body became one with the long sword, and he turned into a sword chi, stabbing towards Mad Tooth's chest. His speed was as fast as lightning, and the sword chi kept surging around. Before the attack arrived, it had already created a sharp wind, which could make people feel cold. "Bastard, I want to drink your blood as a sacrifice for the warriors of the proud, smiling palace." Mad Tooth shouted, and an evil demon appeared behind him. It was covered in a thick black mist, and had a strong, bloodthirsty, and corrosive nature. Mad Tooth's 10 millennia cold steel intertwined into a thick chain. All of his power was concentrated on the chain, and he swung it towards Ouyang. Clang! Clang! Ouyang used all of his power. His holy sword hacked on Mad Tooth's 10 millennia cold steel, and the 10 millennia cold steel was cut into pieces. The tip of the sword pierced through Mad Tooth's chest. "Even if I die, I will drag someone down with me." Mad Tooth acted like he was possessed. His red eyes were full of bloodthirst. He held Ouyang with both of his hands, lowered his head, and bit towards Ouyang's neck. "Ah!" Ouyang screamed, and his long sword twisted in Mad Tooth's chest. Mad Tooth's upper body was torn apart, and his blood splashed everywhere. Mad Tooth died just like that. However, Ouyang didn't have a good time either. His neck was broken by Mad Tooth's teeth, and blood kept oozing out. Ouyang hurriedly covered his neck with his hands and took out some hemostasis spirit grass and medicinal pellets. He swallowed them and barely stopped the bleeding. Chapter 9:47. Mother Asterisk Cur. You're courting death by fighting me." Ouyang panted. If he had been any slower, his neck would have been bitten off by Mad Tooth. He did not expect Mad Tooth to be so crazy. Although he had killed Mad Tooth, he could not participate in the battle anymore. All his strength had been used up, and there were many wounds on his body. The wound on his neck could not be moved. If it burst open again, he would not be able to survive. After all, the throat was the most fatal part. Fortunately, before Mad Tooth died, his protective spirit beast, the four-horned demon cow, had just destroyed Ouyang leopard. Otherwise, it would have been a waste. On the other side, the saints of the Black Demon sect and the Dongfang clan were also fighting fiercely. Although the Black Demon sect had one more saint, the Dongfang clan had the most powerful dragon turtle. It could fight against the Thousand Vipers Black Snake Spirit Beast, a middle-level saint, and the saint's protective spirit beast. The dragon turtle's strongest point was its defense. It was almost immune to attacks that were weaker than it. This was equivalent to being in an invincible state. Coupled with its powerful and ferocious attacks, it was able to gain the upper hand even when fighting 1 against 3. If it was given a little more time, the Black Snake would definitely be swallowed alive. The middle-level saint and his 8th-level spirit beast would not be able to escape death either. With the dragon tortoise as a distraction, Granny Dongfeng and her spiritual beasts had a much easier time dealing with the myriad venomous serpent who had been a high-level saint for many years. Otherwise, the myriad venomous serpent's poisonous techniques would have been extremely difficult to deal with. As for Black Demon's wife, Mei Sha, her killing methods were extremely shocking. The mid-level saint of the Dongfang clan was forced to retreat again and again. He was surrounded by danger again and again. The middle-level saint could not fight back at all, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. This was a situation that he had not encountered for many years. He also realized that the woman in front of him definitely had the strength of a peak middle-level saint. It would not be long before she would have the opportunity to step into a higher level. Feng Qingyuan of the Feng clan could be said to be unparalleled in terms of speed. However, the Ghost Darkness sect had sent 2 people to tangle with her. One was a mid-level saint, and the other was a low-level saint. They only focused on defense and did not fight to the death with her. This made it difficult for her to defeat them, let alone help the others. The more she fought, the angrier she became. "Fu Zhen, if you don't move aside, don't blame me for being impolite." Feng Qingyuan frowned and shouted. Fu Zhen was the leader of the Guiyu sect. He had the strength of a mid-level saint and had entered this realm earlier than Feng Qingyuan. His strength was much denser than Feng Qingyuan's. "Fairy Feng, you don't have to do this. Your Feng family has become enemies with several big powers for the sake of the proud, smiling palace. I'm afraid you won't have a good time in the future," Fu Zhen replied. They had already chosen to stand on the Ouyang clan's side, so naturally, they wouldn't let the Feng clan help others. "Then all of you can go to hell." Feng Qingyan shouted out fiercely. The holy sword in her hand danced. With her as the center, she instantly swept up a ball of wind blades that formed a huge energy. The blades twisted in all directions. The energy was divided into countless wind blades that slashed towards Fu Zhen and the other low-level saint. At the same time, her figure surged like a ghost and swept towards the low-level saint. Her long sword went straight for the low-level saint's eyebrows. The low-level saint was already having a hard time fending off Feng Qingyuan's wind blades. If it wasn't for Fu Zhen bearing most of the pressure, he would have been killed. Now that Feng Qingyuan suddenly attacked him, he was terrified. He wanted to dodge, but found that Feng Qingyuan's long sword followed him like a shadow, and it was impossible for him to get rid of it. "Don't you dare hurt my junior brother." Fu Zhen dispersed Feng Qingyuan's wind blades. He shouted loudly, and the round hammer in his hand rapidly smashed towards Feng Qingyuan. If Feng Qingyuan really wanted to assassinate the low-level saint, she would also have to take Fu Zhen's heavy blow. This could be considered as a strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao Feng. He originally thought that Feng Qingyuan wouldn't take this risk. After all, even if he couldn't kill Feng Qingyuan with this move, he would at least seriously injure her. Unfortunately, he was wrong this time. Feng Qingyuan actually ignored everything and stabbed the long sword between her junior brother's eyebrows without hesitation. Ah! The low-level saint let out a shrill cry. His head was penetrated, his sea of consciousness was directly destroyed, and his soul was scattered. All his vitality was cut off, and no elixirs or miraculous medicines could save him. At the same time, Feng Qingyuan's back was smashed by Fu Zhan's heavy round hammer. Puffed. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her entire body was sent flying like a broken kite. Damn bitch, you forced me to turn against you. You actually killed my junior brother. I'll definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces. Fu Zhan shouted madly and called back a round hammer. After that, she smashed it madly towards Feng Qingyuan. Countless shadows of the hammer were accompanied by thunderbolts, and the surrounding space collapsed into pieces. Although Feng Qingyuan had suffered internal injuries, it wasn't as serious as she had imagined. This was because she was wearing a high-level saint armor given to her by the evil emperor, and it had blocked most of the strength of the attack. This was also the important thing that she relied on to take the risk to assassinate the low-level saint. Feng Qingyuan shouted delicately. Her body floated like a light breeze, and she dodged most of Fu Zhan's attack. She swung her long sword to block the rest of the attack, but she was still forced to retreat. In terms of strength, she was much weaker than Fu Zhan, and it was obvious that she was at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. I've already warned you. You asked for it. Feng Qingyuan responded and retreated 1,000 meters. Once again, she organized an attack and fought with Fu Zhan with speed. Fu Zhan was also angry. Previously, they had only wanted to delay the people from the Feng family, but they didn't expect that the Feng family wasn't here to fish in troubled waters, but to help the proud, smiling palace wholeheartedly. If he had known earlier, he would have killed Feng Qingyuan with his junior brother with all his strength. Now it was too late. He could only kill Feng Qingyuan to avenge his junior brother. On the other hand, Gu Lei from the Gu family was beating Imo Lin half to death with ease. Although he was only at the peak of the mid-level saint, his combat strength was comparable to that of an ordinary high-level saint. Countless thunder and lightning bolts made people feel that it was difficult to resist. His Thunder Flood Dragon was also extremely powerful, and Mo Lin Spirit Beast was also bitten to death. Surrender to the Gu family, and we'll spare your life. Gu Lei held a long dagger axe in his hand and looked at the seriously injured Mo Lin indifferently. There were limited saints in the central region, and every one of them was a peerless expert with the ability to dominate a region. Gu Lei had a good idea. His family didn't have many saints, and he was thinking about whether he could subdue this person for his own use. Haha, you're not qualified to make me surrender. Mo Lin laughed bitterly, and then glanced in Han Kai's direction. He said in his heart, Saint Master Han, I'm sorry. Then, several beads that looked like heavenly lightning beads appeared in his hand, and he threw them at Gu Lei. Gu Lei thought that they were real heavenly lightning beads, and he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly changed his position, and at the same time, he waved his hand, and a force swept away the beads. However, he realized that the beads didn't explode, and he knew that he had been tricked. When Gu Lei looked at Mo Lin again, he was nowhere to be seen. You actually dare to trick me. Do you think you can escape? Gu Lei was furious. He jumped onto the back of the Thunder Flood Dragon and chased in the direction that Mo Lin had escaped. As for the three saints under Sha Tian's command, they fought against the 4 Ape Kings, and the battle was also quite fierce. Although the 4 Ape Kings were only at the low level of the 8th Order, they were extremely strong. Every punch was enough to split mountains and rivers, and their physical defense was extremely abnormal. Although the 3 Jade Killers had lost one person, one of them was a mid-level saint, and they had the help of 3 8th Order Spirit Beasts, so they weren't at a disadvantage. They were good at assassination, and their movements were very unpredictable. They often changed to different tricky angles to assassinate the 4 Ape Kings. However, even if they stabbed the Ape Kings 3 times, a single punch from the Ape King would be enough to make them suffer. It was impossible for them to determine the victor in a short period of time. The two saints from the Martial Spirit Council were just casually dealing with them. They did not really fight, and no one really dared to fight them seriously. After all, the power of the Martial Spirit Council was enough to intimidate many people. Although they were on the side of the proud, smiling palace, everyone could see that they did not really want to get involved. This was also the reason why the proud, smiling palace did not have the upper hand. The battle between the saints was extremely fierce. It was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Below them, the melee had reached its climax. The proud, smiling palace's 20,000 people had been reduced to a few thousand. The Ouyang clan still had about 10,000 people, and the Black Demon sect had 7,000 to 8,000 people. Many of them had been killed by the Dongfang clan, the Feng clan, and Yuan Zhantian. The Dongfang clan and the Feng clan had both suffered losses. This battle was extremely fierce. More and more people died, and the ground was dyed red with blood. As the leader of the proud, smiling palace, Feng Xianxia had killed countless people. Now, she was besieged by two Black Demon sects, mid-level Xian emperors. She had many wounds on her body, and her aura was becoming more and more unstable. Luo Ming was also in a difficult situation. Her combat experience was much worse than the others. If not for her spirit-level world power, she would have died a long time ago. As for Jibei, the three elders of the Feng clan were taking care of her from time to time. Her life was not in danger yet. Dongfang Jing was also protected by the Dongfang clan's experts, so she could guard Xianyao and Yi Yunfeng with peace of mind. On the other hand, Wei Daiyer's situation was getting more and more dangerous. She was protected by her brother, Lung Shi, and the 8 generals. However, they were only heavenly masters, and it was difficult for them to fight against Xian emperors. A low-level Xian emperor from the Ouyang clan was called Oyangbin. He was famous for being lecherous. Even on the battlefield, he did not forget to pay attention to Feng Xianyan, Jibei, Dongfang Jing, Luo Ming, and Wei Daier. He saw that Wei Daier had the least number of experts by her side, and he, the Mystic Tharch, was able to deal with Lung Shi without any resistance. He then approached Wei Daier and laughed. "Beauty, let's see where you can run to this time. Be obedient and listen to me, and I can spare your life." At the same time, he reached out to grab Wei Daier's full chest. Just as his hand was about to come into contact with Wei Daier's chest, a strong gust of wind swept over, and a strong hand grabbed onto his hand in advance. Chapter 948. On the battlefield, it was either you die or I die. Oyangbin did not forget to flirt with a beauty in the midst of a chaotic battle. His thoughts were not something that an ordinary person could compare with. However, just as he was about to touch Wei Daier's full and bouncy chest, his hand was pinched by another hand. Oyangbin did not panic. Without thinking, he raised the long sword in his other hand and quickly slashed at the hand that grabbed him. However, before his sword could slash, the opponent used force and directly tore his arm off. Oyangbin let out a heart-wrenching scream. That sound was like a pig being slaughtered, and it made people's hair stand on end. A Mystic Tharch martial expert's bones and flesh were already extremely tough. Ordinary people could not even think of tearing them apart. However, it looked like the person just pulled lightly, and Oyangbin's arm was shifted. Blood kept spurting out from his wound. "Do you think you can touch my woman?" A cold voice rang faintly in Oyangbin's ears. This voice sounded like it came from the 9 levels of hell, and it made people who heard it feel uncomfortable, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The cold, murderous intent was terrifying. Oyangbin could not care so much and immediately retreated. He knew that the person who came was definitely a first-class martial expert. However, could he still escape? Just as his body moved, the person kicked fiercely and directly at Oyangbin's genitals. Bang! Oyangbin only felt pain in his nether regions. His 2 balls were directly kicked and exploded. Moreover, the power of that kick even attacked his entire body, directly causing his dantian to explode and his internal organs to rupture. He died on the spot. It was already obvious who the person was. That's right. He was the palace lord of the proud, smiling palace, Ling Xiao. After a long and arduous journey, he finally rushed back from the myriad flower sect to the territory of the proud, smiling palace. However, just as he was about to return to Wine Cloud City, he found out that the main forces of the proud, smiling palace had all rushed to the territory of the three-village gang to prepare for battle. Therefore, he changed his route and rushed here at the last minute. When he arrived here, he found that the people of the proud, smiling palace were already at the edge of danger. His heart was burning with anger. The first thing he did was to search for the whereabouts of his woman and brother. Only then did he realize that Wei Dyer was about to be molested. Ouyang Bin could be considered unlucky. The first person he encountered was Ling Xiao, who was filled with rage. After he died, his balls would be broken and he would become a eunuch. "Xiao, you're finally back." Wei Dyer looked at the dignified man in front of her, and her beautiful eyes could not help but overflow with tears. She was too tired from the past 2 days of killing. It had been too hard for her. She thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't show up until she died. Fortunately, he came back now, and her heart was at ease. Ling Xiao bent down and wiped away her tears. He said softly, "I'm back. Leave everything to me." Looking at the injuries all over Wei Dyer's body, Ling Xiao only felt pain in his heart. His woman, whom he loved dearly, was actually bullied by others. Today, he swore that he would start a massacre. When Wei Dyer was about to say something, she saw someone slashing towards Ling Xiao. She immediately exclaimed, "Xiao, be careful behind you." However, Ling Xiao seemed to have no reaction at all. He let the sneak attacker slash at his back. The attacker was a high-level celestial master. He thought that he could cut the man and the woman in front of him into two. However, when his saber slashed at their backs, a powerful shockwave shook the saber out of his hands. His hands started to bleed. He was shocked. He knew that the person in front of him was definitely very scary. He immediately wanted to retreat. However, Ling Xiao had already turned around and swept a roundhouse kick at his face. Bang! The powerful whip kick directly smashed the high-level celestial master's head. Ling Xiao did not even look at the dead man. He pulled Wei Dyer up and gave her a healing elixir. Then, he turned around and found that she was being besieged. The situation was very critical. He transformed into a gust of wind, and countless footsteps swept across the surrounding Ouyang clan members, causing them to explode into pieces. The power of the wind god's kick was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. When Lungshi saw who it was, he could not help but exclaim, "Palace Master, you don't have to say anything. I know. You and Wei Dyer should take care of yourselves first," Ling Xiao said as he patted Lungshi's shoulder. Then, Ling Xiao flew towards the 8 generals and wiped out the people around them. He did not have time to save the others one by one. Instead, he summoned Xiao Jin and Muscle Man, kill them all. Then, he flew up into the sky like a hawk and shouted, "I'm back. Everyone from the proud, smiling palace, gather together and wait for me to bring justice to you." Ling Xiao's voice was loud and mighty. Although there were many attacks, everyone could still hear him clearly. Many people raised their heads and looked at the man with a majestic aura. Their eyes were filled with worship. The palace master is finally back. He did not retreat. Everyone, gather together and wait for the palace master's orders. That's right. With the palace master here, the proud smiling palace will definitely win. Damn it. Ouyang family, Black Demon sect, you bastards will die. The remaining people of the proud smiling palace were all excited. They had long since respected Ling Xiao. In their hearts, Ling Xiao was an omnipotent god of war. With him, the proud smiling palace would never lose. The people of the proud smiling palace began to retreat. The Dongfang family and the Feng family also cooperated to cover for them. Thousands of people fought and retreated at the same time, and the battle began to change. When Feng Xianyun, Ji Beixin, Luo Meiying, and Dongfang Jing saw Ling Xiao, they all cried tears of joy. They had been holding on for too long. They were not worried that Ling Xiao would not dare to come back, but they were afraid that they would die before they could see Ling Xiao. Now, they did not have to worry about that anymore. Xianxia also smiled and said, "Finally, he's back. I knew the heavens would not let the proud, smiling palace die." Yuan Zhantian also caught a glimpse of Ling Xiao and realized that Ling Xiao's aura was even stronger than his. He muttered to himself, "How does this guy cultivate? He's advancing faster than me." Ling Xiao did not waste any more words. He held the golden dragon spear and began to kill. Wherever he went, there would always be people dying under his golden dragon spear. Now that he had reached the strength of a high-level mystic emperor, he could fight against a low-level saint if he went all out. Moreover, his body was so strong that he was immune to many attacks. He did not care about defense at all and only cared about killing to his heart's content. "Let me take your head." Ouyang Zhan rushed out from the crowd and attacked Ling Xiao. As the future successor of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Zhan's battle power was quite extraordinary. His strength had reached the peak of the Mystic Emperor realm, and he had killed many generals of the proud, smiling palace, including the mid-level Mystic Emperor Fang Chun and the low-level Mystic Emperor Lu Kun. He knew that Ling Xiao was the culprit behind the deaths of their two ancestors, and he couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao right now. Although he did not know how Ling Xiao had killed his two ancestors, he did not think that Ling Xiao had done it with his own strength. He must have used some kind of trick to kill them. Ouyang Zhan did not explain the situation to the younger generation, which led to Ouyang Zhan's assumption. It also doomed him to be like an egg hitting a stone. Even if Ouyang Zhan had the strength of a half-step saint, it was still not enough in Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao was full of anger, and his killing intent was at its strongest. He held the golden dragon spear and clashed with Ouyang Zhan without any fancy moves. Ouyang Zhan's low-level saint weapon shattered with one touch, and a golden dragon pierced through his chest, shattering his internal organs. Ouyang Zhan did not expect that he would not be able to last one round with his strength. Ling Xiao picked up Ouyang Zhan's body expressionlessly and shouted, "Today, none of you are allowed to escape from the proud, smiling palace." Bang! As his voice fell, his golden dragon spear vibrated and shattered Ouyang Zhan's body. Ling Xiao's actions undoubtedly inspired the fighting spirit of everyone in the proud, smiling palace. It also shocked the hearts of the people of the Ouyang clan and the Black Demon sect. However, it was not so easy to scare off so many people. A half-step saint of the Black Demon sect swept toward Ling Xiao like a ghost, and a pair of ghostly claws went to grab Ling Xiao's neck. Ling Xiao did not even look back as he continued forward, as if he did not know that someone was sneaking up on him. Ling Xiao, your head is mine," the half-step saint of the Black Demon sect said with a sinister smile. Just as the ghostly claws were about to grab Ling Xiao's neck, a huge fist came from the side. The half-step saint did not even have time to react before his head was smashed to smithereens. "You want to touch my boss? Have you asked for my permission?" A strong and handsome man said disdainfully. "Don't waste time here. Kill to your heart's content." Ling Xiao turned around and shouted at the muscular man. "Yes, boss," the muscular man replied, and a pair of tiger-striped wings immediately spread out from his back. He transformed into a birdman and began to attack the people of the Ouyang clan and the Black Demon sect. Every punch carried a vast power. Humans and spirit beasts alike would be smashed into minced meat under the power of this punch. His tiger-striped wings were like the sharpest weapons, strangling the people on both sides to his heart's content. He was an 8th-level, low-level mutant spirit beast. His combat power was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Xiao Jin was also very skillful. Spirit beasts that were at the same level or higher than him were no match for him. His third, I had a strange ability that could confuse his opponents and make them pause, giving him enough time to bite his opponents. Ling Xiao completely let go of his hands and feet. Wherever the golden dragon spear went, there would be howls of agony. If he met a difficult opponent, he would use his psyche power to kill him. 2 of the half-step saints were attacked by his psyche power, and their minds were damaged. Then, Ling Xiao killed them. Ling Xiao's return had undoubtedly changed the situation of the battlefield. Ouyang Zhenfei descended from the sky, holding Mad Tooth's head in his hand. He looked at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Ling Xiao, you little bastard! You finally showed up. I swear I will kill you today. I will destroy the Laughing Palace and avenge my brother." Chapter 949. Ouyang Zhen had a short period of time to recuperate. The wound on his neck had already healed with the help of high-grade spirit herbs and elixirs. Although his injuries had not fully recovered, he would have no problem dealing with anyone below the saint level. Following his shout, all the saints in the 9 heavens knew that the Smiling Palace Lord, Ling Xiao, had appeared. The saints from both sides split up once again, returning to their respective camps. Ling Xiao was the fuse of this battle, and he would also be the wind vane of this battle. Ling Xiao raised his head to look at Ouyang Zhen. When he saw the head in Ouyang Zhen's hand, a monstrous rage instantly erupted. Mad Tooth had actually been killed by Ouyang Zhen. Bastard! Ling Xiao roared in fear and flew towards Ouyang Zhen. At this time, Grandma Dongfang descended to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Xiao, don't be rash." In another direction, Savage Leopard also saw Mad Tooth's head in Ouyang Zhen's hand, and a wave of grief and indignation involuntarily rose in his heart. "I'll kill you, you old bastard!" Savage Leopard cursed, and his eyes were red with anger. He wielded the blood-devouring Devil Blade and charged towards Ouyang Zhen. He and Mad Tooth were like brothers. Now that Mad Tooth had been killed, it would be strange if he didn't go crazy. Savage Leopard's energy was concentrated to the extreme, and countless spirit energy surged towards him. He actually wanted to forcefully break through to the highest stage of the Mystic Tharch realm and kill Ouyang Zhen. A grain of rice dares to shine, Ouyang Zhen said with disdain. Just as Savage Leopard was halfway to Ling Xiao, the heavily injured Han Kai swept over and raised his hand to knock Savage Leopard unconscious. He then retreated to Ling Xiao's side. "Senior brother, how are you?" Ling Xiao looked at Han Kai, who was pale and covered in wounds. Han Kai shook his head and said with difficulty, "I won't die yet." Following that, he took out the spring of life and immediately drank it. Drinking too much spring water of life wouldn't have the effect of extending one's lifespan, but the effect of recovering one's qi was still very obvious. To saints, it was the best life-saving item. After all, healing pills below the 8th grade wouldn't have much effect on them. In fact, Han Kai's injuries weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. His internal organs had been severely damaged, and although the spring of life could restore a lot of his vitality, his lifespan would likely be reduced again. He didn't have much time left to live, and if he couldn't break through or obtain other top-notch holy artifact to prolong his life, he would probably die soon. Han Kai's other low-level saint friend also returned. One of his arms was almost crippled, and his aura was extremely chaotic. Clearly, he had suffered a great loss just now. They belonged to the category of independent cultivators, and although they had reached the saint level, they were definitely inferior to the saints who were nurtured by the large factions with many high-level resources. Ling Xiao didn't recognize this person, but he could tell that he was fighting for the proud, smiling palace. Without a word, he handed a drop of life spring water to the low-level saint. The low-level saint looked at Han Kai, and when he saw Han Kai nod, he took the drop and drank it. Suddenly, he felt a pure vitality rapidly nourishing his limbs, bones, and organs. A comfortable feeling arose spontaneously, and his arm, which was about to be chopped off, began to respond. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to recover, and this made him extremely excited. Among the many saints, besides Mad Tooth, the Black Demon sect had also been killed by the Dragon Turtle, which had killed a high-level 8th grade Black Snake, as well as the middle-level saint and his protective spirit beast. In addition, Han Kai's friend Mo Lin had also been killed by Gu Lei, and Fengqing Yuan had killed a low-level saint from the Ghost Darkness sect. In this battle, a total of 3 middle-level saints and 1 low-level saint had fallen, and the rest were more or less injured. It was quite a tragic battle. Fu Jin wanted to get rid of Fengqing Yuan, but he couldn't keep up with Fengqing Yuan's speed. However, he He was preparing to meet up with his other two junior brothers to deal with Feng Qingyuan and the other low-level saint. Now, beside Ling Xiao were Han Kai and his friend, the four saints of the Dongfang clan, and the two saints of the Feng clan. Yuan Zhantian's Old Monkey and the four Ape Kings stood on the other side, and the three elders of the martial spirit court had also retreated. On the Ouyang clan side, Ouyang Xiao was half dead, and Ouyang Zhen was also seriously injured. The other low-level saint was not dead either, and could be considered to have maintained a relatively complete formation. The saints of the Black Demon sect, the Gu clan, the Ghost Darkness sect, and Sha Tian's organization did not retreat. Since the battle had already begun, and the three from the martial spirit court were only helping out, the proud Smiling Palace's side was obviously weaker than the Ouyang clan's side. This battle had to decide the winner and the loser. Ling Xiao, you little bastard, you still know to show up. Today I must avenge my two brothers, Ouyang Zhen said through gritted teeth. Then he shouted to the surrounding saints, "Everyone, let's kill him together. This little bastard has a legendary divine weapon. He killed my two brothers with that divine weapon." As soon as he said this, all the saints were envious. They couldn't understand how the Ouyang clan's two saints were suddenly killed by a junior like Ling Xiao. Even if he had great abilities, it was impossible for him to suddenly increase his strength to a high-level saint to kill them. They even wondered if it was the return of the evil emperor that caused him to do such a crazy thing. However, after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was impossible. If it was the evil emperor, the Ouyang clan would not dare to take revenge with such great fanfare. It was even more likely that the evil emperor could wipe out their clan with just one hand. After all, he was a legend who had gone to the Qin domain. This was also one of the reasons why they decided to get involved in this mess. Now that they heard Ouyang Zhen say that Ling Xiao actually had a divine weapon, they finally understood why Ling Xiao, the mystic emperor, could kill Ouyang Xing and Ouyang Hua. No matter what he has, Brother Lei, you must first help get rid of that bitch. Feng Qingyuan. Fu Zhan was not in the mood to think about the divine weapon at the moment. He had to avenge his dead junior brother. As he spoke, Fu Zhan's heavy hammer was already smashing towards Feng Qingyuan. At the same time, the two saints behind him also attacked her and the other saint from the Feng clan. Ji Lei hesitated for a moment and nodded to his companion. The two of them also helped Fu Zhan to kill Feng Qingyuan. After all, the Ghost Nether sect was only able to help because he had personally invited them. It would be unreasonable for him to not help now. "Grandma, help my mistress to hold them off first. Once I settle my grudge with the Ouyang clan, I will come and help you," Ling Xiao said to Grandma Dongfang hurriedly. Grandma Dongfang nodded slightly and immediately ordered her people to help Feng Qingyuan. She stayed by Ling Xiao's side, not leaving his side at all. Luo Ming also arranged for the dragon turtle to stay by Ling Xiao's side in case of any accidents. On the other hand, Ling Xiao arranged for Xiao Jin and Muscle to stay by his women's side to protect their safety. "You all want my divine weapon, right? Then come and snatch it." Ling Xiao let out an angry roar and fully activated his 35 times battle strength. His entire body transformed into the body of a dragon. A peerless true dragon roared for thousands of miles, shocking the surroundings. Grandma Dongfang, who was beside Ling Xiao, looked slightly surprised. It was obvious that she was shocked by Ling Xiao's transformation. The saints present also revealed looks of surprise. Ouyang Zheng panicked and said to the saints around him, "Quick, get rid of him. Don't let him take out the divine weapon." At the same time, a high-grade spiritual weapon appeared in his hand, and he threw it towards Ling Xiao. The spiritual weapon pierced towards Ling Xiao's forehead in an attempt to stop Ling Xiao's next move. Unfortunately, Grandma Dongfang's palm had deflected the spiritual weapon. "Attack!" Mei Sha was very decisive and immediately ordered her people to attack Ling Xiao. The people for Sha Tian's organization also moved out at the same time, not planning to give Ling Xiao any chance. At this moment, a sky full of flying flowers suddenly scattered down from the sky. The bright red dots were like drifting snow, looking extremely beautiful and fresh. When these flying flowers scattered, everyone was stunned. Someone immediately cried out, "Flowers float for thousands of miles. It's the Wanhua sect." Indeed, as soon as this voice was heard, 3 figures flew over from afar. They were the Wanhua sect's Hua Baiha, Granny Bai, and another middle-aged woman. They were 2 mid-level saints and 1 low-level saint. Granny Bai was a peak mid-level saint and infinitely close to a high-level saint. They shouldn't be too late, while Bai has said indifferently. Everyone did not know who the Wanhua sect was helping, and they were a little confused as to what they were here for. However, the Ouyang family and the Wanhua sect were both Southern Abyss forces, so they were more or less familiar with each other. Ouyang Zheng asked, "Flower Fairy, are you here to help the Ouyang family?" He thought that the Southern Abyss forces should be on the same side, so there was no reason that the Wanhua sect saint would not appear here to help them. "We are here today to help Saint Master Ling. This old life of mine is only alive because he saved me," Hua Bai has said with a melodious voice. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the 3 from the Ouyang family changed. Ouyang Zheng asked unwillingly, "Which one is Saint Master Ling? If she's right, it should be me." Ling Xiao replied faintly. At this moment, a broken drum had appeared in his hand. He raised his hand in an instant and slapped the drum's surface. Ouyang Zheng's pupil shrank. "Quick, stop him. That's a divine weapon." After saying this, Ouyang Zheng actually turned around and hurriedly left. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had already started beating the drum heavily. Dong dong. A desolate aura assaulted the sky, and a ferocious giant holding a giant drum instantly appeared in front of everyone. He held the drumstick in his hand and beat the drum. The sound was like the morning bell of a tomb, distant and profound. It was also like the sound of a bugle drum in an ancient battlefield, urging the momentum of thousands of soldiers and horses to kill the world. Ouyang Zheng was already thousands of meters away, but the sound of the drum was everywhere, and an inexplicable force seemed to explode in his body. He tried his best to suppress it, trying to dissolve this force. Unfortunately, it was useless. After all, he was seriously injured before, and his strength was not at its peak. Otherwise, he could still hold on for a while, but now he did not have the ability to do so. Bang! Ouyang Zheng's body instantly exploded as if it had been ignited, and countless amounts of blood splattered all over the sky. Chapter 950. Many saints opened their mouths wide when they saw this scene. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Just the sound of a drum had caused a mid-level saint to explode and die. What kind of concept was that? Everyone was certain that it was definitely a divine weapon. After all, this was a drum that was struck by a high-level mystic emperor. If they were the ones using this bronze drum, how powerful would it be? Needless to say, the power would naturally be terrifying. "Damn bastard, I'll kill you." Ouyang Xiao roared as if he had gone mad. The sword in his hand made a clanging sound, and countless spiritual energy surged towards him. An incomparably oppressive force made people feel suffocated. This was the prelude to the most powerful killer move of a high-level saint. It was obvious that Ouyang Xiao intended to kill Ling Xiao with his life. "Xiao, step back. I'll deal with him," Granny Dongfang said with an extremely serious expression. Ouyang Xiao had advanced to the high-level Mystic Emperor level thousands of years earlier than her, so she was not confident that she could withstand Ouyang Zhao's desperate move. Han Kai, who was beside her, also entered a state of alert. Like Ouyang Xiao, he was seriously injured. Although he had recovered with the spring of life, his condition could not be restored immediately. Moreover, Ouyang Xiao was going all out now. Unless he went all out like him, he would not be able to withstand this move. Ling Xiao did not say anything and once again struck the sky-suppressing drum with all his strength. Dong! This time, Ling Xiao's target was Ouyang Xiao. He had to kill him before this old fellow made his move. Ouyang Xiao's internal body was immediately affected by the sound of the drum, and his blood began to churn. However, he was a high-level saint after all. All his meridians and internal organs had been strengthened to an unimaginable level. It was not impossible for him to withstand a single blow. Bastard die. Nirvana wave. Xianxia gritted his teeth and shouted. His sacred sword began to dance. All of a sudden, Xianxia was surrounded by a vast body of water. But this body of water seemed to be tossed into the air and smashed towards Ling Xiao. Countless waves transformed into a myriad of blades of water, and they were like waves of natural calamity that struck, causing this expanse of the heavens and the earth to be stirred up to the point of changing color and becoming extremely chaotic. All of this power was concentrated in one place and blasted in the direction of Ling Xiao. Granny Dongfang and Han Kai attacked at the same time. Both of them were high-grade saints, so it was not a problem for them to block the attack together. At this moment, the 1,000 poisonous snake of the Black Demon sect took advantage of this opportunity to strike Ling Xiao while he was down. He shot out clouds of poisonous fog from his palms, and the poisonous fog rushed towards Ling Xiao like a giant python. Wherever this venomous python went, the surrounding air would be corroded and burnt black, giving off a foul stench. Ling Xiao's fleshly body was already comparable to a saint artifact, reaching the realm of being impervious to all poisons. In addition, he had the old Dragon King's dragon scales for defense. He believed that even 1,000 Vipers' powerful move would not be able to do anything to him. However, the others didn't know about his situation. Lily and Granny attacked at the same time, intending to blast the poisonous mist away so that it wouldn't hurt Ling Xiao. However, their strength was far inferior to the myriad poisonous snakes. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be able to completely blast away the two venomous pythons. In the end, the remaining power of the two venomous pythons blasted into Ling Xiao's body. Boom! Husband boss! Ling Xiao's woman and brothers cried out in shock at the sight of this scene. The power of that attack was so terrifying that even a city would be completely destroyed. They didn't think that Ling Xiao could really withstand it. However, when the power dissipated, Ling Xiao was only sent flying 1,000 meters away. His body was still in midair, and the sky suppression drum in his hand was still in his grasp. If Ling Xiao couldn't withstand the attack, the dragon scales that the old Dragon King had bestowed upon him would immediately activate to defend and protect Ling Xiao. At the same time, the demonic heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness burned away the invading poisonous gas. How is this possible? He's only a high-level mystic emperor. How could he withstand my attack? The myriad poisonous snake cried out in disbelief. The other saints also revealed looks of extreme shock. Ling Xiao had given them too many surprises. Not only did he have a divine weapon, but he also had a defense that could withstand a high-level saint's attack. This could only mean that Ling Xiao had other trump cards that he could rely on. Hurry up and kill him. Don't let this drag on. Mei Sha ordered. Even if the Ouyang clan hadn't instigated the war against the proud Smiling Palace, the Black Demon sect would sooner or later have a showdown with the proud Smiling Palace. The saints started fighting again, all of their energy exploding out. The people from the Black Demon sect and Sha Tian's organization were all heading towards Ling Xiao. Their goal was no longer just to assassinate Ling Xiao. They wanted to snatch the divine drum from him. Mei Ying, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and let the dragon turtle attack. Feng Xianyan snapped out of her trance and shouted at Luo Meiying. Just now, Luo Meiying had let the dragon turtle guard Ling Xiao's side. However, when Ouyang Xiao and the myriad poisonous snake attacked, she forgot to let the dragon turtle attack. That was why Ling Xiao had fallen into a trap. Luo Ming hurriedly came to her senses and hurriedly let the dragon turtle block the saints who wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The dragon turtle roared like a demon that had been resurrected. Its mountain-like body instantly blocked the path of the 1,000 poisonous snake and the other two great saints of the Black Demon sect. Countless waves surged unceasingly, blocking their path. They did not want to be entangled with the dragon turtle. Instead, they ordered their spirit beasts to deal with the dragon turtle while they went around to kill Ling Xiao. Come on, do you really think that I am a pushover? None of you can escape today, Ling Xiao said faintly. Once again, he concentrated his spiritual energy on his palms and hit the divine drum. Dong! The Sha Tian's jade killer who had arrived the fastest was hit by Ling Xiao's drum. In an instant, he let out a blood-curdling scream and his body started to crack. Countless amounts of fresh blood seeped out from his skin. It was a terrifying sight. When Ling Xiao hit the drum for the second time, he was blasted into meat paste just like Ouyangzhen. At this time, the other two jade killers had already stabbed towards Ling Xiao from different directions. One stabbed towards Ling Xiao's back while the other stabbed towards Ling Xiao's arm in an attempt to knock the divine drum out of his hand. When Ling Xiao unleashed his full strength, he could compete with a low-level saint. However, when faced with a pincer attack, he could only dodge one of the attacks. Ling Xiao bent his body and quickly kept the divine drum, taking the blow from the low-level saint on his back. If an ordinary person was stabbed by a low-level saint, they would definitely die from a piercing blow. However, Ling Xiao's physical body was extremely strong and was covered in layers of dragon scales. The low-level saint's sword was unable to pierce through Ling Xiao's body and only sent him flying far away. Even so, the two low-level saints did not hesitate. Their speed continued to change, and they wanted to take the opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. However, their old rivals, the four Ape Kings, had received Yuan Zhantian's order and attacked them again. The strongest mid-level saint of the Heaven-Slaying organization had already fallen. The other two low-level saints and their two heavily injured spiritual beasts were simply unable to withstand the attacks of four Ape Kings that were infinitely close to the mid-level of the 8th level. Ling Xiao had a chance to catch his breath. He immediately took out a pill and swallowed it. However, a terrifying energy suddenly blasted towards him. He could not defend himself in time and was once again sent flying thousands of meters away. The pill in his hand was also destroyed. Damn it, how ruthless! Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. If not for the dragon scales given to him by the old Dragon King, he would have died many times over. Ling Xiao steadied himself and saw that it was the Black Demon Sect's Mei Sha who attacked him. He did not know that she was the Black Demon Sect's wife. All he knew was that she was his enemy. The Mei Sha's speed was as fast as the wind. It was not inferior to the average wind attribute martial artist. Once again, she chased after him, while behind Granny chased after him. However, they were blocked by the Mei Sha's 8th level high-level spirit beasts. They could not help Ling Xiao immediately. The Mei Sha's attacks were extremely ruthless. Each of her attacks contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. She wanted to turn Ling Xiao into dust in a short time. Ling Xiao did not even have the ability to defend himself. He was bombarded by the storm of attacks until he was dizzy and disoriented. You're the one who forced this empress to use my trump card. Die. Ling Xiao endured the countless attacks and cursed. Suddenly, the spatial ring in his hand underwent a huge change. Ling Xiao could not retaliate against the Mei Sha's attacks. The speed that he was so proud of was completely useless. Helpless, he could only do something that he had never done before. The spatial ring turned into a medicine cauldron. Moreover, this medicine cauldron instantly grew in size, from less than a meter tall to the size of a house. Moreover, it did not stop growing. In just a few blinks of an eye, it had become like a 100-meter-tall mountain floating in front of Ling Xiao. A thick halo of light continuously radiated from it, blocking all of the Mei Sha's attacks and giving Ling Xiao a chance to catch his breath. The Mei Sha looked at the medicine cauldron in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She thought to herself, could this be the legendary divine cauldron? Ling Xiao once again took out the pill and the heaven-suppressing drum from the medicine cauldron. After quickly swallowing the pill, he struck the drum without hesitation. Not good. Everyone retreat. Succubus cried out. Without thinking, she immediately began to flee. By the time the sound of Ling Xiao's drum fell, The Mei Xia was already 10,000 meters away. She had not suffered much damage. Ling Xiao did not have the strength to chase after her. In fact, he had just taken the pill and had only recovered 60% of his strength. It was impossible for him to catch up to the Mei Xia, who was a mid-level saint, nor could he kill her. With the Mei Xia fleeing, the other members of the Black Demon sect did not continue to fight. They immediately broke away from their respective opponents and retreated. Didn't you want the divine weapon? Come, this queen has 2 divine weapons. Let's see which one you want. Ling Zhao's crazed gaze fell on the 2 jade assassins of Xianxia's organization. With a shout, he smashed the medicine cauldron with all his might. The medicine cauldron smashed down like a mountain, its power boundless and abnormally tyrannical. Just as the medicine cauldron was about to reach the 2 jade assassins, the 4 ape kings quickly dodged. The 2 jade assassins turned around and blocked the medicine cauldron. Bang bang. Chapter 9:51. The obsidian cauldron was not an offensive artifact, but its offensive power was naturally extraordinary. The cauldron pressed down like a dozen mountains, and the 2 Xianxian saints hurriedly tried to block it. However, it was extremely heavy. Even with their strength as saints, they could not move it. They were smashed back and vomited blood. After all, the cauldron only listened to Ling Zhao's command. It would not be easy for others to withstand the mountain-sized cauldron. Moreover, Ling Xiao already had the strength of an ordinary saint, so the power of his full force was naturally quite terrifying. Without thinking, the 2 of them immediately fled with their injuries, not daring to stay a moment longer. Ling Xiao did not have the strength to chase after them. He quickly turned the cauldron back into a space ring and put it on his finger. He panted heavily, having expended a lot of energy. At this time, Granny Dongfang and Han Kai had already killed Ouyang Xiao. The 2 high-level saints could not take him down, so they really did not know what to say. As for the other saint from the Ouyang clan, he had already escaped. On the other side, Feng Qingyuan and the other low-level saint from her clan were being surrounded by 3 people from the Ghost Darkness sect and 2 people from the Gu clan. Fortunately, the saint from the Dong clan joined in, which helped Feng Qingyuan and the other person to share some of the pressure, and they were not killed. Ming, let the dragon turtle help master's wife. Ling Xiao shouted to Luo Ming below. Luo Ming immediately sent a message to the dragon turtle, asking it to go and deal with the saints from the Ghost sect and the Gu clan. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to take a pill and shouted to his people, "The Ouyang clan's old fogies are all dead, and the Black Demon sect's old fogies have also escaped. Kill them all." Ling Zhao's words undoubtedly aroused the fighting spirit and confidence of everyone in the proud, smiling palace. The Ouyang clan and the Black Demon sect who did not know what was going on were all panicking and afraid. Our ancestor is dead. What should we do? Our ancestor has been defeated. What else can we use to fight them? Even the peerless masters of the Black Demon sect have escaped. What are we left for? Everyone, run, as many as you can. That's right. Hurry up and escape. We'll take revenge in the future. Even if I die in battle, I, Ouyang Xiao, will never lose face for the Ouyang clan. Stay here and fight to the death. Most of the Ouyang family fled in disorder, but there were also many people with strong minds who stayed behind to fight. The people of the Black Demon sect had lost their backbone, so they didn't continue to fight. Instead, they retreated at full speed like a receding tide. Although the proud, smiling palace had lost more than half of their men, their morale had been boosted. With the help of Muscle, a low-leveled level 8 spiritual beast, they were able to defeat the Ouyang clan. More than half of the remaining 10,000 people from the Ouyang clan had escaped, while the rest were all killed. High up in the sky, Ling Xiao once again swallowed a pill to recover his qi. He shifted his gaze to the people from the Ghost Darkness sect and the Gu clan. Fu Zhen, Gu Lei, and the others had already sensed that the situation was not good, and they were already afraid. Brother Fu, it's not a good time to fight. The old guys from the Ouyang clan are either dead or have escaped. The Black Demon sect has also retreated. We have to retreat. or we'll be surrounded by them. Gulei called out to Fu Zhan. Fu Zhan gritted his teeth and looked at Feng Qingyuan. He scolded, "Bitch, I'll remember how you kill my junior brother today. I'll make the Feng clan pay with blood in the future." He then turned to his fellow disciples and said, "Let's go." The people from the two clans immediately chose to retreat. The dragon turtle forced two low-leveled level 8 spiritual beasts to stay and bit them to death. Ling Xiao rushed over and shouted, "How dare you return the favor to my master's wife? How can I not teach you a lesson?" The sky-suppressing drum in Ling Xiao's arms once again thumped heavily. Dong! A low-leveled saint from the Ghost Darkness sect became Ling Xiao's target this time. His body was shaken and turned into a pool of blood. Damn bastard! The Ghost Darkness sect will remember this. Fu Zhan's eyes were red with anger as he roared. They had originally wanted to fish in troubled waters to pick up Ping Yi, but now they had lost two saints. This was a huge loss, and they did not get Ping Yi at all. It was really maddening. Ling Xiao hugged the drum and panted. He did not have the energy to chase after them. Every time he swallowed an elixir, he could only recover enough energy to beat the drum once. The sky-suppressing drum consumed too much energy. It was not something that ordinary people could use. Only people like Ling Xiao, who had enough elixirs, could afford to use it. The four saints from the Ghost Darkness sect and the Gu clan escaped, and the others did not chase after them. No one would take the risk to fight with the other party if they were not completely sure that they could kill the other party. The battle finally ended. The proud smiling palace won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. A total of more than 20,000 people were mobilized. Less than 5,000 survived, and these people were all injured. It was obvious how tragic the battle was. The Ouyang clan had sent more than 30,000 people, but only a few thousand escaped. Out of the three saints, they had lost two saints. It could be said that their foundation had been shaken, and their strength had declined rapidly. They were afraid that they would become the weakest of the major forces. The Black Demon sect had also lost a middle-level saint and two 8th-level spirit beasts. They had also lost 3,000 to 4,000 warriors below the saint level. The hundreds of elites of the Gu clan had all been killed. It was estimated that there would be a shortage of people in the near future. "Master's wife, are you all right?" Ling Xiao asked Feng Qingyuan. Those who came to help the proud, smiling palace in the face of life and death were firm friendships that had withstood the test of time. This also showed that Feng Qingyuan's concern for his disciple was definitely not fake. Feng Qingyuan was injured, but it was not fatal. She shook her head and said, "I won't die yet." Then she stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Brat, how did you provoke the Ouyang clan to make them so angry? You're really the same as your master, a fearless person." Although Feng Qingyuan had reprimanded Ling Xiao, she did not have any intention of blaming him. In this world, the weak were prey to the weak. He believed that Ling Xiao would definitely not find trouble with the Ouyang clan for no reason. There must be something unknown that had happened. However, regardless of whether Ling Xiao was right or wrong, as his master's wife, she would still choose to stand on Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao replied, "Disciple is not someone who wants to cause trouble, but some people always think that disciple is easy to bully. I can only give them a long memory, but some people don't seem to shed tears until they see the coffin. No matter what, you're too rash. You must remember that you're not just representing yourself, but the entire palace. If it wasn't for these few people lending a hand today, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable." Feng Qingyuan warned as a senior. "All right, now is not the time to talk about these things. I believe that after Xiao has experienced this, he will know his limits next time." Grandma Dongfang said from the side. Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, he heard a wail, "Mad Tooth, my brother, I don't believe that you will die. I don't believe that you bastards of the Ouyang clan. I will definitely slaughter all of you." This was the voice of the savage leopard. He had already woken up from his coma. He could not accept the fact that his brother had fallen and kept roaring. Ling Xiao let out a heavy sigh. He flew to the side of the savage leopard and shouted, "Calm down." The savage leopard looked at Ling Xiao and pleaded, "Mistress, you must have a way to save Mad Tooth, right? You must think of a way to save him." For a man of steel to become so sad, it was enough to show how deep the friendship between the two of them was over the years. Ling Xiao patted the savage leopard's shoulder and said, "Don't be agitated. Back then, you were only at the peak of the Emperor stage, and you were able to survive. Not to mention that Mad Tooth is already a middle-stage saint. As long as his soul is still there, I can let him borrow his body to live again." Ling Xiao's words were more or less comforting to the savage leopard. Although one soul could leave their body after reaching the saint realm, not everyone could protect their soul from dissipating and live on. However, as long as his soul broke free from his body before he died, there was a chance for him to revive. The savage leopard suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly said, "That's right, Mad Tooth won't die so easily. He must still have a soul. As long as we find his soul, we will have a chance to live." "All right, you go down first. I'll take a good look," Ling Xiao advised. "Then I'll have to trouble young master." The savage leopard nodded and immediately landed below the people from the proud, smiling palace, allowing Ling Xiao to quietly sense. The other saints descended from the sky as well, consumed medicinal pills, and started to heal their injuries. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged high up in the sky. In terms of spiritual force, no one present was more profound and vigorous than him. His strength had continuously increased, and his spiritual sea had been greatly expanded. He could completely absorb a lot of spiritual liquid. In addition to being able to control other people's souls, Ling Xiao's soul controlling art could also awaken many remnant souls. He could absorb the power of these remnant souls and cultivate them into spiritual liquid, which could strengthen his own soul and receive the memories of the remnant souls. This was also a different kind of profoundness of the soul controlling art. Right now, there had just been a large-scale massacre in this world, and tens of thousands of people had died. There were definitely many souls left in this world. These remnant souls were the greatest nourishment for Ling Xiao's spiritual force. Ling Xiao could gather them all and absorb them, and he could also distinguish which wisp of remnant soul belonged to Mad Tooth. The premise was that Mad Tooth's soul had not been completely destroyed by Xianxia. The soul-controlling art began to activate, and the many impure remnant souls that had not dissipated were continuously absorbed. Ling Xiao could sense their fear, panic, despair, and a series of other negative emotions. Although there was a lot of remnant soul power, Ling Xiao did not absorb them because their power was too weak. For the current him, they were not of much use and would only increase the impurities in his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao only collected remnant souls that could reach the mystic emperor level and above and absorb them. Suddenly, he caught a half-saint remnant soul. This remnant soul was much stronger than the others, and it was in its weakest state. It attached itself to the original corpse, wanting to recover some strength and find a suitable body to be reborn in. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony at all. He directly pulled it over and quickly refined it. Chapter 952. Now that Ling Xiao's knowledge sea had expanded to an unimaginable extent, ordinary remnant souls were no match for him. However, this kind of half-saint remnant soul could greatly increase his spiritual power. However, Ling Xiao was not in the mood to enjoy the feeling of being filled to the brim. He immediately continued to absorb the remnant soul's energy. After a series of twists and turns, Ling Xiao was unable to find the existence of Mad Tooth's remnant soul. This made Ling Xiao a little anxious. Could it be that Mad Tooth's soul was also destroyed? Ling Xiao wondered. Not every cultivator could retain their remnant soul's energy after death. Some cultivator souls were severely damaged before they died, so it was very likely that they had no remnant soul left. Ling Xiao suppressed his impatience and continued to spread out his mental power. Ling Xiao's spiritual power was like a large net, crisscrossing and dense like silk. Finally, he found a place where soul power fluctuations were intense. The remnant soul gradually condensed into a human figure. Although it was extremely weak, it was the strongest remnant soul Ling Xiao had sensed. So this old guy is still alive. Ling Xiao discovered that this remnant soul was not Mad Tooth, but Ouyang Xiao, who had been killed by Granny Dongfang and Han Kai. As soon as Ouyang Xiao's remnant soul condensed, it flew in a certain direction, trying to leave this place. Ling Xiao could not let it escape. Once it recovered its soul power, it would definitely be able to resurrect and grow again. It might even seek revenge on the proud, smiling palace in the future. Now that it was at its weakest, Yang Kai had to absorb and refine it immediately. Now that Ling Xiao's soul had cultivated to the astral projection stage, he could also fight outside of his body, which was not much weaker than his real body. To deal with such a powerful remnant soul, it was difficult for Ling Xiao to absorb it all at once. He had to personally capture it with his own soul. Ling Xiao was not worried about being devoured by Ouyang Xiao's remnant soul. After all, it was currently at its weakest. Ling Xiao did not spend too much effort to capture it. Ling Xiao, this old man is already like this. Can't you let me go? Ouyang Xiao said in panic. It really didn't expect that its remnant soul would be caught by others. It was even more afraid of Ling Xiao. Once its remnant soul was injured, it would lose its last hope. If you don't remove the roots, it will grow again. When you came to destroy the proud, smiling palace, why didn't you think about letting us go? What's the use of begging now? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. He immediately pulled Ouyang Xiao's remnant soul into his sea of consciousness. No matter how hard Ouyang Xiao's remnant soul struggled, it could not change the fact that it was being refined. Ling Xiao didn't have time to digest Ouyang Xiao's memories. He started searching again. Finally, he found Mad Tooth's remnant soul at the broken chain of a 10,000-year cold iron. It was also very weak, even weaker than Ouyang Xiao's remnant soul. Mad Tooth, this palace is here to help you. Ling Xiao's soul communicated with Mad Tooth's remnant soul. Palace Master. Mad Tooth failed to protect the palace. Palace Master, please punish me. Mad Tooth said weakly. Don't say anything. First, stay in my sea of consciousness. I will find a suitable body for you as soon as possible. When the time comes, you will be able to conquer the world with us. Ling Xiao comforted her. Immediately after, Ling Xiao brought Mad Tooth's remnant soul into his sea of consciousness and nurtured it. Ling Xiao was not worried that Mad Tooth would harm him. After all, he had the evil demon Heavenly Fire Bead in his sea of consciousness. Moreover, he trusted Mad Tooth's loyalty. When Savage Leopard saw Ling Xiao descending, he immediately flew over and asked, Palace Master, how is it? His eyes were filled with expectation. He was afraid to hear the unacceptable truth. Found it. Find him a perfect body. Anyway, his previous body has already aged. When the time comes, it won't be so awkward for you to call him brother. Ling Xiao joked. Savage Leopard was overjoyed and immediately knelt to Ling Xiao. Thank you, Palace Master. If it was anyone else, it would be difficult to find these scattered souls. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the ability to do so. Now, Savage Leopard was truly loyal to Ling Xiao. He wouldn't have the slightest bit of betrayal. Ling Xiao returned to his woman's side and saw Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng's face was pale and his chest was covered in blood. His aura was very weak. Who did this? Ling Xiao's anger rose again. Yi Yunfeng was his little brother, but he was injured like this. It really made him angry. Xianxia pointed to Lu Su, who was like a dead dog, and said, It's this betrayal. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Su and saw that he had no aura. Obviously, his dantian was destroyed. What the hell is going on? Ling Xiao asked with a sullen face. Xianxia told Ling Xiao what happened before. Lu Su looked up at Ling Xiao and smiled. It's a pity that I didn't kill you and Yi Yunfeng. Otherwise, I would have two of them to accompany me in death. Huh. I have treated you well. It's fine if you betrayed me, but why did you harm Yunfeng? He usually treats you like a brother. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Su coldly and asked, I, Lu Su, have inherited the 9-sun burning heaven divine art. In the future, I will walk a bright path and create an unparalleled foundation. I am not someone who will lower myself to others. The moment you accepted my flowing sun sect, I swore that one day, I will replace you. Lu Su said unyieldingly. Is that so? Then don't dream like that in your next life. Ling Xiao grabbed Lu Su's head with one hand, and a ball of fire came out, burning Lu Su to ashes. This is what happens to traitors. Ling Xiao looked at the people around him and said. He knew that he had treated the people around him well, but now there was a traitor who almost killed his own brother. He had to show his might to deter the others. Everyone from the proud, smiling palace knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, We swear to follow the palace lord. We will never betray the palace lord. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else and immediately ordered everyone to return to the proud, smiling palace. Then he walked over to Hua, Xiaoye, and Tang Guigua, who were walking over. Boss! The two of them cried out with guilt on their faces. They felt guilty for not being able to help the proud, smiling palace. If they had the ability, they would have tortured Qian Tong 1,000 times. Ling Xiao glanced at them, and then looked at the three saints who were standing not too far away. He just patted their shoulders and said, I know what you're thinking. Let's go back to my place and have a drink before we talk. This was not the place to talk. There were many wounded people here, and they had to be escorted back to the palace to heal. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guigua nodded and followed Ling Xiao back to the proud, smiling palace. Ling Xiao didn't blame them, which made them feel even more upset. The Ouyang family had come from far away to destroy the proud, smiling palace. Although the proud, smiling palace had suffered great losses, most of their people had died in the three village gangs' territory. Many people from different forces had come to the battlefield to see what had happened. They were shocked. All that was left were the bodies of the Ouyang family and the Black Demon sect. There were also the bodies of countless spirit beasts. Not a single person from the proud, smiling palace had died. The ground was covered with corpses and blood. It was a disgusting scene. So many people have died. It's no wonder that this is a competition between great forces. The Ouyang family is finished this time. The proud, smiling palace was able to resist their entire clan's attack, and even the Black Demon sect Sha Yu was forced to retreat. After this battle, the proud, smiling palace will surpass the Black Demon sect and become the most powerful force after the Martial Spirit Pavilion. They might not be any weaker than the Medicine sect. After this battle, the proud, smiling palace will not let this matter go. I am afraid the Ouyang family will be removed from the central region. Damn it! All the interspatial rings and spirit weapons have been taken away. There are only some scraps left. The proud, smiling palace is so cruel. The Ouyang family's attack on the proud, smiling palace had failed. Instead, they had been defeated. The news spread like a plague to every corner of the central region. The reputation of the proud, smiling palace was pushed to the peak in this battle. Some people said that the palace of the proud, smiling palace was defeated because of the help of the Dongfang clan and the Feng clan. Some people said that the palace of the proud, smiling palace had a divine weapon that could kill a saint with one move. That was the main reason why they defeated the Ouyang clan. Some people said that Ling Xiao became a saint alchemist and recruited many saints from the Wanhua clan to help him. In short, all the rumors were true. It was as if they had been there. However, the news that Ling Xiao had a divine weapon had been confirmed by the survivors of the battle. For a time, all the major forces had different thoughts. When the people of the Black Demon sect returned to their sect, they immediately sent out an order to guard against the proud, smiling palace. Mei Sha, who was in the Black Demon sect, was in a bad mood. This was the first time she had led people in a battle. She had thought that victory was in her grasp, but she had been defeated. She was very unwilling. A divine artifact. If we can take it, it will definitely help our demon sect slaughter everything in its path. Mei Sha murmured with an extremely unwilling expression. She was thinking about how to get the divine weapon from Ling Xiao. It seems that I can only summon my husband back as soon as possible. Mei Sha made a decision after some hesitation. In the headquarters of the Killing Heaven organization, Killing Heaven, who was wearing a sinister mask, was listening to the report of the results of the operation from his two subordinates, who had returned with injuries. His mask revealed two frightening rays of light. It was extremely intimidating. "Palace Master, please punish us. We are useless." The two low-level saints knelt on one knee and said. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Get up. I can't blame you. I didn't expect that kid to be able to cause so much trouble. He even killed a few saints from the Ouyang family. It seems that I have underestimated him. Palace Master, that brat's physical body is very strange. He was clearly stabbed by me, but he's completely fine. I suspect that he doesn't just have two divine items. He might even have a defensive divine item," said a low-level saint. After hearing this, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, could it be that the demonic emperor got these from the heavenly region for this kid? Chapter 9:53. The proud smiling palace had defeated the Ouyang clan, but they didn't feel happy at all. Whether it was inside the proud smiling palace or outside the Windcloud city, everyone was wearing white clothes and white headscarves. It was a sad atmosphere of a funeral. More than 20,000 people had been sent out, but nearly 20,000 had died. Only 4,000 people had returned alive. This was an absolutely tragic victory. There was nothing to be happy about. Ling Xiao took the lead and held a grand funeral in the palace, offering sacrifices to all the dead. The MC held the ceremony in a grand manner. Ling Xiao even personally bowed to those who had died, to show his respect and mourning for their heroic sacrifice for the temple. Ling Xiao also told Xianxia to make arrangements for the relatives of the dead elders and deacons, so that they would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Those who wanted to cultivate could directly become outer court disciples of the palace, and those who had Tian Bin could become inner court disciples. This was also a way to comfort the family members who had sacrificed themselves. At the same time, it was also a way to win people's hearts. Otherwise, who would work for the proud, smiling palace in the future? The funeral lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it ended. Everyone had to wear mourning clothes for 3 months, and at that time, Ling Xiao would personally go and destroy the Ouyang clan. At the same time, he made his identity as a saint alchemist known to the world. Anyone who wanted to join the proud, smiling palace could come and join, provided that they were loyal enough. So many people had died this time, so they had to recruit strong cultivators as soon as possible. Only then could they withstand the pressure from other forces. In addition, Ling Xiao had already asked Cruel Leopard to take people to the Flowing Sun sect and other forces that had announced that they had escaped from the proud, smiling palace. They would all be slaughtered to show their loyalty. This was the result of choosing to betray the proud, smiling palace. There would be no mercy. Inside the proud, smiling palace, Ling Xiao was wearing a white robe and holding a pot of good wine. He was drinking with Hua, Xiaogui, and Tang Guoguo in front of him. They hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years. The three of them didn't know where to start, so they just drank alone. In the end, Hua Xiaogui unhappily drank a mouthful of wine and said to Ling Xiao, "Boss, I quit. I want to stay by your side and live and die with you." "What do you mean by life and death? Are you trying to curse the boss to die earlier?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. For some reason, he felt that there was a gap between him and the two of them after only 10 years. However, with Hua Xiaogui's words, this barrier instantly diluted a lot. At least, Hua Xiaogui's temperament was still the same. Hua Xiaogui awkwardly said, "Boss, that's not what I meant. I just want to stay and create hegemony with you. I don't want to go back to the spiritual martial pavilion." Tango also opened his mouth and said, "Let us stay and help you." Ling Xiao drank a mouthful of wine and shook his head. When the fraud asked you to go to the spiritual martial pavilion, he knew that you would have a bright future and would definitely walk a path that belongs to you. I'm already very grateful that you came over this time. At least in your hearts, I am your boss. It's not that the boss doesn't want you to stay, but it's not the time yet. You're currently in the learning stage, so it's better to stay in the spiritual martial pavilion. But these old fellows are too infuriating. They can't even help with a little. If they're willing to help, they can definitely make those people pay a big price. Hua Xiaogui was quite unwilling. What do you think, Gugu? Ling Xiao did not answer, but looked at Tang Gugu and asked. Psychologically, Tang Gugu was more mature and steady than Hua Xiaogui. Tang Gugu hesitated for a moment and said, they have their concerns. If they really want to interfere, then it won't just be their problem, but the matter of the martial pavilion. It will involve many things. Ling Xiao nodded his head and sighed. That's right. You must have just entered the spiritual martial pavilion. If you can become the indispensable Saint Master of the spiritual martial pavilion in the future, then what happened that day would not have happened. So it's better to rely on yourself than others. This was also the conclusion of Ling Xiao's many years of life experience. With the departure of the prodigal boy and the dragon lady, Ling Xiao seriously lacked helpers. Without their help, it would be much more difficult to survive. If not for the dragon scale and the sky-suppressing drum given by the old Dragon King, he would have long been destroyed by the saint. Don't expect anyone to come and save him in times of danger. That was why he said those words out of his feelings. He also wanted Hua Xiaogui and Tang Gugu to stay, but this would instead hinder their progress. Ling Xiao was very selfish in many things, but he was very open-minded in this aspect. At that time, he brought them to the Central Territory precisely because he wanted all of them to grow, and he hadn't been concerned with his own strength and caused them to be unable to develop better. But if something big happens again and we can't help boss, it will make us feel bad. Hua Xiaogui said, I know what you're thinking, so you need to get stronger as soon as possible. When you reach a higher level, even the people in the pavilion won't be able to control you. At that time, you'll be free to do whatever you want, Ling Xiao replied. Then he added, no matter where you are, as long as you remember me as your boss, you're my brothers. If you need my help, I won't hesitate to help. Boss is right. I must become a 7th tier, no, 8th tier weapon refiner as soon as possible. At that time, all the resources in the pavilion will be controlled by us, Tang Gugu replied confidently. I just want to stay by boss's side. Moreover, boss is now an 8th tier alchemist. He will definitely teach me better than my old master, Hua Xiaogui said angrily. Don't say anything else. Let's not go home until we are drunk. Ling Xiao didn't want to talk anymore, so he picked up the wine pot and clinked glasses with Ling Xiao. Yes, let's not go home until we are drunk. We must return to the martial pavilion tomorrow. I don't know when we will see each other again. I hope that we brothers can become famous in the central region. Tang Gugu raised the wine pot and clinked glasses with Ling Xiao. Hua Xiaogui sighed lightly and didn't say anything else. He raised his head and drank to his heart's content. He had made up his mind that he must catch up to boss's footsteps as soon as possible so that he could help boss in the future. The three of them didn't know how long they had been drinking, but in the end, they all collapsed. After waking up, the two of them had to leave. Before leaving, Hua Xiaogui still wanted to bring Wuxia to the spiritual martial pavilion. But this time, she was stopped by Ling Xiao. Boss, why? Hua Xiaogui asked, puzzled. Wuxia also looked nervously at Ling Xiao. She didn't understand why he wanted to stop her. Hadn't he brought her to the central region so that she could be with Hua Xiaogui? Ling Xiao shook his head and said to Hua Xiaogui, now that you are a true disciple of the Saint Master, your status is completely different. I'm afraid that your marriage is no longer up to you. Moreover, Xiao Shui's strength is still too weak. If she goes back with you, I'm afraid that she won't be welcomed. Have you thought about this? The bigger the power, the more popular it was for marriage, or it was for the prospects of development. Hua Xiaogui already had the strength of a low-level heavenly venerable, and she was also a 6th-grade alchemist. This identity was enough to show disdain from many of her peers. Wuxia's strength was only at the mid-level king stage. In the central region, she could only be considered as an ordinary martial artist. Wanting to let her enter the eyes of those old fellows in the spiritual martial pavilion was simply a fantasy. Hua Xiaogui glanced at Wuxia and replied, Boss, you don't have to worry about this. My old master probably won't care about this. Ling Xiao said, Little turtle, your thinking is still a bit too naive. Maybe he will let Xianxia stay in the spiritual martial pavilion, but he will definitely not let you two be together. He might even harm Xianxia because of this. Wuxia was a smart girl. She instantly understood what Ling Xiao meant, and her face turned pale. Could it be that her fate with Hua Xiaogui ended here? Boss, what do you think we should do? I can't give up on Xianxia, Hua Xiaogui said. At the same time, he mustered up his courage and held Wu Xixiue's hand to comfort her. Yes, I knew that you were a person who valued relationships and righteousness. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought Xianxia to the central region. Ling Xiao was very pleased to hear Hua Xiaogui's words. He paused for a moment before continuing. Xianxia indeed can't go to the spiritual martial pavilion with you right now, but that doesn't mean that you can't marry her in the future. From today onwards, I have decided to accept Xianxia as my sworn sister. I will do my best to help her improve her strength as soon as possible. In less than 10 years, when you come to marry her, the spiritual martial pavilion shouldn't have anything to say. After all, your boss is also an overlord, and my sworn sister's identity is naturally different. Moreover, I am also a saint alchemist. Even if I meet your master, I will have the opportunity to be on equal footing with him. Will this really work? Before Hua Xiaogui could speak, Wu Xixue first exclaimed. In the northwest, her cultivation of Tenbin was considered not bad. However, after coming to the central region, she realized that she was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Her Tenbin and strength were not worth mentioning at all. If it wasn't for the help of Ling Zhao's elixirs, she wouldn't have been able to advance from a high-level spirit master to a mid-level king in 3 years. When she saw Hua Xiaogui again, she really felt inferior in her heart. Thinking back, she had despised Hua Xiaogui in the past. Now, it was she who was not worthy of her. This is not impossible. As long as you can endure the hardships, even if I can't help you reach the Mystic the Archstage in 10 years, I can still help you increase your strength to that of a heavenly venerable. Ling Xiao vowed. With his current status as a saint alchemist and the inherited memories of the alchemist god, he had countless elixirs that could increase one's strength. Among the 8th grade elixirs, there were even more heaven-defying elixirs that could increase one's strength by 2 or 3 levels. However, this only had such an effect on those martial artists with lower strength. Of course, every type of 8th grade spirit herb was not that easy to find. Other than in various dangerous forbidden lands, it was impossible to find it in other places. Fortunately, Wu Xixue had a water attribute physique, and Ling Xiao did not lack 8th grade spirit herbs. Therefore, he was not worried that he could not increase Wu Xixue's strength. With boss's guarantee, I can naturally rest assured. However, I still have to wait for 10 years. Hua Xiaogui never doubted Ling Zhao's words. Wu Xixue also revealed a look of joy. To a cultivator, 10 years was not considered too long. They should be able to wait. Chapter 954. Hua Xiaogui and Tanga left. Although they had some small achievements, compared to Ling Xiao, it was not the time for them to be proud. The reason why Ling Xiao did not allow them to come to the proud Smiling Palace was because the Martial Spirit Pavilion was the #1 pavilion in the world. Compared to it, the proud Smiling Palace was much weaker. Letting them stay there to cultivate and study was the safest and most appropriate choice. If they were outstanding enough, 100 or 1,000 years later, the Martial Spirit Pavilion might be under their control. Just like their 2 masters, once they became Saint Masters, they would be able to stand on equal footing with the old Pavilion Master and become the 3 pillars of the proud Smiling Palace. Ling Xiao hoped that they could grow to that point. In the future, the central region would belong to the 3 of them. Of course, that was only a long-term goal. It was a plan for the proud Smiling Palace to have a strong and powerful helper. Ling Zhao's real goal was not the central region. Only the heaven region was a place he would set foot in the future. Ling Xiao announced that he would accept Wu Xixue as his sworn sister. Wu Xixue's status in the palace also rose rapidly. At the same time, Ling Xiao used some rare spirit treasures to refine Wu Xixiue's body, improving her Tianbin cultivation by a lot. This would help her cultivation speed in the future. After doing all this, Ling Xiao finally took the time to thank the saints of the Dongfang clan, Feng clan, and Wanhua clan who had come to help. He also promised to help them refine the 8th grade pill, Saint Ascension pill. However, they had to prepare the beast cores and spirit herbs themselves. Otherwise, there was nothing he could do. After hearing Ling Xiao announce the reward, the saint's eyes flashed with excitement. The saint pill was a pill that could increase the chances of a peak Xian emperor or half-saint becoming a saint. It was a heaven-defying pill among the 8th grade saint pills. It was not something that anyone could refine. The chances of failure were quite high. Even people like Han Kai and Feng Zheng, who had been saint masters for a long time, did not dare to refine this pill easily. If they failed, the loss would be considerable. However, Ling Xiao was not worried about this situation. It was not that there was no chance of failure, but that the chances of failure were quite low. He was very confident in himself. For this reason, he specially refined a batch of wind attribute saint pills. While refining the pills, a gust of wind blew in the proud, smiling palace. Like the eye of the storm, everything in the surroundings was turned upside down. Some of the surrounding earth kings and heavenly venerables were swept up by the gust of wind, unable to control their bodies. Fortunately, the gust of wind had no lethality. Otherwise, they would have been cut into pieces by the wind blades. Fortunately, the gust of wind did not have any lethality, or they would have been killed by the wind blades. Ling Xiao had just reached level 8, so he could only refine one elixir at a time. A cauldron of spirit herbs still lost a lot of medicinal properties. If he had become a saint, he might be able to refine more than one elixir at a time. Now that the Feng clan and the Ghost Nether sect were at odds, adding another saint to the Feng clan would increase their strength by another level. If he had already become a saint, it would not have been a problem for him to condense more than one pill at a time. Now that the Feng clan and the Ghost Nether sect were at odds, adding another saint to the Feng clan would increase their strength by another level. If the Ghost Nether sect really came to attack, they would have the power to fight back. As Ling Xiao refined this saint pill, the saints of the Dongfang family, Feng clan, and Wanhua sect all shone with extraordinary splendor. Every time a saint appeared, the power of a power would increase by a lot. Furthermore, saints are the cornerstone of the various powers to ensure their prosperity. Good. It seems like my Xiao Jing's eyes are really good. He actually found a good saint master for our Dongfang family. Hee. Grandma Dongfang laughed heartily. Back then, she had almost rejected Ling Xiao, but fortunately, she did not make that wrong decision in the end. Feng Qingyan, who was at the side, was grinning from ear to ear as he received the pill from Ling Xiao and laughed. Hee, of course. Otherwise, how could he enter Big Brother, Evil Emperor's eyes? This was great. With this saint pill, it wouldn't be a problem for their family's half-saint to directly enter the saint realm. Now, there was no need to worry about the Ghost Nether sect attacking. Hua Baihe glanced at Granny Bai and admired her senior sister's foresight. When Ling Xiao rushed back to the Proud Smile Palace from the Wanhua sect, she was still hesitating whether she should help him or not. Later on, it was her senior sister who insisted that she should go and help, and now she was able to form a relationship with Ling Xiao. However, she also sighed in her heart. It was a pity that the two girls from her sect were unable to move Ling Xiao's heart. However, Ling Xiao had already promised to refine a saint pellet for them, which made them feel a lot more at ease. A few days ago, she was still worried that there would be no juniors to take over their position. Now that there was a saint pill, this problem could be solved. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Baihe and said, "Senior Hua, the Ouyang family is in the southern abyss, and now that my laughing palace has lost a large number of people, Ling Xiao has a presumptuous request. I hope that your Wanhua sect can help me destroy the Ouyang family, and after that, I will definitely refine 5 saint pills for you as a reward. What do you think?" Of course, our laughing palace will be the vanguard, and you will only be responsible for waving the flag and cheering from the side. Hua Baihe was a little hesitant. Their Wanhua sect had always rarely fought with others. Although the Ouyang family's strength had been greatly reduced, it was not as if they had no way of resisting. Ling Zhao's request undoubtedly made things difficult for her. If they did not agree, then they would not be able to obtain the 5 saint pills. At this time, Granny Bai replied for Hua Baihe, "This is no problem. Our Wanhua sect is willing to help Saint Master Ling." Hua Baihe glanced at Granny Bai and finally nodded. "All right, our Wanhua sect has never fought with others. Now that Saint Master Ling has made this request, we will be the bad guys for once, and hope that we can become good allies with the Laughing Palace. Of course, I, Ling Xiao, already consider you two as friends. Seniors, you can go back and prepare. I will be there soon. This time, I will definitely make the Ouyang family completely disappear from the southern abyss." Ling Xiao showed a look of determination. Hua Baihe also replied straightforwardly, "All right, I am waiting for Saint Master Ling's 5 saint pills. Write me a list first. I will go back and prepare the materials." Ling Xiao nodded and immediately told Hua Baihe about the various spirit herbs he needed. After Hua Baihe and Granny Bai forcibly memorized the spirit herbs, they hurriedly left the Laughing Palace and returned to the Wanhua sect. "Shower, are you really planning to destroy the Ouyang family?" Feng Qingyuan asked worriedly. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "This matter will definitely be done." Granny Dongfang immediately agreed with Ling Xiao and said, "That's right. They're bullying us. If we don't get rid of them completely, there'll be a disaster in 100 or 1,000 years. Granny will accompany you." Granny Dongfang agreed immediately. "Thank you, Grandma, but there are already tigers with their teeth pulled out. There is no need to trouble you. If it is convenient for you, you can stay with me for a few more days. It won't be too late to go back after I return in triumph," Ling Xiao replied. Grandma Dongfang was already old and cunning. She immediately understood what Ling Xiao meant when she heard his words. She didn't expose him and nodded. "All right, I haven't talked to Xiao Jing in a long time. I will stay here for a while, so that I won't be at peace when I return." Ling Xiao smiled. Just as he was about to say something to thank her, Bai Yushi hurriedly ran over. "Young master, Sister Yun." Ling Xiao looked at the flustered Bai Yusin and asked, "What's wrong with Yun'er?" "Yun, Sister Yun. She's having a stomachache and is starting to bleed. She's going to give birth now." Bai Yushi gasped for breath. Feng Xianyun and Kai Shiyue had already been pregnant for 3 months before Ling Xiao went to the southern abyss. It was only 8 months now, and they hadn't even been pregnant for 10 months yet. A few days ago, she led the army to fight against the Ouyang family's people, killing in all directions, and she was also seriously injured. At that time, she felt that her stomach was uncomfortable, but she had been suppressing it with pills and the spring of life. Now that she had returned to the palace to recuperate, she finally couldn't stand the pain in her lower abdomen and showed signs of giving birth. How could I forget about this? Quick, get someone to prepare to deliver the babies. We can't let anything happen to them." Ling Xiao exclaimed with a shudder. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was really not a competent husband. When he was on the battlefield, he didn't even have time to pay attention to his pregnant wife. Now that he came back, he was busy with the funeral, and then he said goodbye to Hua Xiaoge and Tang Guowa, and then he was busy greeting these saints and refining pills. Until now, if Bai Yushi hadn't come to tell him, he probably wouldn't have known that Feng Xianyun was going to give birth. Someone has already delivered the baby, but Sister Yin might be in danger. She has been holding it back. If she hadn't suddenly fainted from the pain, we wouldn't have known that she was so serious, Bai Yushi said anxiously. "What? No. Absolutely can't let anything happen to Yun'er. See who else in the palace knows how to deliver a baby. We must protect her, even if we don't want the baby, we must protect Yun'er." Ling Xiao was shocked and said, "Shower, don't be anxious. Let Grandma go in and take a look. Everything will be fine. First, prepare some high-grade recovery spirit herbs or holy items," Grandma Dongfang said from the side. "All right, Grandma. You must look after Yun'er. Don't let anything happen to her." Ling Xiao agreed repeatedly. Then, he took out a large pile of high-grade spirit items. Among them were the Spring of Life, the juice of the 10,000-year tree, the Class 8 low-grade blood coral, the Class 8 mid-grade life grass. Everyone present was shocked when they saw these. No one had expected Ling Xiao to be so rich. These were all spirit items that were hard to find even with tens of thousands of crystals. Fortunately, they were all people who had seen the world. They knew that the situation was urgent, so no one went to exchange these spirit items with Ling Xiao. Grandma Dongfang took Ling Xiao's spirit items and rushed to where Feng Xianyun was with Bai Yushi. Ling Xiao also hurriedly followed behind. Even if there was a huge problem, he had to wait until Feng Xianyun and the child were safe. You stinking brat, causing trouble everywhere. Even Yinner has to go to battle for her husband. If anything happens to her, I don't want you as a son anymore. Meng Shiyun angrily scolded when she saw Ling Xiao. Mother, stop scolding me. Go in and take care of Yinner. Ling Xiao didn't dare to retort and immediately pushed his mother into the room. Chapter 955. When Feng Xianyun gave birth to Feng Lingtian, Ling Xiao wasn't there at all. He didn't experience the excitement of becoming a father. Now that Feng Xianyun gave birth to his second child, Ling Xiao finally understood what it felt like to be a father. He was worried and excited. He was worried that something had happened to Feng Xianyun or the child. He was excited because he was preparing to have a second child. He had been fantasizing about whether it would be a son or a daughter. He already had a son from the little demon king, so he hoped that it would be a daughter. Wah! A baby's cry was heard, and Ling Xiao's body stopped. His face was full of joy as he said, "It's born! It's born!" He wanted to rush in to see the situation, but he was stopped by Xianxia. After a while, Meng Xian happily walked out of the room with a child in her arms. Ling Xiao immediately went forward and asked, "Mother, is it a daughter?" Meng Xian glared at him and said, "Do you not like sons that much?" Meng Xian unhappily said, "Of course not." Ling Xiao waved his hand. "You stinking brat. I really don't know why your luck is so good. You even said it's a daughter." Meng Xian snappily said. Ling Xiao moved closer to Meng Xian and looked at the bright and pure eyes of the adorable baby. He felt a sense of connection with his flesh and blood. He proudly shouted in his heart, "Haha, she's my daughter. By the way, is Yin all right?" Ling Xiao suddenly remembered Feng Xianyun and quickly called out to her. He then immediately ran into the house. Sensing that Feng Xianyun's aura was still there, Ling Xiao felt relieved. As long as she was still breathing, it wouldn't be a problem for her to survive with his spirit items. Granny Dongfang said to Ling Xiao, "Although this child survived, her lifespan might have been affected. It's good that she survived. The lost lifespan can be replenished." Ling Xiao tenderly caressed Feng Xianyun's beautiful hair. Ling Xiao had a daughter ahead of time. This was a joyous event that diluted the sad atmosphere in the proud, smiling palace. In the end, Ling Xiao named his daughter Ling Ying, hoping that she would grow up safely and happily. Ever since he got Ling Ying, Ling Xiao couldn't stop smiling. He had always hoped to have a daughter. Now that his wish was fulfilled, his mood was naturally very good. Feng Lingtian, this little demon king, also liked his sister very much. It was just that he was still a child, and his temperament did not change. He would often bring some small poisonous things over to scare little Ling, causing her to cry and make a ruckus. Every time something like this happened, Ling Xiao would call him over to instruct him in martial arts, and he would get beaten up in the process. "Dad, can you be a bit more biased? When little sister grows up, I will definitely pull her into my camp to deal with you," Feng Lingtian said unwillingly every time. Ling Xiao was immersed in the joyous atmosphere. Half a month had passed. Ling was intoxicated. Xiao Xiao was happy to Ling. Half a month passed unknowingly as Ling Xiao was immersed in the joyous atmosphere. After half a month of rest, those who were injured in the battle had recovered. At the same time, the news that Ling Xiao had become a saint medicine master had spread. Coupled with the fact that the proud Smiling Palace had defeated the Ouyang clan, many martial artists came and expressed their willingness to join the proud Smiling Palace. After the test of the profound glory array, there were hundreds of people who stayed. But these people were just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. This time, Ling Xiao brought these people with him. He also made it clear to them in advance that it was impossible to gain a foothold in the proud, smiling palace without going through the baptism of war. Many of these people were scared again. In the end, 1/3 of them were eliminated in advance. In the end, there were only 300 people left. Among them, there was only one Emperor Xian. After all, time was too tight. There were not many people who came to join. Ling Xiao was ready to go. This time, he would not bring many people, only 1,000 people. The rest of the people would stay in the proud, smiling palace. These 1,000 people were basically heavenly venerables. Emperor Xian only had 10 people. As for saints, there was not a single one. It seemed that it was not enough to deal with the Ouyang clan who had been defeated. After all, the Ouyang clan's foundation was still there. It would not be a problem to gather another 10,000 soldiers. Moreover, there was a saint in the formation. This was not easy. Others advised Ling Xiao not to be impulsive. It would not be too late to destroy the Ouyang clan after he had recuperated. However, Ling Xiao was still stubborn and did not listen to anyone's advice. Everyone was helpless and could only let Ling Xiao go. After all, they knew that Ling Xiao was different from the past. Even a saint would have to suffer under him. Maybe these 1,000 people could return in triumph. Ling Xiao took the lead. Zhu Xiu, Gung Hong, Qi Gang, Lung Zheng, Cruel Leopard, and the others followed. The battle not long ago had caused too many losses. It was already quite good that Ling Xiao could gather 1,000 soldiers. Moreover, the Black Demon sect was eyeing them covetously. Therefore, he had to leave some people to guard the clan. Moreover, this time, Ling Xiao had already made plans. With the Wanhua sect's cooperation, it would not be a problem to take down the Ouyang clan. The news that the proud smiling palace was going to attack the Ouyang clan with 1,000 people had already spread. There was a reason why Ling Xiao did this. He wanted those who wanted to kill him to gather at the Ouyang clan's side. He planned to catch them all in one fell swoop. Because the news that he had a divine weapon had already spread throughout the central region, he believed that many people would dare to take the risk to pick up Ping Yi. The Ouyang clan had already suffered heavy losses. They were afraid that the proud smiling palace and other forces would come for revenge. Many people from the Ouyang clan thought of escaping. However, when they heard that the proud smiling palace had only brought a few people and no other forces to help them, they calmed down. The Southern Ocean was the Ouyang clan's territory. There were many subordinate forces under them. If they mobilized people from them, they could gather around 20,000 people without a problem. With such a force, how could they be afraid of the proud, smiling palace's 1,000 people? Therefore, the Ouyang clan was waiting for the proud, smiling palace's people to come. They even threatened to make sure that the proud, smiling palace would not return. The Black Demon sect naturally received the news that Ling Xiao was going to attack the Ouyang clan. Mei Sha was hesitating whether she should attack the proud, smiling palace at this time and destroy it in one fell swoop. Wan Viper immediately reminded her, "Madam, the Dongfang clan's old woman is still in the proud, smiling palace. Han Kai is not dead either. I'm afraid that we won't be able to obtain any benefits if we go there rashly." "What? The Dongfang clan's old woman is still in the proud, smiling palace?" Mei Sha asked in surprise. I can't be wrong. She only sent some people back. I think she's staying behind to make that little bastard Ling Xiao feel at ease." Wan Viper replied, It seems that the old woman is still determined to protect that little bastard." Mei Sha snorted coldly. She then looked at Wan Viper and said, "If I let you attack that little bastard Ling Xiao this time, can you kill him? He might only have the cultivation of a high-stage mystic arch, but this kid is very strange. He was obviously hit by my attack, but nothing happened to him. I suspect that he might have other treasures. Unless we can blow up his head with a single strike, it might be possible." The Myriad Viper replied. Wan Viper clearly remembered that he had clearly attacked Ling Xiao that day. However, Ling Xiao was completely fine. Furthermore, there were no signs of him being poisoned. This made him even more confused. It should be known that no saint of the same level as him would dare to touch his poison. Wan Viper could not help but suspect that Ling Xiao had some sort of spiritual item that could counter his poison. No matter what, even if we can't kill him, we have to capture him alive. Mei Sha said. Capture him alive? He has that divine drum. I'm afraid it won't be easy, one viper said timidly. That day, he had personally witnessed Ouyang Zheng being turned into a pool of blood by the sound of the drum. How could he capture him alive so easily? As long as we don't give him the time to beat the drum, it will be fine, Mei Sha said. She then took out a black rope that was glowing faintly and threw it at one viper. One viper caught the black rope and could not help but exclaim, "This is the demon binding rope." That's right. It's a mid-tier, 8th tier demon binding rope. Even a high-tier, 8th tier spirit beast would find it hard to break free. I believe that it won't be a problem to capture him alive. I don't believe that we can't kill him then, Mei Sha said. Kiki madam, don't worry. With this demon binding rope, no matter how powerful Ling Xiao is, he won't be able to escape from my palm. One viper smiled confidently. All right, then go on your way. You must complete the task. Yes, this old man will go now. Aside from the Black Demon sect, the Ghost sect and Shatian organization had also made their moves. There were also a few other forces that had sent people to invite them. They were all aiming for Ling Xiao's divine weapon. After all, no one in the central region possessed a divine weapon. It was a divine item that only existed in the Heaven region. On the Myriad Flower sect side, Hua Baihe had already received news that Ling Xiao had brought people to invite them. What? He only brought 1,000 people, and he wants to take care of the Ouyang clan? What is he trying to do? Does he really want all of our Myriad Flower sect to fight against the Ouyang clan? Hua Baihe said angrily. She then looked at Granny Bai, senior sister. I think we should forget about it. If he wants our entire sect to cooperate with him to eradicate the Ouyang clan, we'll suffer heavy losses. It's not worth it. Granny Bai squinted her eyes in silence for a while before saying, I don't think he's that kind of person. He's bringing 1,000 people with great fanfare just to fool us. He definitely has a backup plan. But I think he's too arrogant. Does he really think that he could destroy the Ouyang clan with just the power of a divine weapon? Hua Baihe said in disbelief. No matter what, we have to put on a show here. It's impossible to help him with the entire sect's strength. It's necessary to bring 5,000 elites. Otherwise, he'll think that we're not sincere. Granny Bai said, All right, I really hope that he can surprise us this time. Hua Baihe agreed. It was absolutely necessary to mobilize 5,000 elites for the sake of the 5 Saint Pills. After all, Ling Xiao's identity as a Saint Medicine Master was there. Unless the Myriad Flower sect really didn't want to get involved in this matter and didn't want the Saint Pills. Chapter 956. After a long journey, Ling Xiao's 1,000 men arrived at the Ouyang clan's territory. Ling Xiao did not attack the Ouyang clan's subsidiary forces. He did not have time to waste with them. The subsidiary forces of the Ouyang clan were extremely afraid. Although Ling Xiao only had 1,000 men, all of them were heavenly venerables and above. There were also 10 mystic thearchs. It would not be difficult for him to destroy them. Ling Xiao and the others did not stop and headed straight for the Ouyang clan's territory. At the same time, he contacted the Myriad Flower sect and asked them to gather and attack the Ouyang clan. They would not give the Ouyang clan a chance to turn the tables. Within a few days, Ling Xiao's 1,000 men arrived outside the Ouyang clan city. They did not go in directly. Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill 10,000 men, but he did not have the confidence to block the attack of 10,000 men. Therefore, he had to wait for the Myriad Flower sect to arrive before making a move. However, the Ouyang clan were not fools. When Ling Xiao and the others approached, they had already received the news. That low-level saint, Ouyang Chao, led 10,000 men to attack. 10,000 men and 10,000 steeds. The scene was magnificent and magnificent. Ouyang Chao pointed his spear at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, is it not enough for you to kill a few of our Ouyang clan saint elders? You actually dare to attack us? Everyone attack together and kill them all. Following Ouyang Chao's order, the Ouyang clan's men all shouted in unison. Everyone attacked at the same time. All sorts of colorful elemental attacks rushed into the sky. There were fire, hail, earth, stone. Without thinking, Ling Xiao said to the people behind him, "Everyone, scatter and retreat." The proud smiling palace's men did not hesitate and immediately retreated. Ling Xiao directly flew up into the sky and sat on the fierce man who had changed back to his true form. He flew towards the Ouyang clan's men, and at the same time, the heaven-suppressing drum appeared in his hand. Ouyang Chao had long been paying attention to Ling Xiao. The moment he saw Ling Xiao take out the heaven-suppressing drum, his expression immediately changed. "Quick, immediately use the 1,000-year ice silkworm net to trap him." Ouyang Chao shouted to the people beside him. Knowing that Ling Xiao had a divine artifact, they still dared to fight. They were already prepared. After all, Ling Xiao's divine drum could only attack one person and could not produce a large area of destructive power, so Ouyang Chao had already thought of a countermeasure. As Ouyang Chao spoke, two half-step sages suddenly rushed out from his side. Both pulled a large net from the left and right and enveloped it towards Ling Xiao. This 10,000-year ice silkworm net was a low-tier 8 sacred artifact. It was the best treasure for capturing a rank 8 spirit beast. Once the spirit beast was wrapped up by the net, it would be hard for it to struggle. If Ling Xiao insisted on beating the heaven-suppressing drum with all his strength, he would only be caught. Ling Xiao did not dare to be arrogant. He immediately put away the heaven-suppressing drum. His figure began to move, fleeing to the left and right with the lion tiger beast. At the same time, the golden dragon spear appeared in his hand. 48 figures rushed towards the two half-step sages at the same time. As long as he killed them and kept the ice silkworm net, he would no longer be a threat. Although the strength of the two half-step sages was very strong, Ling Xiao was not any weaker than them if he went all out. The figures made it difficult for them to distinguish which was the real one. Ouyang Chao wanted to help, but the lion-tiger beast had already pounced towards him. Rumble. In order to resist Ling Xiao's strong attack, the two half-step sages had to temporarily split up to fight. "I have to finish this quickly." Ling Xiao had brought few people with him. He could not afford to waste time. He had to finish the battle as soon as possible. He blasted his spiritual force towards one of them. The invisible golden dragon spear courageously pierced towards the sea of consciousness of one of the half-step sages. Saints could sense the fluctuation of space and thus block Ling Xiao's spiritual force attack. However, half-step sages could only touch the edge of the power of space. They could not really use the power of space. The half-step sages could only sense the danger, but they did not know where the danger came from. They could not resist at all and were blasted into the sea of consciousness. He screamed, and his figure began to sway. He was about to fall from the sky. Ling Xiao did not give him any chance to survive. He rushed towards him at full speed. The golden dragon spear directly pierced through his chest. Even though he was wearing a half-step sage defensive armor, it was equivalent to having no defense in front of the demigod-level golden dragon spear. When the other half-step sage saw that his companion was suddenly killed, he was scared out of his wits. He threw the ice silkworm net in his hand towards Ling Xiao, hoping to trap Ling Xiao. He was just staking all on one throw. He fled towards a crowd. With Ling Xiao's speed, how could he be caught so easily? He easily dodged the attack and blasted a punch toward the half-step sage who was fleeing. This punch was like a purple sun, bringing with it raging flames as it pressed downwards. The half-step sage sensed the danger. He turned around and slashed with the long sword in his hand. The sword radiance of extraordinary power cut the sun into countless pieces. Countless purple flames splashed down from the sky towards the people of the Ouyang family. Some of the weaker ones did not have the time to circulate their dark force. They were immediately set on fire after being touched by the flames. Many people screamed in pain as they were burned. They tried their best to expel and extinguish the flames. However, they found that it was impossible to extinguish the flames. They were soon burnt to a crisp. Not even ashes were left. The surrounding people were shocked. They quickly moved away. No one dared to touch the flames. "Quick, everyone attack him together. We must not let him attack," the half-step sage ordered in a panic. The people of the Ouyang family once again attacked Ling Xiao. The terrifying energy caused the entire world to shake. The colorful energy looked extremely dazzling. The superimposed energy was no joke. Even a saint would not dare to block it. Although Ling Xiao was confident he could block it, he did not want to fight recklessly for the time being. He had to kill the other party's saint. Then, the Ouyang family would not be a threat. Ouyang Chao and the lion tiger beast were high up in the sky. Ouyang Chao did not dare to fight in front of his clansmen. Ouyang Chao's protective spirit beast had already been killed by Han Kai's fire cloud rock in the last battle. Therefore, he had not tamed a protective spirit beast yet. Fighting the lion tiger beast alone would not give him much of an advantage. Just as Ling Xiao was about to kill Ouyang Chao, he suddenly changed his mind. Perhaps it would be more worthwhile to control Ouyang Chao than to kill him. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear and began to surround Ouyang Chao with the lion tiger beast. When Ouyang Chao saw that Ling Xiao did not take out the drone, he felt relieved. Otherwise, he would have died. However, he wasn't in a good situation either. The lion tiger beast was strong enough that he couldn't overtake it. Now, Ling Xiao's fighting ability was incomparably strong, making it hard for him to fight back. He really didn't know how to turn defeat into victory. Unless he abandoned all his clansmen and ran away, how could he survive? Ling Xiao did not interfere too much with their battle. He only dealt a heavy blow to Ouyang Chao at the most critical moment. Ouyang Chao's saint weapon had been destroyed by Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear. His battle strength was clearly weaker. "Ling Xiao, can you stop? Our Ouyang clan is willing to surrender. As long as you state a condition, we are willing to bury the hatchet. Isn't that better?" Ouyang Chao said helplessly. "That's simple. As long as your Ouyang clan is willing to surrender to my proud smiling palace." Ling Xiao sneered. His hands continued to attack. The lion tiger beast tiger striped wing divine ability binding firmly bound Ouyang Chao. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to give him a fatal blow. At the most critical moment, Ouyang Chao used his own strength to break free. Although he dodged Ling Xiao's attack, the lion tiger beast's claws heavily slapped down on him. "Ah!" He let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. Ling Xiao and the lion tiger beast followed him like a shadow. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to attack Ouyang Chao with a high-level spirit charm. Ouyang Chao was in a state of panic. His willpower was definitely at its weakest. On one hand, he had to worry about being devoured by the lion tiger beast. On the other hand, he had to worry about Ling Xiao killing him. He did not expect Ling Xiao to suddenly use his spiritual power to attack his sea of consciousness. When Ling Xiao used the spirit charm, his soul tried to resist. However, the lion tiger beast's tail ruthlessly slapped his body, sending him flying far away. Ling Xiao chased after Ouyang Chao while quickly using the high-level spirit charm into his sea of consciousness. Sure enough, Ouyang Chao was unable to defend himself at the same time. Ling Xiao's high-level spirit charm forcefully imprinted a mark on him. Just as the lion tiger beast was about to attack Ouyang Chao again, Ling Xiao said, "All right, he's one of us now." Ling Xiao's expression was slightly pale. His spiritual power seemed to be somewhat exhausted. It was quite strenuous to control a peerless expert that was of a higher level than him in battle. Ouyang Chao stabilized his body. His expression was confused at first, but it eventually returned to its original state. However, there were many wounds on his body, making him look slightly miserable. He flashed to Ling Xiao aside and bowed slightly. "Greetings, master." Ling Xiao laughed heartily. "Good, very good. Take some pills to recover first." Controlling Ouyang Chao, it would not be difficult to destroy the Ouyang family. At this time, the Ouyang family was chasing after the 1,000 people that Ling Xiao had brought with him. Fortunately, The myriad flower sect's people arrived in time. Hua Baihe and Grandma Bai also personally led the team. The Ouyang family's people were so scared that they immediately ran back into the city. Say, Master Ling, we're not too late, right? Hua Baihe flew over and said, Haha, you're not too late, you're just in time. Ling Xiao laughed. Ouyang Chao, you should surrender. You have no chance of winning. Hua Baihe looked at Ouyang Chao in front of Ling Xiao in astonishment. She still did not know that Ouyang Chao was already under Ling Xiao's control. Chapter 9:57. Elder Hua. He knows he's sinful and has been converted by my persuasion. He's now willing to surrender to the proud, smiling palace. Ling Xiao smiled. Of course, he wouldn't tell Hua Baihe that he had used a mental curse to control him. Hua Baihe and Granny Bai both revealed expressions of disbelief. They were both experienced people and naturally wouldn't believe Ling Xiao's words. However, they couldn't guess if there was something fishy going on. They just felt that Ling Xiao was becoming more and more mysterious. They were now on guard against him. It would be depressing if they were accidentally persuaded to follow him by his earnest and well-intentioned persuasion. Afterward, Ling Xiao used Ouyang Chao to kidnap himself into the city. The Ouyang clansmen thought Ling Xiao had been captured and cheered without any precaution. Ling Xiao then led the Lion Tiger Beast and Ouyang Chao to defeat or control the Ouyang clansmen who had reached the mystic Arch realm. The Ouyang clansmen all thought that Ouyang Chao had betrayed the clan and cursed him. They didn't want to fight anymore, and most of them fled in all directions. Ling Xiao then sent a message to the people waiting outside and began to kill the Ouyang clansmen. Although the Ouyang clansmen were many, they weren't as united as before. They were all killed by the proud smiling palace and the myriad flower sect. Ling Xiao didn't bother with the aftermath and had Ouyang Chao bring him into the Ouyang clan's spatial zone. That was where the direct descendants of the Ouyang clansmen resided. Ling Xiao ordered Zhu Xiu, Gung Hong, Qi Gang, and Cruel Leopard to massacre the Ouyang clansmen. There was no such thing as mercy in a war between two great powers. If the proud smiling palace couldn't withstand the Ouyang clansmen's army, it would have been massacred as well. I don't want to be so ruthless, but who knows whether or not there will be a genius from the Ouyang clan who will seek revenge on the proud, smiling palace in the future. So, don't blame me for being merciless. All of this is because you provoked me first, Ling Xiao murmured. He brought Ouyang Chao to the place where the Ouyang clan hid their treasures and collected all the profound skills and spiritual items. There were a lot of good things in there. It could be considered as enriching the resources of the proud, smiling palace. A day later, all the important direct descendants of the Ouyang clan were annihilated without a single survivor. Before Ling Xiao left the Ouyang clan space base, he ordered Ouyang Chao to dig out all the space stones in the base. The Ouyang clan, one of the 20 great forces, was removed from the central region. Ling Xiao had brought 1,000 men here, but less than 200 of them had died. This achievement was enough to shake the world. Hua Baihe and Granny Bai admired Ling Xiao even more. With such decisiveness and courage at such a young age, the central region would probably be his in the future. Ling Xiao first sent his people back to the proud, smiling palace. He still had to go to the Wanhua sect to refine the Saint Elixir for them. However, when Ling Xiao, Hua Baihe, and Granny Bai were about to leave the Ouyang clan's territory, a few powerful auras shuttled through the space. Granny Bai saw the person leading the group and exclaimed, "Oh no, it's the people from the ghost sect. Don't bother with them, let's go." Hua Baihe knew that the other party must have come for Ling Xiao. Without saying anything, she grabbed Ling Xiao's shoulder and started to escape. In fact, Ling Xiao wanted to say that he was not afraid of them, but he did not have the time to explain. "Flower Fairy, why are you in such a hurry? Put Palace Master Ling down first. We need to talk to him." Fujian intercepted Hua Baihe at full speed. At the same time, there were 4 people behind him. 2 of them were saints from the Ghost sect, and the other 2 were Gu Lei and Gu Imo from the Gu clan. It seemed that they knew that Ling Xiao did not have many helpers this time, so they planned to kill him first and get their hands on his divine weapon. The five saints quickly surrounded Ling Xiao, Ouyang Chao, Huak Baihe, and Granny Bai. Fu Zhen, why is the ghost sect so aggressive? Hua Baihe looked at Fu Zhen and said, Flower Fairy, this is not your business. You'd better step aside first. It would be bad if you get hurt by accident. Gu Lei was the first to speak. Are you sure you can defeat me? Ling Xiao did not panic at all as he looked at them and replied, So what if you have a divine weapon? Do you think you can kill us instantly? With our strength, it should not be a problem for us to keep you here. Fu Zhen snorted coldly. Gu Lei looked at Ouyang Chao and said, That's right. Brother Ouyang, don't just stand there. Hurry up and take that guy down. We will help you. I don't think they would dare to act recklessly. He thought that Ouyang Chao was being held hostage by Ling Xiao and the others, so he said that. Haha, it seems like you still don't understand the situation. Ling Xiao laughed, then turned to Ouyang Chao. Go. Tell them if you need help or not. Although Ouyang Chao was only a low-level saint, his sudden attack caught Gu Lei off guard. Although Ouyang Chao was only a low-level saint, his sudden attack caught Gu Lei off guard. Ouyang Chao, what are you doing? Gu Lei instantly retreated and exclaimed. Ouyang Chao ignored him and continued to attack with the spear in his hand. Gu Lei was infuriated. A lightning field appeared around him in an instant. A lightning spear appeared in his hand, and he fought with Ouyang Chao. You actually subdued Ouyang Chao. You have some tricks up your sleeve. Let's attack together. Don't give this guy any chance. Fu Zhen said faintly, and a terrifying energy burst out like a mountain flood. I owe Saint Master Ling a favor. I can't just stand by and watch him die. Please forgive me. Hua Baihe said, and a silver-white holy sword appeared in her hand. At the same time, an intermediate 8th stage spotted leopard appeared in front of her. Granny Bai also made her move. She used a cold weapon, a female scimitar, and her spirit beast was an intermediate 8th stage phantom fox. Both of them were intermediate saints. Granny Bai was at the peak of intermediate saint. Her combat strength was quite extraordinary. Apart from Fu Zhen, there was another intermediate saint on the Ghost Darkness sect side. The other was a low-level saint like Guemo. Whether it was in terms of strength or numbers, they were clearly much stronger than Ling Xiao and the others. Li Zigong can find that guy first. Don't let him use his divine weapon. Fu Zhen knew how powerful Ling Xiao's sky-suppressing drum was, so he immediately ordered his low-level saint. You want to confine me? You're not qualified. Ling Xiao patted the lion-tiger beast beside him and ordered it to pounce on Li Zigong. Li Zigong did not dare to be slow. He had already ordered his snow wolf to meet the lion-tiger beast. Come on, I'll play with you before everyone else arrives. Ling Xiao revealed a battle-hungry expression. He licked his thick lips, and his dragon-shaped battle chi rose. He turned into a half-dragon, and his combat strength rose to a terrifying level. Li Zigong did not expect Ling Xiao to become so terrifying in an instant. However, as a low-level saint, he was not afraid of Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had not taken out the divine drum yet. Li Zigong cultivated the ice attribute. Every move he made was accompanied by icicles that stabbed towards Ling Xiao's vital points. Ling Xiao's defense was amazing. He was not afraid of any attacks. He used the Tyrant Dragon Spear technique with all his might. A peerless true dragon soared into the sky and destroyed all the icicles around it. Li Zigong thought to himself, this kid is actually so powerful. Li Zigong didn't dare to be careless. He released all the power in his body. The saint's use of the power of space was quite exquisite. Icebergs appeared from the cracks in space, wrapping around Ling Xiao and the peerless dragon he had brought out, and kept colliding with them. Rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao was smashed by these icebergs until he was dizzy. However, he did not suffer much damage. Ling Xiao brandished his golden dragon spear and smashed a path through these icebergs. At the same time, he suddenly pointed at Li Zigong. 3-split divine finger, jade splitting gold. This finger contained all of Ling Xiao's strength. It also contained the energy of the heavenly fire. The finger radiance cut through the sky. It was abnormally overbearing. Li Zigong did not have time to dodge. He could only condense a large patch of ice crystals in front of him. However, these ice crystals were not enough. They were directly penetrated by the finger radiance and closed in on Jiang Yi's chest. Finally, Jiang Yi's dark protection force blocked the finger radiance. However, he was still sent flying by that powerful energy. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Fortunately, he was not touched by the heavenly fire. Otherwise, he would not have just spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to pursue. He brandished his golden dragon spear continuously. Peerless true dragons appeared. They roared for thousands of miles and shook the world. These metal-piercing true dragon energy kept on bombarding Li Zigong. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying sound of explosions rang out incessantly. Li Zigong felt extremely sullen. He was a peerless saint, but he was actually beaten by a high-level mystic arch to the point where he didn't even have the strength to retaliate. If word of this got out, he wouldn't know where to put his old face. Kid, you have infuriated this saint. I will seal you in ice forever. Li Zigong shouted angrily. He shook off Ling Xiao's attack and kept his weapon. He opened up both his palms at the same time. Layers of icy cold air wrapped around Ling Xiao. The icy cold air sealed Ling Xiao within. Finally, it started to condense into ice crystals. Ling Xiao's body was completely frozen. In just a moment, Ling Xiao was like an ice sculpture. He was frozen in an ice mountain and was unable to move. Li Zigong didn't think that he could completely seal Ling Xiao in this way. He kept making hand seals and absorbing the cold air around him. Layer by layer, the iceberg was getting thicker and firmer. The ice mountain, which was originally only tens of meters in size, gradually became 200 to 300 meters tall. It looked very majestic. Haha, although your combat strength is not weak, you are still far from being able to fight with us saints. Li Zigong laughed heartily. He believed that after Ling Xiao was sealed in ice for a period of time, he would definitely lose his vitality or become incomparably weak. By then, wouldn't he be at their mercy? However, just as his laughter stopped, the hundreds of meters tall ice mountain actually started to melt and shrink. Chapter 958. Ling Xiao possessed the heavenly fire, so why would he be afraid of being frozen? Furthermore, he also possessed the ice attribute. Even if he was frozen, he wouldn't suffer too much damage. The heavenly fire erupted, and the 100-meter-tall iceberg quickly melted. Ling Xiao wasn't harmed at all. Ling Xiao also put away his weapon. His 9 sons' sky-burning fists charged towards Li Zigong with extreme Yang attribute firepower. Each of Ling Xiao's fists contained different types of extreme Yang attribute flames. The power was enough to burn the sky and evaporate the sea. It was exceptionally domineering. Li Zigong cultivated the ice attribute, so he hated this type of extreme Yang attribute flames the most. Fortunately, he was stronger than Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defend himself. However, he had still underestimated Ling Xiao's combat prowess. Ling Xiao's boundless doppelganger technique turned into a total of 48 clones. They all charged towards Li Zigong at the same time. Each of Li Zigong's palms contained the terrifying power to destroy space. They all shot towards Ling Xiao's clones. Most of the clones were destroyed, but only Ling Xiao's real body had already closed in on him. "Let's see how you die," Ling Xiao shouted. His palms were covered in raging purple flames as he slammed them towards Li Zigong's chest. The 2 purple suns carried with them a scorching energy that made it difficult for others to approach. They burned the surrounding air into a vacuum. Li Zigong's reaction was extremely fast. Before Ling Xiao's fists could reach him, layers of ice crystals condensed in front of him, forming the strongest defense possible. Bang bang! Ling Xiao's sons smashed on Li Zigong's ice crystal defense. The heavenly fire instantly enveloped Li Zigong. The ice crystals melted in an instant. Li Zigong was shocked. Only now did he realize that the flames Ling Xiao had unleashed were no ordinary flames. They were heavenly fire that could burn anything. Li Zigong quickly retreated, but Ling Xiao was using all his strength to draw on the energy of the heavenly fire pearl in his consciousness. A large sea of fire wrapped around Li Zigong tightly. His ice crystals and his dark protection force were of no use at all. They were burned and fell off one by one. As long as Ling Xiao worked harder and broke through Li Zigong's last layer of defense, he would definitely die once he touched the heaven fire. Li Zigong was a saint, so his speed was very fast. However, Ling Xiao possessed the wind attribute, and his battle prowess had increased by tens of times. It was impossible for him to escape. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me," Li Zigong said fiercely, wanting to use his ultimate move to drag Ling Xiao down with him. However, at this moment, a thunderclap descended from the sky, and a barrel-sized lightning bolt blasted towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao let out a strange cry. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Rumble. Ling Xiao was sent flying far away by the huge power of lightning. Li Zigong took the opportunity to escape from Ling Xiao's sea of fire, and sighed in his heart that he was lucky. Other than Gu Lei, there was no one else present who could use a thunder attribute attack. Sure enough, Ouyang Chao had already been killed by his spear. His strength was at the peak of a mid-level saint, at least comparable to that of a high-level saint. He was the most terrifying person present. After all, the thunder attribute was known as the world's most powerful attack. "Zigong, are you all right?" Gu Lei asked as he looked at Li Zigong. Li Zigong nodded and said, "I'm fine, I won't die yet." Before he could finish speaking, an earth-shattering sound of a drum suddenly exploded. Dong! It was like the sound of a bugle drum from an ancient battlefield, and it was as mighty as the morning bell of a drum tune. Before Li Zigong could finish speaking, he felt the blood in his body churning, his internal organs rupturing, and an inexplicable energy exploding from his body. In an instant, his entire body turned into a cloud of blood mist, which made people feel incomparably hideous and disgusting. Needless to say, Ling Xiao must have taken out the heaven-suppressing drum and sounded it. Gu Lei was startled. He didn't run away immediately. Instead, he summoned a bolt of lightning to strike at Ling Xiao. "Little bastard, the divine weapon is just a waste in your hands. Give it to me," Gu Lei shouted in shock, and countless lightning powers exploded towards Ling Xiao. It was as if this part of the world had exploded into a sea of lightning, causing all the air to explode and countless clouds to be swept away. Ling Xiao felt as if he had been baptized by thunder and lightning, and his eardrums were buzzing nonstop. His body was smashed to the ground tens of thousands of meters below, and the heaven-suppressing weapon in his hand almost slipped out. If he did not hold on to it with all his might, he would have lost it. "The divine drum is mine." Gu Lei wanted to take the opportunity to snatch Ling Xiao's heaven-suppressing drum. "Damn it! What are you waiting for?" Ling Xiao could not help but let out a long howl in the sea of lightning. As Ling Xiao's voice rang out, several beastly roars were heard. Then someone said, "I thought you would never need to ask for help." The person who came was Yuan Zhantian, and behind him were the old monkey and the four ape kings. Gu Lei was shocked by the sudden appearance of this group of people. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have a backup plan. Why don't you try to exchange a few moves with him, or ask for help? Ling Xiao shouted as he escaped from the lightning pool in a sorry state. He had brought 1,000 people to destroy the Ouyang clan, so he was naturally well prepared. Otherwise, why would he have let people spread the news from the very beginning and let these enemies come to him together? Previously, after the Ouyang clan came to destroy the proud Smiling Palace and returned in defeat, Yuan Zhantian and the others were invited to the proud Smiling Palace by Ling Xiao. However, after Ling Xiao returned to the palace, he had a lot of things to deal with, so he did not receive Yuan Zhantian well. Yuan Zhantian did not care. He had always wanted to defeat Ling Xiao with his own hands one day and wash away his defeat. Ling Xiao lacked manpower, so he could only invite Yuan Zhantian to help him come to the Ouyang clan. Yuan Zhantian did not refuse. In fact, when he was at the Tianjua Lake, his attitude toward Ling Xiao had changed. Perhaps he had already recognized Ling Xiao as a rival and a friend. To deal with a super expert like Gu Lei, the old monkey had to take action personally. His movements were funny and comical, like a drunken monkey playing boxing. He looked weak, but in fact, he carried a terrifying and boundless power. Gu Lei frowned. He was most worried about Ling Xiao's heaven-suppressing drum, so he quickly summoned his Thunder Flood Dragon, luring the old monkey to chase after him. In fact, he was not afraid of the old monkey. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly launch a sneak attack and cause him to die mysteriously. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Zhantian and said, "Thank you. After this matter is settled, I will fulfill your wish and fight with you again." Yuan Zhantian said indifferently, "Now is not the time. When I become a saint, that will be the day of our battle. I don't care. When that day comes, you will still not be a match for me." Ling Xiao replied and flew in the direction of the lion-tiger beast. I will definitely defeat you." Yuan Zhantian replied, feeling wronged. Seeing Ling Xiao's signs of transforming into a dragon, Yuan Zhantian's confidence was shaken. However, the sacred battling ape had never been afraid of anything. He swore to defeat Ling Xiao. The lion-tiger beast was fighting against Gu Mo and his spirit beast. When Gu Mo saw Ling Xiao looking at him, he panicked. He had seen the power of the heaven-suppressing drum with his own eyes. He was able to stabilize himself and immediately ordered his spirit beast to block Ling Xiao, giving him enough time to retreat. However, the two ape kings beside Yuan Zhantian attacked at the same time, helping Ling Xiao to block the rank 8 spirit beast. Ling Xiao was not affected at all. He locked on to Gu Mo's aura, gathered all his strength, and hit the heaven-suppressing drum. Dong! It was too late for Gu Mo to escape. In an instant, he turned into a pool of blood in the sky. On the other side, the two from the Go sect were fighting against Hua Baihe and Granny Bai. The battle was also quite intense. The space around them was constantly collapsing, and strong moves were constantly wreaking havoc in this part of the world. However, when they heard Ling Xiao's drum sound, the two from the Ghost Abyss sect showed signs of panic. "Fu Zhen, do you still want to fight?" No one can stop Holy Master Ling when he uses his divine weapon. Hua Baihe obviously did not want to fight to the death with Fu Zhen and immediately warned him. Damn it, could it be that Zigong has failed? Fu Zhen was very unwilling to admit defeat. Then, he gritted his teeth, the space ring flashed, and a few figures suddenly appeared. These 3 figures did not have any aura, and their faces were also expressionless. All of them looked pale. They were obviously dead people, but they could still stand in the air. Puppets. With Hua Baihe's eyesight, she could immediately tell that these 3 figures were puppets. She just did not know what level these 3 puppets were at. Flower Fairy, you have a good eye. These are rank 8 puppets that our Ghost sect has spent a lot of spiritual treasures to refine. I want to see how Ling Xiao can defeat them. Fu Zhen said proudly. Then, he ordered the 3 puppets, Go, and snatch his divine drum for me. Although the power of the divine drum was extraordinary, Fu Zhen guessed that it could only be used against living people. It would not have any effect on the dead. Although the 3 puppets could not use profound skills, their power was comparable to that of the demonic corpse that Ling Xiao had obtained. They had the strength of a low-level saint, and their speed was also quite extraordinary. The 3 formed a triangle and surrounded Ling Xiao. Each of them waved a powerful force that could tear the space apart and wanted to destroy Ling Xiao and snatch the divine drum. Yuan Zhantian was ready to order the Ape King beside him to attack, but Ling Xiao stopped him. He had just swallowed an elixir and recovered the strength from beating the divine drum twice. Facing these 3 puppets, he did not show the slightest bit of worry. "I have many ways to deal with the puppets," Ling Xiao said faintly and kept the divine drum. Then, he gathered all the strength in his body, and countless spiritual qi around him surged like swallows returning to their nest. A 5-colored light flashed around Ling Xiao's body. He straightened one of his fingers, and a five-colored finger radiance burst out from the tip of his finger. The finger radiance carried a terrifying energy and drew a dazzling light in the sky. At first glance, one would think that it was the broken jade splitting gold finger, but in the next instant, the finger light split into three, and the three beams of light attacked the three puppets. The power of the three-finger radiance did not weaken at all. This change caused Yuan Zhantian, who was beside Ling Xiao, to narrow his eyes. This is the first time I used this move. Share it with all of you. Ling Xiao muttered with a calm smile. Chapter 959. The second style of three divine finger, three worlds. This was the second style of this set of finger skills that Ling Xiao could finally use after practicing the unique energy-gathering divine skill for many years. Ling Xiao's entire body's strength was sucked out, resulting in the shocking momentum of the three worlds. It was definitely comparable to the power of a low-level saint's full-force attack. Three rays of finger radiance streaked across the sky like shooting stars, bringing with them three brilliant colors. The three puppets had no thoughts. They only knew how to carry out their mission, which was to capture and kill Ling Xiao. In the face of the three rays of finger radiance that shot out like lightning, they did not know how to dodge. Of course, it could also be said that they could not dodge in time and were directly penetrated by the three rays of finger radiance. Bang bang. The three puppets were made of high-grade materials, so their defense was quite amazing. However, they still could not withstand the power of the three rays of finger radiance. If it was a real person who was penetrated in the chest, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. However, they were puppets, so they did not feel any pain. As long as they were not completely destroyed, they would continue to carry out their mission. They still rushed forward, but spots of purple flames began to burn in front of their chests. They were like men on fire. Before they could reach Ling Xiao, they were completely burned by the heavenly fire. Just a few useless trash. How dare you act violently in front of me? Ling Xiao said disdainfully after swallowing a few elixirs. This time, Fu Zhan was so shocked that she could not speak. How could I forget that he also has the heavenly fire? Fu Zhan said with a look of annoyance. How about it? Do you want to continue fighting? Hua Baihe looked at Fu Zhan and said. Fu Zhan was struggling in her heart. If she let them run away with their tails between their legs, where would she put her face in the future? It was not a problem for them to capture Ling Xiao alive. The key was that Ling Xiao had helpers around him. It was impossible for them to focus on dealing with Ling Xiao alone. Okay, we admit defeat. I hope you won't be alone. Fu Zhan said after hesitating for a while. Hee, you may not have a chance. Well, I'm alone. I'll get rid of you now. Ling Xiao said to Fu Zhan with a kind face after swallowing the elixir. She looked at Fu Zhan. The sky suppression drum in his hand had reappeared, and he struck it without hesitation. Fu Zhan looked as if he had seen a ghost and exclaimed, Junior brother, retreat. In an instant, he plunged into space and shuttled 10,000 meters away. Ling Xiao's palm, which was about to hit the drum, didn't fall. A proud smile appeared on his pale face. In fact, it was difficult for his strength to recover to its peak in a short time after taking many elixirs. The power he exerted to beat the drum was not enough to kill an experienced middle-rank saint like Fu Zhan. Ling Xiao was just trying to scare Fu Zhan. You run away really fast. Next time I'll deal with your ghost sect. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant in front of me. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Just as he was about to put away the sky suppression drum, a black shadow suddenly shuttled out of the space. The speed of the person was so fast that it was impossible to detect him. Hua Baihe and Granny Bai exclaimed, Be careful, Saint Master Ling. As soon as they finished speaking, a rope came out of the black shadow's hand. Before Ling Xiao could react, he and the sky suppression drum were tightly bound by the rope. Shocked, Ling Xiao struggled with all his might, trying to break the rope. Unfortunately, the more he struggled, the tighter the rope became. His muscles were almost bleeding from the strain. Haha, I thought your calculations were flawless, but in the end, you were caught by this old man. The person who suddenly appeared beside Ling Xiao laughed. This person was Thousand Viper from the Black Demon sect. During the battle, he had already concealed all his aura. He could have captured Ling Xiao earlier. However, he wanted to see both sides hurt so that he could make a move. That way, the effect would be better. It had to be said that Thousand Viper's plan was quite vicious and effective. Senior sister, what should we do? Hua Baiha asked Granny Bai. What else can we do? We have to save Saint Masterling. Granny Bai was straightforward. After responding, she immediately attacked Thousand Viper, who knew that Thousand Viper would laugh coldly and grab Ling Xiao. He used Ling Xiao as a shield and said, "Old woman, hit me if you can. It's not like I'm the one who's hurting." Thousand Viper was a high-level saint. It was not a problem for him to deal with Hua Baiha and Granny Bai at the same time, but he wanted to play with them more. Damn it, Granny Bai cursed. She had no choice but to attack the other side. Yuan Zhantian let out a strange cry and summoned Old Monkey over. Gulei, who had been fighting with Old Monkey, had already escaped. Old Monkey was a high-level 8-stage spirit beast. Its battle strength was quite terrifying. Gulei was able to escape from it, which showed how powerful he was. Your Highness, what orders do you have? Old Monkey asked with a smile on his face. Save Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian ordered. Yes, Your Highness. Old Monkey responded. He somersaulted a few times in the air and leaped toward Thousand Viper. Old Monkey punched Thousand Viper's face without any fancy moves. Before the fist arrived, it had already created a violent spatial fluctuation, causing the surroundings to shake. Thousand Viper did not expect the skinny old monkey to be so fast and fierce. His power was also very intimidating. The myriad Viper wasn't afraid of the old monkey so easily. After all, he was a dignified high-rank saint and a top-rate existence in the Central Territory. He grabbed Ling Xiao with one hand and quickly slapped with his other hand, clashing with Old Monkey. Bang! When the two attacks collided, the surrounding space rippled continuously. It was clear how terrifying the power of the two was. Thousand Viper was pushed back a little. Old Monkey somersaulted in the air, intending to attack Thousand Viper again. However, he suddenly stopped and let out a strange cry. Oh, damn it, he's using poison. Old Monkey's old arm became swollen, and the poison began to spread throughout his body. However, he was a spirit beast in human form and was very resistant to poison. He immediately used his power to expel the poison from his body, but he could not attack Thousand Viper for the time being. Damn it, Yuan Zhantian cursed. He wanted to attack himself. However, he knew that if he attacked, he would only be asking for trouble. Ha! My friends who are hiding at the side, if you don't come out, I'm going to bring Palace Masterling back to the Black Demon sect. Thousand Viper did not take advantage of the situation to attack. He grabbed Ling Xiao with one hand and did not let go. At the same time, he glanced in several directions and laughed. Ling Xiao, who was tied up, did not panic at all. He was a little puzzled. Could it be that I've been discovered by this old fellow? However, when he saw the people who walked out, his expression relaxed. In addition to Fu Zhen, his fellow disciple Zhao Dong, and Gu Lei, there were also 6 strange elders who appeared. Thousand Viper roughly glanced at the people present and sneered. Shangwan Tan of the Shangwan family, Zian of the Purple Thunder sect, Lu Yue of the Lu family, Bu Yuemei of the Bu family, Ling Zhantian of the Lingxiao Palace, and Yu Cho of the Rogue Saint. It seems that all of you are interested in the divine weapon. The 6 people who appeared were all peerless experts who had reached the saint level. Shangwan Tan, Zian, and Yu Cho were peak mid-level saints, existences who were half a step into the ranks of high-level saints. They were all famous figures in their early years, so it was not surprising that Thousand Viper could recognize them one by one. They had all appeared here together because they knew that Ling Xiao had appeared here for his divine weapon. Elder Wan, as a member of the older generation, you actually launched a sneak attack on a junior. Aren't you afraid of losing face if word gets out? Shangwan Tan was dressed in a blue robe and had his hands behind his back. Haha, this old man's notoriety is spread far and wide, and I've done all sorts of things. Moreover, this kid's strength is not much, but we have to be on guard. Now I'm going to capture him and bring him back to report. Xianxia, do you have any objections? Thousand Viper smiled faintly and stared at the people present with his old eyes. Actually, it was not a problem for him to immediately escape from the crowd, but he faintly felt that there seemed to be someone secretly watching them, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, he did not immediately leave with Ling Xiao. I personally have no objections, but with so many friends present, I'm afraid that there will be different opinions, Xianxia said. He was very good at ambushing and had actually dragged everyone along with him. His scheming was not ordinary. Ziyin from the Purple Thunder sect was a rugged old man, and like Gulei, he cultivated the lightning attribute. He said in a loud voice, "Anyone who is capable of obtaining the divine weapon will know. You can take the person away, but the divine weapon must be left behind." Ziyin was a very straightforward person and was not afraid of offending Thousand Viper. Although he was only a peak mid-level saint, he was confident that he would not be defeated in a battle with Thousand Viper. Not bad, Elder One. Why don't you leave the divine weapon behind and let us all admire it together? Rogue Saint Yu Cho smiled faintly. The others also spoke at the same time, asking Thousand Viper to leave the divine weapon behind. Fu Zhen, Zhao Dong, and Gu Lei of the Ghost Underworld sect were watching the show from the side. Hua Baizong and Granny Bai did not dare to act rashly, and their faces showed traces of worry. Haha, do you really think that you could defeat me with just these few people? How naive. Myriad Viper laughed in an extremely arrogant manner. Then he spread out his palm, and a black poisonous fog instantly surged out. Thousand Viper specialized in the dark attribute, and was also a high-level poison master. The poisonous fog that burst out from him was frighteningly thick, and the entire sky was instantly covered by the black poisonous fog. Everyone seemed to be prepared, and balls of elemental energy wrapped around them, isolating them from the black poisonous fog. Thousand Viper's move was only to distract the enemy. He grabbed Ling Xiao with one hand and fled in one of the directions. He was a high-level saint, and could be considered the strongest person present. He was confident that he could escape from the encirclement of these people. Everyone, let's attack together and keep him here. The divine weapon must not fall into the hands of the demonic sect. Xianxia shouted and took the lead to attack Thousand Viper. Chapter 960. Xianxua's words were well said. The Black Demon sect was publicly recognized as an evil sect, and they had committed all sorts of evil deeds over the years. However, not many people could control them. Now that the saints of many large forces were gathered here, his words caused public indignation. However, the people present were only using this as an excuse to snatch the heaven-suppressing drum from Ling Zhao's hands. Xianxia, Ziyin, Liu Yue, Buyume, Master Ling, Yucho, Hua Baihe, and Granny Bai all attacked at the same time. All kinds of power formed a terrifying spatial force that sealed off the tens of thousands of meters in the air. Under the combined efforts of the 8 of them, the black poisonous fog was completely destroyed. The Thousand Viper was indeed a high-level saint. He changed his direction at the last moment and attacked the weakest low-level saint, Master Ling. The Thousand Viper's palm strike was like a ferocious viper scuttling out, revealing his deep fangs in his bloody mouth. Master Ling was greatly shocked, and without thinking, he immediately retreated. With his strength, fighting the Thousand Viper was no different from courting death. "Don't try to be violent," Xianxia shouted. The weapon in his hand had already stabbed into the Thousand Viper's back. At the same time, Zilei's lightning spear also attacked first. Thunder rumbled from the sky, and the terrifying might of the heavens was unbearable. The others also attacked together. They had to get rid of the Thousand Viper to keep Ling Xiao here. Only then would they be able to fight for the divine tool. However, Myriad Viper wasn't someone to be trifled with. Facing the attacks from behind, he increased his speed once again and appeared in front of Master Ling in an instant. He grabbed his chest and pulled him back, throwing Master Ling towards the attacks from the people behind him. Master Ling was scared witless. He had only come to fish in troubled waters and see if there was anything he could take. He had never thought of throwing his life away. However, the Thousand Viper had chosen him as a target from the start and used him as a shield. It was truly a case of going for wool and coming home shorn. The attacks of the many saints could not be stopped. Each of them attacked with all their strength, leaving no room for maneuver. "No!" Master Ling cried out. He had no chance to dodge at all and was destroyed by the attacks of the saints. What a pitiful saint. He didn't even reap any benefits before he died sullenly. Shangguan Ten spoke again. "The demonic sect is indeed ruthless. Everyone, let's work together and take him down first." Shangguan's words pushed all the blame on a Thousand Viper. Hearing this, everyone felt comfortable and didn't feel guilty at all. Many saints were going all out for the sake of the divine weapon. Waves of majestic energy continuously blasted towards the thousand-poisoned snake. This part of the world changed color, and all kinds of colorful energy were enough to destroy heaven and earth, causing people to feel abnormally terrified. Even with Myriad Viper's strength, he still felt a great deal of pressure. "Damn it, I'll let this brat block for a while. It'll be better if he dies." The Myriad Viper revealed a vicious expression as she threw Ling Xiao away. Ling Xiao cursed, "F***, you're ruthless. If I don't skin you alive after I escape, then my name isn't Ling Xiao." Facing the attack of one saint, Ling Xiao was basically unafraid. However, facing the all-out attacks of several saints at the same time, even Ling Xiao's legs felt like jelly. He regretted not escaping earlier and falling into such a dangerous situation. He could only pray that the old Dragon King's dragon scales could completely withstand the attacks. Otherwise, he would really die. Rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao was completely engulfed by the terrifying energy. "Oh no, the one injured is that brat Ling Xiao. Will the divine weapon be destroyed?" Xian cried out in alarm. "Hee, how can we destroy a divine weapon so easily?" "Don't worry, it's definitely still there." Shangguan revealed a calm smile. The others also stopped moving. They were all waiting for some of the elemental energy to dissipate before they began to fight for the divine weapon. The Myriad Viper had already been taken care of by them. Hua Baihan and Granny Bai revealed a look of pity. They had come to help Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a saint master and was worthy of their friendship. Moreover, Ling Xiao had promised to refine a saint mortal for them. Now, everything was ruined. Even a high-level saint would not be able to withstand the combined attack of so many saints. How could they think that Ling Xiao could survive? Fu Zhan sneered and said, "It's better that this little bastard is dead. He has killed 2 of my junior brothers. As long as we destroy the proud Laughing Palace and the Feng family, everything will be over." Goulet agreed. Brother Fu's suggestion is good. As long as this little bastard is dead, we will announce his evil deed of destroying the Ouyang family. I believe that many people will suppress the proud Smiling Palace. The 2 great forces had great enmity with Ling Xiao. Naturally, they wanted nothing more than to kill Ling Xiao and then destroy the proud Smiling Palace. When all the elemental energy dissipated, there was a figure lying motionless in the deep pit 10,000 meters below the ground. There was a ball of protective light flickering around his body. These lights were like small dragons swimming around, wrapping around Ling Xiao, not letting him suffer any harm. The demon binding rope was still on his body and did not break. Fortunately, I resisted. Ling Xiao lay motionless on the ground and secretly sighed in his heart. Although Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a saint weapon, facing so many terrible attacks made his scalp itch. At that time, he did not expect that the Myriad Viper would throw him out. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. When he wanted to use the heavenly fire to destroy the demon binding rope, he hesitated for a moment and continued to pretend. This was because he sensed that there was still an aureole that had not appeared. He had to endure it. As long as he shocked everyone in one go, no one would find trouble with him in the future. When the many saints saw that Ling Xiao had not been killed, their faces were filled with disbelief. There's something strange about this kid. He must have another divine weapon to protect him. Ziyin shouted in shock. The other saints also felt that it was possible, and their eyes were burning with desire. Hua Bai and Granny Bai dashed toward the area below Ling Xiao. They wanted to rescue Ling Xiao so that everything would be easy. Don't be in a hurry to rescue him. Can't you see that the little bastard is still alive? Fu Zhen, Zhao Dong, and Gu Lei blocked in front of them. The two of them were helpless, but it was difficult to fight 2 against 3, so they could only give up on rescuing him. Instead, Yuan Zhantian exclaimed, "Save him!" He brought Old Monkey and the 4 Ape Kings and dashed toward the area below Ling Xiao. Quick! The divine weapon will belong to whoever can capture him alive. Someone shouted in the midst of the chaos, and the other saints immediately sprang into action. The many saints all displayed their abilities at the same time, and streams of spatial energy shot towards Ling Xiao, wanting to imprison Ling Xiao and bring him away. Bastard! Who dares to snatch someone from me? Ziyin. Ziyin relied on his strongest lightning-attributed attack, and lightning energy flashed around him as he rushed towards Ling Xiao, wanting to force the people around him away. Brother Z, this is not the territory of your Violet Thunder sect. This little friend would probably like to be a guest of our Shangguan clan. Shangguan Tan laughed coldly, and a stream of water energy swept towards Ling Xiao. Brother Shangguan, aren't you a little too presumptuous? Yucho laughed coldly, and a stream of earth-attributed energy shot out, and a few boulders smashed toward Shangguan Tan. Shangguan Tan had no choice but to give up on capturing Ling Xiao, and turned back to block Yuchao's attack. On the other side, Zilei was blocked by Old Monkey, preventing Zilei from capturing Ling Xiao. Lu Yue and Bu Yueme hesitated. They were only low-level, peak-level saints, and if they fought, they would be the first to die. Not to mention, Yuan Zhantian and the 4 Ape Kings were currently eyeing them covetously. Hee, what are you guys standing there for? Don't you want to snatch the divine weapon? A cold voice came from behind Lu Yue, and a black palm grabbed towards Lu Yue's head. Lu Yue only felt his hairs standing on end, and he knew how terrifying this person was. He wanted to flee immediately. Unfortunately, this black palm directly grabbed his head, and a terrifying corrosive poison burst out in an instant. R. Lu Yue screamed in pain, and his face turned black and swollen. His body also felt like it was being bitten by thousands of poisonous insects, and it swelled and twisted unceasingly. A foul stench began to emit, causing people to feel extremely disgusted. In a few blinks of an eye, Lu Yue turned into a pool of blood and died. His spatial ring had undoubtedly fallen into the hands of that black palm. The owner of this black palm was none other than the Myriad Viper, who had just been surrounded and chased. He had deliberately thrown Ling Xiao out, causing them to fight amongst themselves first, and then he would deal with them one by one. It had to be said that his plan was very sophisticated and effective. Bu Yueme was shocked to see this scene, and without thinking, she immediately turned around and ran. Her strength was still far inferior to the Myriad Vipers, and she felt annoyed. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this. It's too late to escape now. The Myriad Viper sneered again, and his figure flashed as he chased after Bu Yueme. Bu Yueme cried out in alarm, and she turned around to unleash her most powerful move. A scorching sea of fire that seemed to be able to burn the heavens and steam the sea completely blocked off the Myriad Viper's path. Within this sea of fire, flames that resembled fire blades shot out, as if they had the ability to attack automatically, strangling the Myriad Viper. The Myriad Viper directly ignored this move, and both his palms tore open the space, isolating her move with a large amount of spatial energy. At the same time, he grabbed out a black palm and smashed it towards Bu Yueme. Bu Yueme cried out in alarm, "I'll fight it out with you." A fire attribute sacred sword appeared in her hands, and she slashed at the Black Palm. Unfortunately, the difference in their levels was too great, and she was unable to withstand 2 moves from the Myriad Viper. She was immediately killed. On the other side, Official Altar was engaged in a fierce battle with Yu Cho, while Ziyin was evenly matched with Old Monkey, whose poison had not been completely expelled. "It's about time. Let's bring him back first," the Myriad Viper muttered to himself as he looked at Ling Xiao, who had already flown out of the deep pit. He then flew towards Ling Xiao. Without another word, Yuan Zhantian immediately ordered the 4 Ape Kings to join forces to deal with the Myriad Viper. The Myriad Viper did not bother with them, and in a flash, he appeared beside Ling Xiao. "Kid, let's go. I'll treat you well when we get back." The Myriad Viper grabbed Ling Xiao and fled. However, at this moment, a cold light suddenly shot out from an unknown direction like a shooting star, piercing towards the Myriad Viper's throat. Chapter 9:61. No one would have thought that someone would dare to launch a sneak attack on the Thousand Viper, a high-level saint. He was the most powerful person present, and no one dared to get close to him because of his poison techniques. Who would be so bold as to not be afraid of the Thousand Vipers' retaliation? The Thousand Vipers' hair stood on end. He had felt that someone had been spying on him earlier, but when he tried to sense carefully, he could not find any trace of anyone else. He had not expected that at this time, this hidden expert would suddenly launch a sneak attack on him. Moreover, the attack was merciless, aiming straight for his throat. The Thousand Viper wanted to withdraw, but it was too late. His opponent's sword was like an antelope hanging its horn, untraceable. Moreover, it had been launched later, but had been preempted. There had been no warning, and it was impossible to defend against it. It was obvious that the person who had suddenly attacked was an expert proficient in the art of assassination. In this moment of imminent peril, Myriad Viper also knew that he couldn't avoid it. He very decisively raised his hand and firmly grabbed the long sword that was thrusting towards him, hoping to stop it for a moment so that he would have a chance to survive. The Thousand Viper was worthy of being a high-level saint. Before the sword could pierce his throat, he had grabbed it with one hand. However, this sword was no ordinary object. It was a high-level saint weapon, and the person using this sword was definitely a top-notch expert. The moment the Thousand Viper grabbed the sword spun and slashed. Pooh! The Thousand Viper's hand, which was holding the sword, was directly cut off. Fresh blood flowed incessantly, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. He had paid the price of a wrist in exchange for a fatal blow. This was not a bad deal. The Thousand Viper covered his hand and retreated a lot. He stared coldly at the person who had tried to assassinate him. His old eyes shone with a fierce light. "It's you, Palace Master Sha Tian." A slender figure appeared in the sky above Ling Xiao. He was dressed in a black robe and had a sinister mask on his face. He held a high-level saint's sword in his hand and had the charm of a lonely swordsman. However, he was not a swordsman, but the Palace Master of the Sha Tian organization, Sha Tian. The saints fighting in the sky all stopped. They did not expect the Palace Master of the Heaven-Killing Palace to personally come here. In order to become the Palace Master of the Sha Tian organization, one had to be the strongest in the organization. At the same time, one had to complete countless difficult missions, step by step stepping on the ashes of thousands of people to get to the position. There was absolutely no element of falsehood in it. Every 100 years, the Sha Tian organization would allow anyone in the organization to issue a challenge to the Palace Master. The person who won would become the Palace Master. This was definitely a cruel election method of survival of the fittest. It was completely different from the tradition of inheritance. It had been thousands of years since Palace Lord Sha Tian seized the position of Palace Lord. In these thousands of years, no one below him could shake his position. Shaishan's strength had also reached the pinnacle of the central region. There weren't many people who could challenge him. Previously, he had wanted to capture Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Han Kai had been present, which prevented Ling Xiao from being captured. Now, he wanted to kill the Thousand Viper, not to save Ling Xiao. On the contrary, he wanted to capture Ling Xiao and take all the divine objects from Ling Xiao. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Palace Master Sha Tian was definitely the Oriole who had waited until the last moment to strike. Not only did he want others to kill each other, but he also wanted to kill the Thousand Viper, who was on par with him. He really lived up to his reputation as the #1 killer. Behind his mask, Palace Master Sha Tian's gaze swept across everyone's faces like two sharp blades. He then said faintly, "This kid is mine. Do you have any objections?" With that, the Palace Master of the Heaven-Slaying Palace unleashed his peak Saint Cultivation, and a terrifying might rippled in the sky. "Oomph, you destroy my hand, and you still want to seize the divine object? Dream on." The Thousand Viper was already half a step into the coffin. He had long since become indifferent to life and death. Now that he had lost an arm, he was extremely angry. He snorted coldly. Poisonous gas surrounded his body, and a terrifying energy burst out from his other hand. Countless poisonous gas filled the surrounding area. Everything that came into contact with it was dyed black. Very quickly, they were corroded and lost their vitality. The saints in the surroundings stayed as far away as they could to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. This was the Thousand Viper's move with all his strength. He swore to kill Sha Tian. The poisonous gas formed several black vipers that pounced towards Sha Tian from several directions. "Reckless, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" The Palace Master of the Heaven-Killing Palace said coldly. Then, his body turned invisible and disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, Palace Master Sha Tian had already arrived above the Thousand Viper's head. He became one with his sword. The sword light tore through the sky and cut through the earth. Its power was majestic and unstoppable. The Thousand Viper did not expect Palace Master Sha Tian's speed to be so terrifying. Even if his strength was comparable to Sha Tian's, it was still difficult for him to catch the Thousand Viper's figure in advance. The Thousand Viper was shocked. He quickly raised his palm, and a black claw suddenly burrowed out from his sleeve. This was a secret move that the myriad viper rarely used, a hidden weapon hidden in one sleeve. It was often able to surprise and kill the enemy. Palace Master Sha Tian did not dodge. His entire body hung upside down. His long sword rippled with countless sword chi. It forcibly deflected the sudden attack of the black claw, and the long sword continued to strike towards the Thousand Viper's head bravely. The Thousand Viper thought that he would be able to buy some buffer time and escape immediately. However, when Palace Master Sha Tian's move was about to land in front of him, he found that he was already surrounded by countless sword chi. He could not move at all. "Damn it! Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me," the Thousand Viper shouted. He exploded all his strength to the peak, intending to self-destruct and perish together with Palace Master Sha Tian. Palace Master Sha Tian's eyes flashed. He sneered, "You don't have the right to make me die with you." With that, the long sword in his hand left his hand. The long sword continued to pierce downwards with a terrifying force, but Palace Master Sha Tian had already retreated. No! The Thousand Viper had not expected Palace Master Sha Tian to react so quickly. He had actually abandoned his sword and fled. The power that he had prepared to self-destruct was already out of control. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was blasted into nothingness. A high-grade saint had quietly fallen just like that. Ling Xiao, who was still in the deep pit, was once again blasted far away. His body was smashed by many fragments of stone. When everything returned to normal, Palace Master Sha Tian reappeared. He was not injured in the slightest. None of the saints who had not participated in the battle were injured either. However, when they looked at Palace Master Sha Tian, they did not threaten him like they did with the Thousand Viper. One had to know that Palace Master Sha Tian's assassination ability was definitely #1. Furthermore, his strength was higher than all of them. They would definitely not work together like before. Naturally, they did not dare to provoke Palace Master Sha Tian. "I'm going to take this kid away. I believe none of you have any objections now." Palace Master Sha Tian said symbolically. He then flew towards Ling Xiao. "Where's Uncle Monkey?" Yuan Zhantian shouted. Right now, the only one who could contend against Palace Master Sha Tian was Old Monkey. However, there was only one Old Monkey. Palace Master Sha Tian still had his spirit beast protector that he had yet to summon. Palace Master Sha Tian did not want to waste any more time here. He summoned his spirit beast protector. His protective spiritual beast had already taken human form and was not in its original form. It was a handsome and well-built man who looked to be in his 40s. He had a faint sense of might and domineering aura, and his eyes, which were constantly emitting a fierce light, always gave off an invisible pressure. The moment this man appeared, he immediately obeyed Palace Master Sha Tian's order to block Old Monkey. He then continued to descend in the direction of Ling Xiao. Old Monkey and that man had just collided. Immediately, terrifying energy fluctuations surged. "Little brat, we meet again." Palace Master Sha Tian floated in the air. He looked at Ling Xiao calmly. "Hee, you've seen me before. I've never seen you before. I've seen many people wearing masks. I don't know which one is you." Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. There was not a hint of panic on his face. At the same time, purple flames gradually appeared on his body, slowly burning away the demon binding rope that was binding his body. This demon binding rope was already at the level of a saint artifact. It would take more than an instant to burn it. Palace Master Sha Tian did not immediately stop him. There was a playful look in his eyes. "Even if you burn this rope now, you still won't be able to escape from the palm of my hand." After saying that, a wave of spatial energy immediately descended from his palm. He wanted to immediately imprison Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not resist. Instead, he opened his mouth wide and let out a dragon's roar. Roar! The shadow of a golden dragon roared out from his body, and the sound wave shook thousands of miles away. This terrifying sound wave could cause great harm to warriors below the low-level saint level. However, it posed no threat to Palace Master Sha Tian, who was at the high-level saint level. The golden dragon shadow that soared into the sky was instantly crushed by his spatial energy. Ling Xiao was imprisoned by Palace Master Sha Tian's power. His body could not move at all. Only the heavenly fire continued to burn. Yuan Zhantian did not say anything and immediately ordered the 4 ape kings to attack. Hua Baihe and Granny Bai hesitated for a moment. They also wanted to attack. However, they were once again stopped by Fu Zhen and the others. Palace Master Sha Tian sneered. With just one hand, he immediately sent the 4 ape kings flying back. Then, he flew up with Ling Xiao in an attempt to forcibly capture Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, a few powerful forces rushed over from the distant horizon. Moreover, their speed was so shocking that people could sense them from afar. "Oh no, this kid must have some tricks up his sleeves." Palace Master Sha Tian exclaimed softly. Without another word, he immediately took Ling Xiao and fled far away. The man who was fighting with the old monkey did not continue to tangle with him. He shook off the old monkey's attack and left with Palace Master Sha Tian. "Let go of my boss immediately, or I'll swallow you alive." A deafening sound wave shook the surroundings, and even the saints nearby felt their eardrums hurt. Chapter 962. A Dragon's Roar, a terrifying sound that could even cause sages to feel pain, shook the surroundings. If the sound had started from here, all the saints present would have been heavily injured by the tremors. They were glad that the sound came from afar. They hid far away and looked in the direction of the sound. A peerlessly beautiful figure could be seen flying over from afar. Aside from this figure, there was also a beautiful woman who was sitting on a dragon turtle that was as large as a mountain. Next to them were 5 strange-looking people. They had human-like figures, but the characteristics of spiritual beasts were very obvious. The energy of these people was vast and enormous. Wherever they went, the air in the vicinity would be pushed far away. Apart from them, there were 1,000 half-human, half-beast guards following behind them. They were holding strange weapons in their hands, and they were flying in a uniform formation. This group of people was like a celestial army, giving off an indescribable sense of invincibility. Or are they humans or beasts? Fu Zhan's old face revealed a shocked expression as he murmured. Beside him, Zhao Dong's face was ashen as he said, "Or are they all shape-shifted spirit beasts?" Impossible. How could shape-shifted spirit beasts retain so many beastly characteristics? Could they be the legendary beastmen? Goulet shook his head and refuted. "Let's go, it's that peak level 8 dragon turtle." Fu Zhan recognized the dragon turtle. He remembered the scene when they participated in the battle between the Ouyang clan and the proud Smiling Palace. He had a deep understanding of how terrifying this dragon turtle was. He cried out in surprise and immediately turned around to leave. This was because this dragon turtle was a terrifying protective spirit beast owned by Ling Xiao's woman. Needless to say, this group of people was definitely here to help Ling Xiao. Zhao Dong and Goulet also realized the situation and immediately left with Fu Zhan. If such a terrifying force were to deal with them, they would definitely be dead without any room for resistance. Hua Baihe and Granny Bai looked as if they were relieved of a heavy burden. "Looks like Saint Masterling has a plan." Granny Bai squinted her old eyes and murmured. Lily nodded and said, "Yes, I think he wants to catch all of us in one fell swoop, but I don't know if he will be fine." "He'll definitely be fine. We, the Wanhua sect, made the right bet. We must get closer to Saint Masterling. When we get back, you must make sure that the two girls use whatever method to sever their hands. It'd be best if they can charm Saint Masterling." Granny Bai laughed in a disrespectful manner. Not far away, Shang Guantan, Ziyin, and Yu Chou all revealed serious expressions. Then, the three of them disappeared from this world. They already knew that this terrifying force was on Ling Xiao's side. Just now, they had all attacked Ling Xiao, wanting to snatch the divine artifact. If Ling Xiao didn't die this time, they didn't know if he would bring people to destroy them and the forces they were in. This thought cast a huge shadow in the hearts of the three of them, making it difficult for them to break through again for the rest of their lives. In the end, Ling Xiao didn't even look for them to settle the score, which made them regret it for the rest of their lives. Palace Master Sha Tian had the strength of a pinnacle saint. He used his strength to control Ling Xiao with one hand and tore through space at full speed to leave. In a few blinks of an eye, they were already tens of thousands of miles away from where they were originally. As for the group of people chasing after them, apart from the few in front who could still keep up, the others couldn't keep up with their speed. Old Monkey didn't chase after them. Instead, he returned to Yuan Zhantian's side and asked, "Your Highness, those should be the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the East Sea Dragons. Should we chase after them?" Old Monkey had lived for God knows how many years, so it wasn't surprising for him to recognize those half-human, half-beast soldiers and horses. Yuan Zhantian hesitated for a while and said, "Let's go back. Since the dragons are out, he should be fine." With that, he left without hesitation. He firmly believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't die so easily. He would definitely be able to have a fair battle with Ling Xiao again and completely defeat Ling Xiao. What he needed to do now was to hurry back and cultivate. Why would someone from the Dragon Clan appear here? The reason started before Ling Xiao went to the Ouyang clan. The battle between the proud Smiling Palace and the Ouyang clan. It could be said that both sides suffered heavy losses, and they didn't have much strength left. With their remaining strength and the cooperation of the Wanhua sect, it would be a piece of cake to take down the Ouyang clan. However, the news that he had a divine weapon had already spread like wildfire. The temptation of a divine weapon was unusually strong. If he went to the Ouyang clan, he might be targeted by other peerless experts. Therefore, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. He planned to lure all his enemies over and capture them all in one fell swoop. Therefore, he racked his brains day and night to see who else could help him. Granny Dongfang had to guard the main camp with Han Kai, and his master's wife, Feng Qingyuan, had to rush back to the Feng clan in case the Ghost Darkness sect would seek revenge at any time. In the end, only Yuan Zhantian's monkey could help him. However, this alone wasn't enough to deal with his enemies. Just as he lamented the lack of helpers, he thought of the prodigal and the Dragon Lady. Finally, he made a decision to summon the Dragon Lady back to help. Therefore, he asked Luo Ning to bring the arowana to the East Ocean Dragon Palace and summon the Dragon Lady. Ling Xiao firmly believed that the Dragon Lady would come to his aid once she knew of his situation. When she first entered the Dragon Palace, she was already at the peak of the 8th level. He believed that after a few years, her realm would definitely increase by another level. Moreover, with her identity as the Princess of the Dragons, the Dragon King would definitely not let her go alone. He would at least send people to follow her. Indeed, everything was within Ling Xiao's calculations. Now, the Dragon Lady brought the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the Dragon Palace to help him. In fact, before Ling Xiao attacked the Ouyang clan, they had already arrived nearby. However, Ling Xiao told them to use all means to hide and wait for his signal before making a move. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao could remain calm even when he was in a dangerous realm. Although his calculations were flawless, he didn't expect to attract so many sages. Furthermore, Palace Lord Shatian had personally come. Moreover, the demon binding rope on his body was very unusual. He thought that it would break after being burned by the heavenly fire, but there were no signs of it breaking even after being burned for a long time. This made Ling Xiao a little anxious. If the Dragon Lady and the rest couldn't catch up with him, then he was dead meat. With Palace Lord Shatian's ability, he probably had countless ways to get rid of him. Palace Lord Shatian and his protective spiritual beast flew at full speed. Their speed was astonishing. The Dragon Lady, Luo, Meiying, and the rest could chase them relentlessly, but they were still tens of thousands of miles away. What should we do? We'll lose them if we continue like this, Luo Meiying said anxiously. She kept urging the dragon turtle to fly at full speed, but the dragon turtle was also using all its strength. After all, its speed in the sky wasn't very outstanding. If they were in the water, they would have already caught up. The Dragon Lady finally couldn't take it anymore. She roared and transformed from a pretty figure into an 8-clawed true dragon. That mighty and extraordinary appearance was filled with the supreme might of a dragon. After she transformed into her original form, her speed instantly increased. In just a few breaths, she had caught up to Palace Lord Sha Tian. Her dragon claw grabbed at Palace Lord Sha Tian. The might of this claw was boundless, and the space in front of it was shattered. Water Serpent, help me! Palace Lord Sha Tian's body and mind trembled. He immediately shouted to the protective spiritual beast beside him. The man in his 40s transformed instantly. A blue-furred spiritual beast appeared in front of Palace Lord Sha Tian. This was a heaven and earth beast named Serpent. It belonged to the water attribute and looked a little like a qilin, but also a little like a heavenly hound. Deep blue scales covered its entire body. On its head, there was a huge 3-pronged horn, which made it look especially ferocious. The reputation of this serpent was quite fierce in ancient times. It was said that an adult serpent could compete with the peerless true dragon. It had even captured and devoured a true dragon. It was a great enemy of the true dragon clan. A strange beast that could be mentioned in the same breath as a true dragon was very powerful. No one would have thought that Palace Lord Sha Tian would be so lucky to find this almost extinct water serpent. The blue water serpent roared and blocked the Dragon Lady's claw. This water serpent had already entered the advanced stage of the 8th Order. The Dragon Lady had only reached this stage in recent years. In their previous clash, the Dragon Lady didn't gain any advantage. Moreover, they were born to live together. When they fought, they were exceptionally ferocious. Their surroundings were stirred up and turned upside down. Palace Lord Sha Tian was slightly obstructed. The dragon turtle finally arrived with Luo Meiying. The few half-beastmen shrimp generals and crab generals that came with them also arrived. When the dragon lady transformed into her true form, they also returned to their original forms. Among them, there were 2 lobsters, 2 dragon crabs, and a dragon carp. They were all high-level spiritual beasts with dragon blood and dragon energy. They formed an encirclement and blocked the path of the heavenly Killer Palace Master. Meanwhile, the arowana pounced on the heavenly Killer Palace Master mercilessly. In terms of ferocity, the dragon turtle was definitely the most powerful among them. It was already in existence that was about to break through to the Ninth Order. Palace Lord Xianxia's mask emitted a frightening light and threw Ling Xiao far away. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The holy sword in his hand surged with countless sword energies and swept towards the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle was least afraid of a head-on confrontation. Its defense was absolutely unparalleled in the world. Even a high-grade sacred weapon would find it difficult to damage its body. Ling Xiao, who was thrown away, unleashed his full power. Raging purple flames burned the demon binding rope on his body, trying to burn it. Finally, the demon binding rope gradually showed signs of melting. After a while, Ling Xiao was finally free. He sighed and said, "It's really painful. It's time to settle the score with the Black Demon sect." Ling Xiao summoned the Dragon Lady. He already had the idea of wiping out all the hostile forces. When Ling Xiao took out the drum of suppression, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest, which made him feel very surprised. Ling Xiao tore off the clothes on his upper body. A dull dragon scale fell out from his chest. Ling Xiao caught the dragon scale that had lost its energy inside. It seems that the old Dragon King's dragon scale can't protect him forever. Chapter 963. The old Dragon King's dragon scale had helped Ling Xiao block many attacks from his saints. It had even blocked the combined attack of 6 saints. It had protected Ling Xiao from all the attacks of the saints. It was obvious that the dragon scale was immune to all attacks from the saints. However, this was a dragon scale shed by the old Dragon King, and the amount of attacks it could block was limited. After the energy of this dragon scale was consumed again and again, its use was no longer there. If the old Dragon King was here, he would not have guessed that the talisman he gave to Ling Xiao was meant for him to save his life in the most dangerous times. He thought that Ling Xiao would use it a few times in his life, but he did not expect that Ling Xiao would be attacked by saints in such a short time. No matter how strong the dragon scale's defense was, it would not be of much use. However, this dragon scale had saved Ling Xiao's life several times. The old Dragon King's gift was definitely not a small one. Ling Xiao activated the ancient Emperor Divine technique and healed the wound caused by the demon binding rope. At this time, Luo Ming, who had jumped down from the dragon turtle, rushed to his side. She looked at Ling Xiao worriedly and asked, "Xiao, are you all right?" Ling Xiao embraced the voluptuous Luo Meiying and kissed her on the cheek. "I'm fine. Meiying, it's all thanks to you this time." Indeed, if Luo Meiying had not found the Dragon Lady, he would not have been able to carry out his plan so smoothly today. After all the major forces had lost their saints, and the Black Demon sect had lost a high-level saint. Now, Palace Master Sha Tian would definitely not be able to escape. It could be said that he had gained a lot, and Ling Xiao was very happy. "Don't be serious. There's someone else here." Luo Ming blushed and rebuked. What's there to be shy about? We're already husband and wife." Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Then, he turned his gaze to the battlefield. When he saw that the mighty Water Gloom and Dragon Lady were equally matched in battle, he was rather surprised. Isn't it the extinct top-notch Gloom Beast? I didn't expect it to still exist in this world. This Sha Tian is really lucky. This spiritual beast is so powerful. It can actually fight against a true dragon. It would be great if I could subdue one. However, my dragon turtle is not bad either. That guy will definitely not be able to defeat the dragon turtle," Luo Ming said from the side. Indeed, the dragon turtle had devoured the evil dragon's origin of evilness before, and its battle prowess was also very abnormal. Its turtle shell was like a semi-divine weapon, and it had almost reached the realm of being impervious to all fire and weapons. Palace Master Xianxia was a master who had slaughtered his way to his current position. His methods of killing were extremely shocking, and he was actually able to fight evenly with the dragon turtle. Ling Xiao opened his green eyes and focused all his attention on every move of Palace Master Xianxia. He realized that Palace Master Xianxia's sword techniques had reached the realm of man and sword as one, and the power he exerted was very majestic and terrifying. He was sure that Palace Master Xianxia was definitely a super powerful existence that could fight against those of a higher level. Only the indestructible defense of the dragon turtle could resist his attacks. If it were other spiritual beasts or other high-level saints, it would definitely be difficult for them to fight evenly against him. No wonder that old fellow from the Black Demon sect died in 2 moves. He's too scary, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Ling Xiao had guessed that Palace Master Xianxia was definitely a person who was infinitely close to the level of the Holy Emperor. There were probably very few people in the central region who could be his opponent. The 2 lobsters, the 2 dragon crabs, and the dragon carp did not have any intention of making a move. They just stared covetously at Palace Master Xianxia and the serpent to prevent them from escaping. It was not that they did not want to help, but that high-level spiritual beast had their own unique dignity. Generally, they did not wish for others to help them in a battle of the same level. They all wanted to use their own strength to subdue their opponents. As the battle became more and more terrifying, the surging energy became abnormally majestic. Everything in the surroundings was ravaged and turned upside down. Ling Xiao summoned the lion-tiger beast and brought him and Luo Ming further away, afraid that they would be affected. Without the old Dragon King's dragon scales as a defense, Ling Xiao did not dare to get too close. Although his body was like a saint tool, in the face of a battle of this level, he would not be able to withstand it if he was affected. This battle lasted for 1 day and 1 night. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was blasted into nothingness, and all the barren hills below them were riddled with holes by the energy that splashed in all directions. At this time, the Dragon Lady completely released all of her power, even spitting out the Dragon Pearl. The Serpent finally showed signs of being defeated. Although the Serpent Clan could be mentioned in the same breath as the True Dragon Clan, they were once almost completely exterminated by the True Dragon Clan. The battle strength of the True Dragon Clan was the most terrifying existence in the world. This was absolutely true. On the other side, even though Palace Master Xianxia used all of his strength to resist the dragon turtle, he was still unable to break through its defense. This meant that the dragon turtle was already in an invincible position. The dragon turtle's power was terrifying and fierce, vast and majestic, causing Palace Master Xianxia to retreat step by step. Palace Master Xianxia had also used all of his trump cards. It turned out that he was a peerless master who cultivated both water and wood. The 2 types of power seemed to be in a state of equilibrium, and the power of the 2 sword techniques, when they were mixed together, was even more earth-shattering. Many sword marks were left on the electric shell of the dragon turtle. It was likely that it would be difficult to find an existence that could compete with him at the same level. He completely had the capital to fight someone of a higher level. Palace Master Xianxia's mask had already cracked, revealing the appearance of a man in his 30s. If it were not for the hideous scar that stretched from his left eyebrow to his lower right cheek, he would definitely be considered a first-class handsome man. His wild blue hair fluttered in the wind, giving off a natural and unrestrained aura. Dignified bearing, tall and strong figure. He was the ideal man for any young woman. However, his eyes were extremely feminine, giving off a viper-like viper's eyes, making people not dare to look at him directly. No one would have thought that under the mask, this terrifying Palace Master Xianxia would actually look like this. Most of those who'd attained the Saint Realm in the Central Territory were old men, and only a few women maintained their elegant and beautiful appearances. As for men, There weren't many who maintained their youthful appearances like the heaven-slaying palace's master. To maintain a youthful appearance, one was a genius who maintained an extremely fast rate of advancement from the start of cultivation. With every advancement, their life force would become more vigorous and powerful, and their appearance would generally not be affected. The other was to consume some kind of heavenly treasure to preserve their appearance. Ling Xiao guessed that Palace Master Sha Tian belonged to the former. It's hard to find such a peerless master. Don't tell me I'm going to destroy him just like that. Ling Xiao mumbled to himself. Luo Ming did not understand what Ling Xiao meant. She immediately said, I'm definitely going to kill him. He actually dared to capture you. He must be tired of living. In fact, Ling Xiao was excited to see the prey. He felt that if he could control Palace Master Sha Tian, then wouldn't the Sha Tian organization be under his control? This was far better than directly attacking the Sha Tian organization. In this case, he could take down the Sha Tian organization without expending a single soldier. This was definitely a good thing, without any harm. However, Palace Master Sha Tian's strength was so terrifying. If he wanted to cast a spiritual curse on him, it would not be that easy. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about his plan, Palace Master Sha Tian finally showed signs of being defeated. He called out to the water gloom and tried to escape. In terms of energy consumption, he was still a notch lower than the dragon turtle. If this continued, he would definitely lose. However, just as he was about to escape, the 2 lobsters and 2 dragon crabs moved at the same time. They did not interfere in the previous battle because they respected the dragon turtle. However, now that the Sha Tian organization wanted to escape, they wanted to stop him. This was not disrespecting the dragon turtle. Although the lobsters and dragon crabs were not as terrifying as the dragon turtle, they were still existences at the peak of the 8th order. Palace Master Sha Tian was already heavily injured. It would be difficult for him to break out of the encirclement in a short time. The dragon turtle closed in again. Its mountain-like body directly collided with his body. The dragon turtle shell was comparable to a semi-divine weapon. With such a full-force collision, an ordinary saint would have been killed. However, Palace Master Sha Tian only spat out a mouthful of blood. The 2 lobsters' tentacles swayed continuously and extended towards Palace Master Sha Tian. At the same time, the 2 dragon crabs' giant pincers also slashed towards Palace Master Sha Tian's waist, trying to cut him in half. Palace Master Sha Tian was shocked. Once again, he desperately used his killing technique to cut off the lobster's tentacles and knocked away the dragon crab's giant pincers. Then, like an eagle, he fled into the distance again. His heart was already in turmoil. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be related to the dragons. He had even sent these dragon turtles, lobsters, and dragon crabs to help him. If the haughty smiling palace had the help of such a powerful force, who else could be a match for the haughty smiling palace? Damn it! The demonic emperor's disciple actually has such a fortuitous encounter. Am I destined to be their supporting character for the rest of my life? Palace Master Sha Tian muttered to himself unwillingly. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, a vast ocean wave came crashing down from the sky, smashing him down from tens of thousands of meters above ground. Bang! The dragon turtle's attack was extremely frenzied. It rushed towards the place where Palace Master Sha Tian had fallen. Its huge body was the best weapon, and it directly pressed Palace Master Sha Tian under its body. Ling Xiao was overjoyed when he saw this scene. He hurriedly said to Luo Ming, "Don't let the dragon turtle kill him first. I want to subdue him." Luo Ming knew that Ling Xiao had the ability to control others, so she immediately sent a message to the dragon turtle. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to display his mental energy, he suddenly realized that Palace Master Sha Tian's soul had left his body. It seemed like he was trying to use his soul to escape. If his soul escaped, even if his physical body was destroyed, he could still borrow another body to be reborn. Ling Xiao did not expect Palace Master Sha Tian to be so decisive. He was indeed a formidable person. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. Countless flames shot out from his palms towards the sky, killing Palace Master. The best way to deal with souls was the heavenly fire. Normally, a soul that came into contact with it would suffer internal injuries. Palace Master Sha Tian was shocked. He was already seriously injured, and he had no choice but to go into his out-of-body state. His speed of escape was not fast, and he did not expect Ling Xiao to suddenly attack. This made him extremely angry. Left with no choice, he could only escape back into his physical body and think of another way to escape. Ling Xiao sneered, and a high-level mental incantation immediately drilled out of his sea of consciousness. Chapter 964. Ling Xiao's advanced spirit incantation had been very effective in the past, but this time it had hit a snag. After reaching the high-level saint realm, one soul was already very solid and powerful. It was not something that an ordinary warrior's soul could compare with. At this stage, one could completely support their divine will to go out and fight. Although it was much weaker than the main body, it was definitely not weak. When Ling Xiao's advanced spirit incantation entered Palace Master Sha Tian's Sea of Knowledge, it was resisted by Palace Master Sha Tian's soul. Although Palace Master Sha Tian's body was seriously injured and was pressed down by the dragon turtle's body, which seemed to weigh tens of thousands of kilograms, he could not move. However, his soul still existed in his Sea of Knowledge. Although it was extremely weak, it still had a certain ability to protect itself. Those advanced spirit incantations were smashed by Palace Master Sha Tian one by one. They did not leave any mark on his soul. What kind of secret technique is this? It can actually attack my Sea of Knowledge. Palace Master Sha Tian thought in horror. Now his physical body was firmly suppressed, and his physical body had suffered great damage. It was extremely difficult for him to escape, and there was also the heaven fire waiting for him outside, so his soul didn't dare to run out. If this continued, his physical body would completely die, and his soul would gradually dissipate. Now his soul had not dissipated yet, but there was such an inexplicable energy attacking his soul. If this kind of attack continued, his soul would become weaker and weaker. He was afraid that it would not be long before he could not hold on. Outside, the dragon lady had completely bitten the water gloom until it was covered with cuts and bruises. It was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Just as the dragon lady was about to devour the water gloom, Ling Xiao stopped her. The dragon lady's body was also stained with blood and looked quite scary. The dragon lady had won this battle by a narrow margin. If she had not released the Origin Dragon Ball, it would have been difficult for her to defeat the water gloom. Ling Xiao also knew that the water gloom was a great enemy of the dragons, but this water gloom was too strong. Ling Xiao really couldn't bear to let it die like this. Moreover, he still needed to subdue Palace Master Sha Tian. However, the advanced spirit incantations he cast were all cut off and counterattacked. It was obvious that Palace Master Sha Tian's soul wouldn't be captured so easily. Ling Xiao instructed Luo Meiying and Dragon Lady to protect him as he decided to use his soul to take down Palace Lord Sha Tian. Palace Master Sha Tian's soul was already extremely weak, while Ling Xiao's soul force was incomparably abundant. His battle prowess was at its peak. The gap between the two of them could be said to be even. Ling Xiao was confident that he could take him down. However, he wasn't in a hurry to advance. It was better to wait for Palace Master Sha Tian's body to suffer more damage, and his soul would definitely be weaker. Only then would he release his soul to attack Palace Master Sha Tian's Sea of Consciousness. Palace Master Sha Tian was very surprised when Ling Xiao's soul entered his Sea of Consciousness. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold as to directly release his soul to fight him, a high-level saint. Brat, you've eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. You actually dare to enter my Sea of Consciousness. Could it be that I'm about to die? Do you think you can bully me? I'll let you know the consequences of being arrogant. Sha Tian revealed a fierce expression as he exclaimed and attacked Ling Xiao. He used his finger as a sword and attacked like the wind, aiming straight for the space between Ling Xiao's eyebrows. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid and laughed instead. He used his nine-sun burning heaven fist to attack Palace Master Sha Tian. Although Palace Master Sha Tian was in a weakened state, he wasn't any weaker than Ling Xiao's current strength. Such a sole opponent was the best opponent to grind him down. As the two of them fought, Palace Master Sha Tian finally realized that Ling Xiao's soul force was actually so dense and condensed. His attack power was actually not weaker than an ordinary saint's soul force. If he was in his best condition, perhaps Ling Xiao wouldn't be his match. But now, he felt that the pressure had increased greatly. His physical body was already on the verge of collapse, and his soul force was constantly decreasing. But Ling Xiao was fighting more and more bravely, as if he wasn't afraid of exhaustion. This made him feel more and more depressed. Don't tell me I'll be suppressed by this master and disciple for the rest of my life. Palace Master Sha Tian shouted weakly. No one knew that the scar on Palace Master Sha Tian's face was left by the Evil Arch when he was young. This was the worst defeat in his life. The Evil Arch was a shadow that he would never be able to shake off. As his soul force got weaker, Palace Master Sha Tian was on the verge of despair. He didn't expect that he, a peak-stage saint, would actually be ravaged by a high-tier mystic Thearcha's soul force. This was the second greatest humiliation in his life. The more Ling Xiao fought, the weaker he became. He stopped and said, "Submit to me." Taking advantage of the moment when Sha Tian Palace Master was at his weakest, Jiang Yi attacked with high-grade spirit incantations again. One after another, mysterious runic patterns pressed towards Sha Tian Palace Master. Sha Tian Gong Fong stared at these runic patterns and muttered, "I think you used this move to control my subordinates." Finishing his sentence, he was like a ferocious tiger that had just woken up. He dispersed the high-grade spirit incantations and tried to escape from his spiritual sea. Actually, he was just having a momentary recovery and didn't have much strength left. He just didn't want to become Jiang Yi's subordinate, even if he had to die. However, he was already extremely weak. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and instantly grabbed him. Once again, he imprinted a high-grade spirit incantation on Sha Tian Palace Master. This time, Palace Master Sha Tian Palace Master was unsurprisingly controlled by Ling Xiao. After doing all this, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for the dragon turtle that severely injured Sha Tian Palace Master, he wouldn't have been able to pick up this ready-made Ping Yi, a peak stage saint's bodyguard. In the future, he could go anywhere in the central region. After Ling Xiao laughed a few times, his soul directly flew out from Palace Master Sha Tian Palace Master's spiritual sea. He asked Luo Meiying to order the dragon turtle to move away. He couldn't really destroy Palace Master Sha Tian Palace Master's physical body completely. When the dragon turtle moved away, Ling Xiao saw that Palace Master Sha Tian Palace Master's body was almost deformed from the pressure. His entire body was covered with marks, and deep bones could be seen. If it was anyone else, they would have died from such serious injuries. It was fortunate that Palace Master Sha Tian Palace Master could still hold on until now. Ling Xiao cried out in his heart, "Oh my, any later and I'll really die." Then he quickly took out the spring of life liquid and high-grade pills and fed them to Palace Master Sha Tian Palace Master. "All right, from now on, you'll be my special bodyguard." "Huh?" Ling Xiao laughed heartily. "Congratulations, husband, on obtaining another strong ally." Luo Ming looked at the overjoyed Ling Xiao and smiled. Ling Xiao smiled. Then his gaze landed on the dragon lady, who had returned to her human form. Her entire body was covered in blood, and the many wounds were shocking to the eye. Anyone who looked at her would shiver. Ling Xiao's heart ached as he watched. He walked over, and the dragon lady immediately beamed at him. "Boss!" Since the heaven-suppressing sect, she had followed Ling Xiao as a dragon centipede for many years. Now that she had become a dragon, it was inextricably linked to Ling Xiao. The Dragon Lady had a natural sense of closeness to Ling Xiao. Even if she stayed in the Dragon Palace, other clansmen would not make her feel this way. Ling Xiao nodded. Without another word, he took out an 8th-grade water-type healing spirit herb and handed it to the Dragon Lady. Recover from your injuries first. Thank goodness you came. Otherwise, boss would have died. The Dragon Lady did not take Ling Xiao's spirit herb. She turned to the side and waved at the Dragon Carp. Ant Carp, help me recover from my injuries. The Dragon Carp had transformed into a delicate and beautiful woman. Back on Hongyan Island, she and Gui Chengxiang had come to greet the Dragon Lady. Ling Xiao had seen her before. The Dragon Carp's battle prowess was not strong, but she had a unique ability. She could help others of her kind recover from injuries. The Dragon Carp stepped forward to cast a spell. Waves of strange energy burst forth from her body. This energy descended on the Dragon Lady's body, and the Dragon Lady's injuries actually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying watched with their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. I've long heard that eating a dragon carp can increase one's lifespan by 1,000 years. Now, it seems like the rumors are true. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Although the dragon carp had extraordinary healing abilities, the Dragon Lady was a divine beast. Her power could only heal the Dragon Lady's physical injuries. She could not do anything about the Dragon Lady's consumed origin energy. Subsequently, the Dragon Carp healed the Dragon Turtle. Although the Dragon Turtle had defeated Palace Master Sha Tian, it was not completely unscathed. There were many sword marks on its shell. There were also several sword wounds on its head and tail. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. Oh yes, treat this big guy's injuries too, Ling Xiao said to the Dragon Carp. Then, he pointed at the dying water gloom. The Dragon Carp glared at Ling Xiao. It's my clan's enemy. How can I save it? Ling Xiao was rebuffed. He rubbed his nose helplessly and did not say anything else. Indeed, the water gloom and the true Dragon Clan were mortal enemies. It would be difficult for the Dragon Carp to treat it. Who knew that the Dragon Lady would say, Ant Carp, go and treat it. Princess had hurt you. How can you save it? The Dragon Carp was in a difficult position. If boss wants you to save it, then do it. Otherwise, you can go back to the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Lady said bluntly. The Dragon Carp did not dare to disobey the Dragon Lady's order. It could only unwillingly treat the water gloom. However, she only treated the water gloom to 50%. She did not want the water gloom to recover too quickly. Otherwise, it would be her fault if it attacked her princess again. At this time, Palace Master Sha Tian had gradually regained his consciousness. His condition was also 20% better. Ling Xiao immediately ordered him to keep the water gloom. This was to prevent the water gloom from attacking the Dragon Lady again. Palace Master Sha Tian carried out Ling Xiao's order. He had completely become Ling Xiao's special class bodyguard. Ling Xiao was in a good mood. He hurriedly brought the Dragon Lady to meet up with the 1,000 prawn and crab soldiers. Ling Xiao did not immediately return to the proud, smiling palace. Instead, he rested for a few days. Then, he led the prawn and crab soldiers, who were all ranked 7 and above, towards the Ghost Abyss sect. The Ghost Abyss sect and the Gu family had tried to deal with him time and time again. If he did not retaliate, they would really think that he, Ling Xiao, was a sick cat that could be easily bullied. Moreover, now that he had so many helpers, he no longer had any scruples. Chapter 965. The Ghost sect was only ranked in the upper middle amongst the many great forces. However, the strength of the various forces was definitely not determined by the ranking. After all, there were many great forces that had hidden their heritage. No one knew if the other party had some hidden old, undying, or some hidden trump card. The Ghost sect had always been sinister and overbearing. Back then, the family of the spirit weapon master Du Tai, whom Ling Xiao had recruited, was a 4th-grade force under the Ghost sect. However, because Du Tai had offended the true disciple of a supreme elder of the Ghost sect, his entire family was persecuted. Ling Xiao had heard Du Tai mentioned this before. Du Tai's life goal was to destroy the ghost sect one day. And now, Ling Xiao was going to fulfill this wish on behalf of his sect's elder. After all, the ghost sect had provoked him time and time again, and his master's wife, Feng Qing'an, had also killed a saint of the ghost sect. The ghost sect would definitely not let this matter rest. Therefore, Ling Xiao took advantage of the fact that the dragon lady was by his side and had taken in Sha Tian, a special class bodyguard. It was time to find trouble with the ghost sect. The ghost sect was only Ling Xiao's first target. There are also the Gu family and the Black Demon sect. They must all be destroyed. Only by destroying these forces would he be able to cultivate in peace. Only then would he be able to head to the legendary land where only those who had reached the Saint Realm could survive, Heaven Realm. By the time Ling Xiao arrived at the ghost sect's territory, it was already half a month later. They did not need to rely on others to defeat them. Dragon Lady and Dragon Turtle were directly leading the way. Their speed was much faster than the transmission arrays of the various cities. As for the prawn soldiers and crab generals, they were all kept in the medicinal cauldron by Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to keep up. Ling Xiao directly arrived at the city directly under the ghost sect. A group of heavenly soldiers and generals had already been summoned by him. He made Sha Tian, who had almost recovered, burst forth with the cultivation of a peak saint. Ling Xiao shouted with a dragon's roar. Today, I, Ling Xiao of the proud smiling palace, will wash the ghost dark sect with blood. Those who have nothing to do with this, leave now. An incomparably tyrannical oppressive energy and a deafening roar made everyone in the city feel a primal fear and panic. Who are those people? They look so strange. Could it be an enemy of the sect? Didn't you hear that he already announced his sect? It's Ling Xiao from the proud smiling palace. I don't think we've ever offended them. Why would they want to destroy us? What are you still talking about? Quick, let's quickly escape. Those people's auras are so terrifying. Since they dared to provoke us, they definitely came prepared. Hurry up and inform the elders of the sect. The people at the bottom of the city were in a state of chaos, and all of them looked extremely panicked. They had no idea why Ling Xiao had suddenly brought people to destroy the Ghost Dark sect. Wasn't it said that he had just brought people to destroy the Ouyang clan? Could it be that the proud, smiling palace wanted to wipe out all the major powers and unify the central region? Palace Lord Ling, please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. I wonder why you've made such a big move against the Ghost Dark sect. Many figures rushed out from the city. The person leading them was a mystic emperor. He looked at Ling Xiao and the others and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He thought to himself, after all, the Ghost Dark sect is an old major power. Why would Ling Xiao suddenly want to provoke us? The mystic emperor did not know that the saint elders of his sect had already formed a huge feud with the proud, smiling palace. That was why he asked this question. Ling Xiao couldn't even be bothered to talk to him anymore. He used a high-grade spirit incantation to forcefully barge into the mystic Thearcha's spiritual consciousness, controlling him. Kill them. Ling Xiao ordered the mystic emperor. The mystic emperor responded, "Yes, master." He then turned around and suddenly attacked the heavenly venerables around him. The heavenly venerables did not know what was going on. They were immediately killed by their city lord. They were not prepared for it. In an instant, more than 10 of them died. "City lord, what are you doing? Did you betray the sect?" A high-level heavenly venerate cried out in dissatisfaction. He asked the question that was on the minds of the people around him. However, he was mercilessly killed by the mystic emperor in the next moment. In an instant, the sky above the city was in chaos. The sounds of battle were starting to sound. Ling Xiao did not have time to waste with them. He immediately asked the Dragon Lady to order a group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to attack. These were all spiritual beasts that had reached the 7th level. When they attacked together, they almost destroyed the city. At this time, the experts of the Ghost Dark sect finally flew out of the teleportation formation. They were led by Fu Zhen and Zhao Dong. Behind them were many mystic emperors and heavenly venerables. There were almost 10,000 people. These people were not many compared to the Ouyang army. However, they were the elites of the Ghost Dark sect. The reason they had so few people was because Ling Xiao had come too suddenly, and the Ghost Darkness sect had not been prepared. They had thought that Ling Xiao would not come to deal with them so quickly. Therefore, they did not summon many people back. They did not even have time to inform their subordinate forces. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. Fu Zhen stared at Ling Xiao and shouted. He was in a mess. Recently, he had been thinking of countermeasures. If Ling Xiao was rescued by those beastmen, how would he face Ling Xiao's anger? He prayed in his heart that Ling Xiao would be taken away and killed by Palace Lord Sha Tian. That way, everything would be over. However, not only had Ling Xiao been rescued, but he had also led these beastmen to attack them. This made him very anxious. He had seen the power of Ling Xiao's divine drum. He had also seen the terrifying combat power of the dragon turtle. He could not think of how the Ghost Dark sect could fight against Ling Xiao and his group. You said that I am going too far. I wonder who came to the proud, smiling palace to kick us when we are down. Who said that he would fight my mistress to death? Old man, today I am here to destroy the Ghost Dark sect. Do you have any problem with that? Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and sat on the dragon turtle with Luo Meiying and the dragon girl. He looked especially heroic and domineering. Fu Zhen was so angry that he couldn't speak. He looked at the dragon turtle and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the scarred man beside the dragon turtle, who exuded a thick blood-red, murderous aura. His body trembled a little, and he thought to himself, Could it be the palace master of the Killing Heaven Palace? Whether it was in terms of clothes or figure, he felt that there was no difference between the knife-scarred man and the sky-killing palace master. Moreover, the aura of a peak saint was definitely not something that others could replace. He thought of the worst result, which was that Palace Lord Sha Tian had been subdued by Ling Xiao, just like Ouyang Chao. Otherwise, he could not understand where such a terrible opponent came from. Palace Lord Ling, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Why don't the Ghost Dark sect apologize to you? Make a request, and we will not object. What do you think, Palace Lord Ling? Zhao Dong said. He paused, and then said, We have lost 2 saints, which is a great loss for us. We were tempted by the ancient thunder and blinded for a moment. Fortunately, you did not lose much. Let's shake hands and make peace. The Ghost Dark sect is willing to be the best ally of the proud, smiling palace. In this way, we don't need to fight each other. Isn't it a win-win situation? Ling Xiao threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He turned to look at Zhao Dong, his eyes glinting like a sharp blade. What a nice way to put it. Don't I have any loss? If it wasn't for the fact that I have some self-defense skills, I would have been killed by you 100 times over. You're a saint who has been famous for many years, yet you still have the nerve to reason with me. Do you think that a bunch of rotten eggs like you have the right to challenge me? When you helped the Ouyang clan to fight against the proud, smiling palace, you should have known that we would take revenge on you one day. You are not qualified to be my ally, unless the Ghost Dark sect is willing to be the dog of the proud, smiling palace and serve us forever. Otherwise, I will make your sect suffer, Ling Xiao said with a cold smile, and a strong murderous intent burst out. After so many years of killing and experience, Ling Xiao was no longer a soft-hearted person. If someone tried to hurt him, he would definitely return the favor tenfold to the other party. This was a world where the weak were prey to the weak, and the strong were respected. You have gone too far. Don't think that the Ghost Dark sect is easy to bully. Everyone attack. We must make them pay. Fu Zhen and Zhao Dong were both saints who have been famous for many years. They were embarrassed to be scolded by a junior. They would not let Ling Xiao get what he wanted, even if they had to fight to the death today. The people of the Ghost Darkness sect immediately attacked. Attacks of various colors broke out in an instant, causing the sky to tremble unceasingly. I said that you're not qualified to challenge me. Ling Xiao. Kill. Ling Xiao said coldly. As the sound of his voice faded, Sha Tian was the first to rush out. He was a saint at the peak of the saint level, so the energy attacks from the people of the Ghost Dark sect did not pose any threat to him. He was completely unstoppable. Wherever his long sword went, groups of people died. Luo Ming also ordered the dragon turtle to attack. It was like a mountain pressing down on the tens of thousands of people. Some warriors who could not escape in time were immediately crushed into meat paste. The dragon girl also ordered the 1,000 prawn soldiers and crab generals to attack at the same time. Vast and majestic energy broke out in an instant, and countless waves flooded the city. Countless sounds of fighting were heard, and countless wails and screams were heard. The Ghost Dark City quickly became a city of blood, a city of death. The situation was completely one-sided. Fu Zhen and Zhao Dong were scared out of their wits. These were their elders, deacons, disciples, and many of their disciples, but they were mercilessly killed in front of them. They could do nothing but bury their hatred in their hearts. They wanted to escape and take revenge in the future. However, the dragon girl ordered 2 lobsters and 2 dragon crabs to capture them, making it difficult for them to escape. Chapter 966. The Ghost Sect was completely finished. There was no suspense in this war. Fu Zhen and Zhao Dong were intermediate saints, but they had no way to fight back when facing the siege of 4 intermediate 8th-rank spirit beasts. Their protective spirit beasts had already been killed in the previous battle. Before the battle started, they had already lost all confidence. How could they have any chance of winning? In the end, Fu Zhen self-destructed and wanted to drag them down with him. However, he was one step ahead of time and was suddenly punched by the dragon girl. He did not get anything from his self-destruction, but Zhao Dong was almost beaten to death. Finally, he was controlled by Ling Xiao. As for the other people of the Ghost Sect, Ling Xiao had no time to control them one by one. Most of them had been killed. All the treasures of the Ghost Sect had been looted by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao even found a sacred weapon hammer in the weapon refining area of the Ghost Sect. It should be the most precious treasure of Du Tai's family, the rock-breaking hammer. It was a sacred weapon refined by the Du family's sacred weapon master. Du Tai had always wanted to get it back. Now that he had it, he could give it to Du Tai when he returned and fulfill one of his wishes. After leaving the Ghost Sect, Ling Xiao led his people to the Gu family. Ling Xiao swore to destroy this family, which had once tried to kill him and then made peace with him. Before the news of the Ghost Sect's destruction spread, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the Gu family's territory. Ling Xiao took the lead to remind the irrelevant people in the cities under the direct control of the Gu family to wait until they left before launching an attack. Gu Lei and 2 other low-level saints rushed out, but when they saw Ling Xiao and his people, they all showed a look of despair. Gu Lei was brave enough to say that he was willing to admit defeat and only asked Ling Xiao to let the Gu family go. If Ling Xiao had just started his career, he would not have agreed to such a request. After all, merciless killing was against the harmony of the world. However, the current Ling Xiao was no longer a kid who had just entered the pugilistic world. He deeply understood the principle of if you don't remove the roots, the weeds will grow again when the spring breeze blows. He couldn't tolerate the existence of any force that might retaliate against the palace of the proud, smiling sect. Ling Xiao did not agree to Gu Lei's request, and the direct descendants of the Gu clan were all wiped out. Of the 3 great saints of the Gu clan, besides a low-level saint who was instantly killed by Sha Tian, the other 2 were beaten half to death and were finally captured by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't rush to provoke the Black Demon sect after he had exterminated the Gu family. Instead, he went to the headquarters of Sha Tian's organization and gathered all the higher-ups of Sha Tian's organization together. With Sha Tian's identity as the Palace Lord, Sha Tian's Jade Assassins and Gold Assassins were all present. There were 2 Jade Assassins and around 30 Gold Assassins. These people were undoubtedly top-notch assassins. Ling Xiao only needed to control these people one by one, and Sha Tian's organization would basically collapse. In the end, these people were no exception. With Sha Tian's valiant strength, the two Jade assassins didn't have much room to resist. After they were seriously injured, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to enter and control them. As for the gold assassins, they were only at the Xian sovereign level. Ling Xiao didn't even need to use Sha Tian's high-level spirit incantation to forcibly brand them. No one could escape the fate of being controlled. Ling Xiao didn't feel at ease with these assassins. Only when they were completely under his control would he feel safe. Only then would they not have any intention of betrayal. As for the other silver assassins and iron assassins, Ling Xiao didn't need to worry too much. He only needed to leave a jade assassin here to issue orders. It would be best to use such a force to fight against the Black Demon sect. Anyway, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to take all of these people into the proud, smiling palace. Instead of letting them continue to kill for a living, it would be better to let them be the vanguard of the proud, smiling palace and inflict serious damage to the Black Demon sect. Then, he would lead the main force to uproot the Black Demon sect. Of course, all of this had to be carefully considered. The Black Demon sect was different from the Ghost sect and the Gu family. They were ranked in the front of all the other forces, so they must have their own strengths. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to treat them with caution. Moreover, the news that he had destroyed the Ouyang family, the Gu family, and the Ghost sect must have spread throughout the central region. It was impossible for the Black Demon sect to not take any precautions. As for the mysterious Black Demon sect, he hadn't shown his face yet. This was the existence that Ling Xiao was most concerned about. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to go back and discuss with Xianxia before making any further plans. The three great forces were completely annihilated in a short period of time. The central region's attention on this matter had reached an unprecedented level. No matter which city one was in, one could hear the different voices of warriors discussing this matter. Have you heard? The Ouyang family, the Ghost sect, and the Gu family have all been annihilated. It's not a secret anymore. I heard it a few days ago. It seems that the Lord of the Proud, Smiling Palace, Ling Xiao, personally led a group of people to annihilate them. This Lord Ling is really ruthless. That's right. It said that the three forces coveted the Lord Ling's divine weapon, but they failed to snatch it. Instead, they were retaliated. They went for wool and came home shorn. They suffered a double loss. I don't think it's possible. Maybe Ling Xiao thinks that his strength is extraordinary. So, he wants to destroy all the forces and unify the central region. Hey, keep your voice down. If someone else hears you, you'll lose your life. By the way, I've also heard that Palace Master Ling has reached the 8th grade alchemist realm, becoming the youngest 8th grade alchemist in the history of the central region. She's even recruiting heroes to join her. Should we give it a try? The proud smiling palace is too powerful. I'm afraid that if the Martial Spirit Pavilion doesn't come out, no one would be able to compete with them. All kinds of rumors were flying around, and the various forces were also shrouded in a dark shadow. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly come to their forces and annihilate them. Many forces ordered that no one was allowed to leave their sects and cause trouble. They were also not allowed to have conflicts with anyone from the Proud Smiling Palace. Other than that, the Shangwan clan and Violet Thunder sect also sent people to deliver gifts to the Proud Smiling Palace. The people of the Proud Smiling Palace thought that the Shangwan family and the Violet Thunder sect were trying to curry favor with them. They didn't know that the saints from the Shangwan family and the Violet Thunder sect had already hit their palace lord when he was down. Shangwan Tan and Ziyin were also afraid. If Ling Xiao led an army to attack them, how could they stop them? They were a terrifying force that had annihilated the Ouyang family, the Ghost Dark sect, and the Gu family. As for the Feng family and the Dongfang family, they were overjoyed when they received the news. Their relationship with the Proud Smiling Palace was self-evident. The stronger the Proud Smiling Palace was, the better it was for them. After all, they were allies with the Proud Smiling Palace. When Feng Qingyuan from the Feng family received the news, she smiled and said, "This brat is really more daring than the blue." Back then, even Big Brother Evil Emperor didn't have this kind of courage. Otherwise, I wouldn't be separated from him now. I really look forward to him becoming a saint as soon as possible. Or maybe on the way to the heaven region, I will have someone to take care of me. Feng Qingyuan had long wanted to go to the heaven region to look for the evil emperor, but she couldn't let go of the Feng family. After all, the strength of the Feng family was at the bottom of the many great powers. If she wasn't there, the Feng family would be even weaker. If a strong enemy came to invade them, they would definitely not be able to handle it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had temporarily provided her with a saint transformation pellet, which could help the Feng family produce another saint. This way, the strength of the Feng family would increase once again. When Ling Xiao was free, he would refine a few more saint transformation pellets and give the Feng family 2 or 3 more saints. Then, she would be able to head to the heaven region with peace of mind. As for the head of the Dongfang family, he felt extremely honored. Their son-in-law was so powerful, and he, as Pingyi's father-in-law, was also proud. As for Dongfang Jing's cousin, Dongfang Xiong, he was even more unbridled. When he went outside, he would say, "Do you know, the palace master of the proud, smiling palace, the youngest saint alchemist, is Master Xiong's brother-in-law? If any of you are willing to follow me, I will give you a saint transformation pellet one day and guarantee that you will become a saint in one go." This fellow's skin was extraordinarily thick. He went around to swindle people, and he really managed to rope in many warriors to follow him. Of course, those people weren't fools. They didn't think that they would be able to obtain any saint transformation pellets. They were only willing to follow Dongfang Xiong because he was a direct descendant of the Dongfang family. In the Black Demon sect, Mei Sha held a jade tube in her hand. After hesitating for a moment, she crushed the jade tube heavily. After the jade tube in her hand shattered, the sky above her instantly became densely covered with dark clouds, and a violent wind blew. The disciples in the Black Demon sect were all shocked. They thought that an enemy had come to attack. Fortunately, this situation only lasted for a while before it disappeared. It didn't cause too much of a commotion. They thought that it was the saint alchemist who was cultivating in the sect. In the place where Mei Sha was, there was an additional slender figure. This figure was condensed from energy and not a real person. He looked middle-aged, and his face was cold and strange. He was tall and slender, and his aura was imposing. His eyes always revealed a domineering aura. This was the head of the Black Demon sect, Mo. This figure was only a spirit of his. "Greetings, my husband." Mei Sha greeted the Black Demon sect's leader. Although she was at the peak of the intermediate level, she didn't feel any sense of pride in front of this man. This was the first powerful man who could make her completely submit to him. He was the man she was willing to wait for the rest of her life. "What's the matter?" Mo asked emotionlessly. Mei Sha didn't show any dissatisfaction. She kept it short. "Ling Xiao of the proud smiling palace has a divine weapon. With the strength of the Xian Arch, he can kill a saint. Recently, he led an army to destroy the Ouyang family, the Ghost Arc sect, and the Gu family. My sect's elder one was also killed. I believe that in less than half a year, the proud smiling palace will invade the Black Demon sect. My husband, please come back quickly." Juan Viper was the only high-level saint in the Black Demon sect, and he had died. If the proud smiling palace came, Mei Sha had no confidence that she could stop them. Therefore, after some hesitation, she decided to ask her husband for help. Mo replied coldly, "Since we can't stop them, then let them all die, a bunch of useless trash." Having said that, his divine sense immediately dissipated on the spot. Mei Sha's face was ashen as she sat on the ground. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.